Welcome back to day 2 of hearings on the 10-year plan. Before we begin this morning, I think I speak for everyone here when I say or express how shocked and saddened we are in response to the horrific events as they unfolded yesterday afternoon at Countdown, and our thoughts are with both the victims who are dealing with that and their families, and also the staff and customers who were witness to it. It's not the kind of community or society any of us want to live in, I don't think, where an exercise as mundane as doing the grocery shopping has to carry that degree of anxiety, and thanks to everyone who's been involved in the recovery effort. I have been in touch with Countdown and offered the support of the city in any way that we can practically assist them as and when it may be useful through the recovery. Our first submitter this morning, Mr. Day. Kia ora. Before we begin, Mr. Day, particularly in light of what we've seen yesterday behaviourally pointed at supermarket staff and what we have recently seen directed at our own staff, I have to say that your already unhelpful and abusive comments in your submission are particularly abhorrent in the way that you have characterised our staff, and I would ask for you to apologise for that before we proceed.
What part are you talking about?
Using Holocaust imagery to describe our regulatory services team.
Oh yes, I suppose the heat of the moment, but lots of things are described as that.
It's not an apology, as I would understand.
That's the, and I think that you're saying, and later on in my submission you'll hear that yes, that has not been like it has in the past. And to be honest, I would try and use another word.
Yeah, I'd recommend that in future.
Thank you.
The next 5 minutes are yours, sir.
Briefly, I'm not going to go right what I said right through it, but just quickly here, do I support 4 bins? No, the streets are full enough. The residential streets are full enough of bins now. Harbour improvements, yes, that's great. Park and ride, Mosgiel, no, it's a dream. Princess Street bus lane, no. Central City bus hubs and parking facilities, no. The comments on this: we're a large flat urban city, more parking for electric cars and access for our ageing population. Do you support rates increases for DCC housing? No, I think that's a central government job. Should the DCC build more community housing? I've put yes, but then when I read it, it said, do you support $1 million? I thought, well, $1 million gets you 2 houses. So I said, I've changed this, and I said, I support spending $5 million on community housing. And do I support it over the age 65 years? New housing is an investment and an asset to the city. Cannot be wasted like other pet projects. Do you support DCC developing mid-sized theatre? No. I do in another 20 years. This is where I got a wee bit confused. Do I support Athenaeum Theatre at 17.1? I thought, how do you get 17.1 and then 31 for the Mayfair? Then I find out we don't actually own the city's not going to own the theatre. We're going to have a 17 million depreciating asset, which I understand is in cheers and picture theatres. I'd rather 17 million went on an asset like community housing. In 10 years' time, yes, look at it again. The other one was, already wasted money on Sammy's building. That was the worst commercial decision anyone who's in the commercial world ever ever wrote on. Why we ended up with that, I don't know. I think they got confused between what freehold and leasehold land was. TC planning, more public toilets. Yes, certainly more public toilets. I always, as all of you will know, I have a lot of problems with Bath Street. It is still now the unofficial toilet of the Octagon. Special interest is the Murray Place South and North, including the disgraceful treatment of the projects and forced closure of the streets in general, including the pet project, the Octagon. Lack of car parking and cleaning this area has usually been driven by political agendas and has come home to roost. As we can see, it is a complete dead area, and I just want to touch on that and something else. Part of this problem is not decency, but an easing of liquor licences, and this started right back when we went to 18 and then allowed anyone to open up a liquor licence. And I always blame some of the political people thinking they took their family to France and said, oh, this is great, we can sit outside. But what they didn't realise, they have very strict liquor licensing that you just can't open up a shop where you want to, like we had. You've seen most of this. The public transports, that's ORC's problem, but I agree with public transport, but there's got to be a lot better way than what we've ended up with, just two large buses companies running it. Car parking should be extended for free for 30 minutes. As we're seeing, I submitted years ago, you can only force you to use outlying streets, therefore creating more problems. Cosy Belt, Town Belt, Arthur Street. The centre is dying through these measures. You only have to go out to Andy Bay or South Dunedin to see large car parks full, free and no chance of a ticket. So why would you come to town, pay $4 and buy a coffee? History in other areas, and you only got to read the news every morning, whether it's Kaitaia or Bluff, that every city council's facing the same problem. They force issues of transport from Wellington on you, I think, but they forget about our areas of hills, ageing population. On a lighter note, Lower Street lost its appeal for some unexplained reason. I think there was an ex-councillor. It was a very pretty with nice hanging pot plants. I look at other towns. They look at picture, especially in Nelson, which I spent a bit of time on. They there have free parking, and like I say, their main streets are very good. I'd just like to touch on what I'm doing about Murray Place. Would like you to know why I think we're ending up with such a dead zone, and maybe in the next few years it might help. Last week I did a walk around the complete Murray Place outer edge to have a look and back up my thoughts on what is going wrong in this area.
It's your 5 minutes, sir.
4 minutes up?
5 minutes.
Is it? I thought it was a buzzer.
Yeah, a buzzer went at 4 minutes.
Did I hear it?
That was the second one.
I didn't hear a buzzer. Did you hear a buzzer?
I did, yes.
I should have asked for a hearing, I suppose. But I suppose that's right. We can hear it, but the mixture areas and
Mr. Day, are you happy to take questions?
I'm just saying that there's
Councillor
now 30 areas that operate from 4 o'clock to 12 o'clock. You can ask.
Mr. Day, what do you think should be fixed in Moray Place?
Sorry?
How do you think we should fix Moray Place?
Well, what I think is, and I just write on this, is that when I walked around, there's 18 shops that operate between 7:30 and 4 p.m. There is 5 places that operate between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m, DCC, Art Gallery, etc. There is now 31 places that operate between 4 p.m. and 3 a.m. at night. So what we've got here is the main use of this area is that from 4 p.m. till 3 a.m. at night. And that is creating the major car parking problem. As I said, I'm very happy with what's happening during the day because the day demand has actually dropped off. And if I talk to all my businesses, they're quite happy with the parking during the day and less enforcement, which seems to be happening. So we've got to look at, so I can say that my idea is that after 6 p.m, our biggest increase, so let's look at a new parking map for this whole area, more parks at night in Murray Bay, car parking building. DCC rent out most of their parking in the Murray Place, so maybe they've got to come out at 6 p.m. 30k limit, enforcement of speed bumps, raised bollards, enforcement of 6 p.m. drop-off, so you've got Uber, taxi drivers and private part, and food pickups from businesses. Thank you.
If your concern is with businesses only opening in the evening and from Wednesday to Saturday, do you lease out your buildings on those terms?
Sorry.
Are any of your commercial buildings leased out on terms where the business is only open from 4 till the evening, Wednesday to Saturday?
Yes, mainly the bar on the corner down at Wolf Bar. The chicken guy. It's mainly nighttime activity now. Lunchtime trade is actually, apart from the cafes, as you know, the Perk and Swan. The trade is now after 4 p.m, maybe Wednesday to Sunday night. What I didn't put in there, of course, was the big activities are at night mainly Town Hall, Art Gallery, 2 picture theatres, and as we saw on Friday night, very successful Regent Theatre. So I didn't take those into account, and they could have anywhere up to 500 people on those nights.
Councillor Eldon and Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. That was interesting, what's happening in the evening. What time does the Moray Street car park close? Because that has lots of parking, but my impression is it doesn't go to those hours.
I think it is. I think it is late, but I think what you'll find is that due to the demand of parking during the day, that the council actually lease out quite a few of those parks as permanent car parking. If you try and I think there's a whole waiting list for DCC car parking. What I'm trying to say is that if they rent that one out, the people have got to be out by 6 p.m.
Yeah, Phil, you've said in your submission that you don't support the central city parking management, and yet you've said that night parking is a bigger problem than day parking. Now, is that an assent that we don't need to worry about managing central city parking because you think generally during the day it's okay?
In this area it has, because it's actually eased up, and I was wondering why, but it is because most of the activity now is actually happening, like I say, at 4 p.m, and noticeably you can get a park around the area quite reasonable at the moment, but we're certainly getting jammed up at after 4 p.m. I probably misread that. The whole parking management you mean was the whole central city.
Well, it's signage and information, real-time parking, where you can park, all of the above. Yeah.
But that would only relate, I think, to if you were going to car park buildings. The signage, if you were right coming into town. And
Yeah, that's right. Yes, but if you know where you can go, that's a help.
But if they're full up with permanent car parkers, well, that's why I say the DC, you can't get a car park. If I applied to DC now, I couldn't get one. There's a waiting list.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, you've identified that Moray Place car park, but is there any other car parking facilities or thoughts you might have as to how car parking could be improved in that inner city area?
Well, this comes down to probably the transport department, where, as I said, I'd like to see a 30k limit with a lot more speed humps. Then they could get rid of some of the, I'm sure, create more parking out of yellow lines. Yellow lines, as the transport people will know, just speeds up traffic. We've got the Princess Street at the moment, it's got a bit of 30 minutes, bit of everything. There's a lot more car parks, I think, can be developed actually on the streets itself. We only got 30 k's, traffic moves very slowly. If you know there's cars there, you don't speed. It's a well-known term, I can't remember it, but as soon as you have yellow lines, the traffic increases because you think you've got a clear way. I'd get rid of most of the yellow lines, to be honest.
Thanks, Phil. Mr. Culling. We're yours for the next 5 minutes, sir.
Kia ora tātou, thank you, Your Worship. Nice to be here. And, yes, sorry, okay. So I'm Tony Culling, and I'm a member of the Caversham Community Group, and have put in a submission and was encouraged to speak to it. So I've got 5 points to make, and it's probably a little bit more bullet pointed than our actual submission, which seemed to be one large paragraph. But, so traffic and safety is a big concern, and that's when we reached out to the community through our survey. There is the traffic coming from the south as it comes down from Lookout Point. It does that right turn into Caversham, and we can have 18 or 20 cars spilling down through the Caversham township. They're all going to destinations. They could be going to Caversham, but they're generally going to the flat, to South Dunedin, St Clair and St Kilda. So we have concerns about just the pedestrian safety. So the things we want to do really is to engage, as we have done in the past, with the DCC Traffic Department. We've got a system there, it's working, but I think it can be tweaked. You know, these pedestrian crossings could be safer and more visible. The exits for the local residents trying to get into that stream of traffic, that is a big one. You've got to poke your nose right out so far to engage the traffic. We have Carrisbrook School, which is 360 students, and we have Jade Preschool, and we have another kindergarten. So we have that traffic in the mornings and at 3 o'clock. So any time during the day, it's just not the peak time as workers are coming in, but it can be, you know, any time from 3 to 5:30 or so. The exiting traffic goes through Caversham and making that turn to go up to Lookout Point. So it's just, I'm sure we can have a conversation there. It involves the parking, the restricted parking. We do have people who are carpooling, which is a great concept. But if they are grabbing parks and staying there all day, freezing workers and the Milton prison. So yeah, that's just that conversation. Second one is parks and reserves. In our area we find that as the housing old stock is replaced by new housing, often 2 units will go on the one spot. It doesn't seem to have rhyme or reason. It just seems to be what the industry can afford. It doesn't seem to have a town planning sort of concept to it. It just sort of happens through economics, I think. So the green space for people at their residence is less, and so the parks are so important to have. So we do need, in some places, drinking fountains, and we do need, at the new Caversham Reserve, a toilet. The ability is there. I know it's a very expensive item, but we do have a barbecue there, and we have quite a number of extra facilities there now. Yeah, so that's that one. Flooding mitigation. This popped up in a brainstorm, and we wondered whether the DCC might subsidise water tanks at private residences, which could be a tool to mitigate flooding or controlling flooding, and where, you know, water is discharged prior to a rain event, and then it is filled up in that rain event. So, you know, many thousands of litres could be saved that way, and the resident could also use that for their own gardening, watering. Caversham Tunnel, we'd like to endorse your leadership on that. It would be a great asset for the community and for both recreational users and commuters. And finally, housing. We really, is that the 5 or is it? Sorry? 1 minute, that's great. Housing, we really endorse your leadership in social housing. We think that's a crucial commitment by the city to the residents. In recent months, we have, as a community group, we thought, how do we actually reach these citizens that are in our area? And so we targeted, first of all, the older residents, and we put on free events for them. And they came out of the woodwork. It was great. And now we have a database of 250 to 300 people where we are having a regular monthly meal, and they in turn are taking on their leadership to do their own things, you know, bus trips and things like that. So that gives us a dialogue with them as to what their situation is, and many of those are, tenants of the city. Yeah, so we encourage you to have safe, warm, dry homes and rental that is in ratio to their income. Thank you.
Kia ora, Tony. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your submission, Mr. Culling. The two questions. The issue you raised at the start of desire for safer pedestrian improvements and as a result of that big intersection, have you approached the city with staff about that prior to this event, this submission?
No, we haven't.
Okay. It will be triggered now anyway, that discussion. Yeah. Second question is about College Street. I've had some issues raised recently about congestion because of the popularity of the medical centre in the old school site. And there are some development plans for further, which will cause further congestion there. Yeah. Has that been an issue in the community?
It has raised questions as to the specific development that is proposed. Appears to be too large. It will be drawing in 150 to 160 employees. The current operation has put quite a lot of pressure in Little College Street because it's really only for horse and carts and it's got no parking on one side. And the local residents there have found that it's difficult, for tradies even to pull outside, to do something, like a plumber to come along and fix something. They've got to either straddle the yellow line. But by and large, the present operation is manageable, but the proposed is causing concern, not only in the nature of the volume of traffic that will be as more services are added, but also the nature of them, because it appears that there may be a mental health component to that new development, where from departments that already have lockdowns and things like that associated with
that's
mental
helpful.
health.
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Culling, for all of your community work. My question builds on what Councillor Benson-Pope asked you, and I wondered if you had been in touch with the Greater Green Island Network and that they have built a relationship with their transport staff around safety issues, and maybe because this is the start of your relationship, it might be useful to find out their approach. Have you thought about doing that at all?
Yes, there are 2 big or 3 big roundabouts out there that sort of, roundabouts are brilliant, aren't they, for, controlling traffic or, what's the word, distributing traffic.
Yeah, I wasn't particularly thinking about the solutions. I was thinking, have you thought about talking to them about how they've approached it and building that relationship? Has that been part of your thinking?
Yes, well, Councillor, we have actually had engagement with traffic before, and it was successful. One of the things we find is the leadership changes in the department, and so you build up that relationship, and it has to be rebuilt. But Playfair Street was an example where we had a 19-metre crossing for people with walking frames and kids with scooters, etc. Now we have an island there to, so we have been down that road. Yeah.
And specifically the road signage issue, have you logged that at all? Have you reported that to our staff?
I'm not sure. Okay. To be honest, yeah. But I think in that collective, when we get to meet with them again, say, look, these little tiddly ones Wonderful. That we need to fix up.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Culling. From transport to the gorgeous peripetus. You mentioned the light effects vis-a-vis our peripetus in your submission, so I have 2 questions around it. I assume, firstly, that the effects of light on our velvet worm are well informed by science?
Yes, they are.
Okay, yeah. Second question, and it sort of alludes to what Councillor Benson-Pope asked and Councillor Gary. Have you had a conversation with our staff around the amber versus bright light prior to coming here? And if so, maybe do you want to?
Yes. Okay. So it's one of those interesting ones, isn't it? It's a resident will have a bee in their bonnet about it, and they really they have submitted big time in the rollout of LED lights, and they wanted to have your amber ones in that area for that purpose. I don't know how that hasn't been that successful. Because I'm not sure exactly, that's not my involvement, to be honest, but I'm delivering what others have put in this. But it would enhance if LED amber lights were put in that area for the perimeters. Yeah.
Thank you for your submission, Tony. You talked about the possibility of DCC subsidising water tanks. I take it you're talking about stormwater detention tanks?
Yes, exactly.
Yep. Would you also like to see perhaps a condition of new build consents that in runoff areas where it was a condition of a new build where stormwater tanks were part of the consent?
Well, I think that's a broader question for the council, really, but it would enhance. You know, if that's a tool for flood mitigation, that'd be great. And also on private residences, the swale concept, you know, where water can be retained rather than going into the system. And also the encouragement of, you know, trees are brilliant for transferring water back to the sky. So yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anne Busby, welcome. Anne Busby, individual, it says on my run sheet.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, Anne.
Thank
All
you
yours for the
very
next 5 minutes.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. And I am speaking as an individual this time, and the Southern Heritage Trust is on Thursday. There was some confusion over quite when we were doing it. But I appreciate this opportunity, and a bit further. Right, thank you. And my own passion really is maintaining and protecting Dunedin's heritage, as you probably know, and keeping the character, the special character of our city. Thinking broader than that, there are other issues. One thing I had difficulty with the plan was to delve deeper into the 10-year vision. And I think it's in those terms, it's superficial, it's a broad brush. So I read the regional councils and the DCC's response, and I'm very heartened and encouraged that there's a commitment from the council for ongoing collaboration. So that, you know, settled me down considerably. That's good. But I'd like to look at sustainability, the environment, and the climate change and mitigation and emissions. I know this is a huge topic and it's being dealt with, but petrol obviously needs to be addressed, and options, alternative options to cars, and pushing for more research in terms of other options and public transport, and trying to reduce the reliance on parking. Now, we have enough heritage car parks in Dunedin already where we have lost heritage, and it's, you know, in the long term, that's not the real solution. So I'd like to, you know, more thought, and I know rail is an issue, but, you know, why not give it more thought in terms of long term? And I think parking always distorts the conversation and decision making and delays policy. But that's my view. People focus, I think, is what we've got to change, not the wheels. And people first, and it needs to be a social and cultural change for overall benefit for everybody. And there's an opportunity for Dunedin City to lead the way in this. And but it's important now to keep ongoing data and collection and research so that we've got the information to act later. Now, buildings. There's a lot of research internationally on embodied energy, embodied carbon. Now, this is, I think, a huge opportunity again for the city, and it's, you know, they're saying existing buildings are more sustainable than any new build. And this is borne out by looking at the emissions and the costs. The demolition, waste and disposal and landfill, that's a huge cost. New materials manufacture, huge cost. And then we're looking also at materials loss. Now just looking in Dunedin, what about all that wonderful wood, 600 years of growth just thrown away, lost, or chopped up for firewood. Household wastes, now this is a minor one, and I wasn't sure which way to, I'm sitting on the fence, because I applaud the progress in terms of city policy, but I think we're going to have the streets lined with bins, large bins, and there are many, properties where there's nowhere to store them, and the city's going to have more and more of these bins all over the place. I think we've got to encourage waste reduction, more education, and more other options rather than just collecting it and dumping it. But that's so it's ongoing research and action for recycling. I know that's expensive. And unfortunately, my online submission didn't have its attachment. I got all muddled up. And so there are missions on the form, and I wanted to mention the Dunedin Heritage Festival and the need for it to be recognised as Dunedin's one of the important biennial heritage festivals. At the moment it's limping along, and Southern Heritage, as you probably know, has run the last 3. And those in every case was just to stop the festival fading away.
Thanks, Anne. Your 5 minutes is up. You'll have a chance again on Thursday to expand upon that.
Oh, okay. Can I just say Gasworks is another one?
Oh, yeah.
Rope walk.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Anne, for all of your amazing work on the Dunedin Heritage Festival, which I just want to touch on again. So, how much funding do you get for the festival?
Nil.
Okay, I think you've made an application though to the
Yes.
to
the Community Events Fund, yes.
Yes, yeah.
But we need funding to pay somebody to organise it, keep it together. That's what's missing.
So when you talked about the council's 10-year vision, you called it superficial, and I just wonder if you have a vision for the city that you might like to share with us.
Oh, right. I didn't mean to say the vision was superficial. It was my understanding from the annual plan. Yeah. So I think Dunedin is certainly, we need to reinforce where the capital, Dunedin's the capital heritage of
Heritage capital of New Zealand.
New Zealand, and the great small city, and everything we can do to maintain this and enhance it. That's what we're backing.
And you just touched on the gasworks at the end. Was there something that you wanted to add about that?
Well, it's neglected, and it was cut adrift from belonging to the Otago Settlers Association, Museum, under Elizabeth Hines, and since then it's been struggling. And it's run by a small group of trusts and volunteers, but it's a struggle because of its nature, but it's internationally important, Category 1, heritage listing, district plan, the whole lot. It's a huge asset, along with the rope walk, for Dunedin, internationally, nationally. So it just needs a hand, and the urgent thing is getting on with the buildings that need to be, there's one major building that is, we can't use it because it needs to be strengthened and maintained, and that's deteriorating quickly.
So can I just ask, so under the Southern Heritage Trust, which are coming later in the week, are you going to ask for some funding for the gasworks?
Well, we hadn't put it in, which we should have done, so that's why I'm... And also the gasworks should have got round to getting an application in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Hi, Anne. Just want to touch back on your commentary on the bins.
Yes.
I think we may have not been clear in our consultation document the size of the green waste bin. It's small, about the size of a kitchen bucket, would go under your kitchen sink, and the intention is that it would separate that green waste out from your red bin, so that later on the red bins could be even looked at for further sorting. So, in that context, what's your thought about the green bin? In terms of at the moment, it's costing us about $1 million in ETSs and producing methane if we don't get it out.
Right, yeah. No, well, I thoroughly agree with you, yeah.
Councillor Elder.
Just a question related to doing up older buildings instead of demolition and the carbon footprint of that. Do you think we should be incentivising somehow through our processes doing up of old buildings?
Thank you for asking, because I was worried I'd slipped over that rather quickly. Absolutely. Adaptive reuse should always be the first call, and I think there should be more safeguards within the system of approval for the, well, obviously demolition, the whole thing, so that we're not losing in a overnight. Scribes is one of the recent ones, isn't it? So that there's always the process which takes into account, because I think decisions are made too quickly, and adaptive reuse and keep our city's character and what we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne.
Thank
See you
you.
again on Thursday. Sue Edwards. Welcome. Good morning. We're all yours for the next 5 minutes.
Okay, see if we can gavel it through. Okay, in your wants and wishes, I have 2 areas of comment. Mayfair Theatre stands out as the clear winner because it's well ahead. They would only need 2 or 3 million, not 31 point whatever you've got in here. It would be incredible in the development of that theatre and the use of it, of course. There is a disabled plan in place, so I believe, so that will be covered, and I'm very keen on that. The other thing was the truck diversion around the Wharf Street area, and I have that journey 3 days a week to the physio pool, and I can tell you it's really very tricky, and I would ask you to make very clear a good engineer's report if you're going to do a truck lane, because right now it's an incredible mess and very difficult to get through on most mornings. The intersection of Frederick Street particularly is badly organised with very little. I come over the overhead bridge from Portsmouth Drive around that way, and that is very poorly timed. There's very little time, and we get the logging trucks, of course, and people trying to buzz off to work quickly, so there's huge amounts of traffic going through that at peak times. So take care, take care. Now what I really want to talk about is real issues. Most of this is like the deck chairs on the Titanic, but I've got some real issues. Wastewater, I'm from Surrey Street, dear old Surrey Street, and we get the benefit of other people's shit coming through the Caversham Tunnel from that whole catchment, Kaikra Valley, right through to Wakaari. When there's a rain event, stormwater comes in through that area, goes right down Surrey Street, and we up to our calf muscles in other people's crap. So we've worked with Tom Dyer. After the so-called flood of 2015, he was very keen to say, we've set aside $35 odd million to revamp the Green Island part, but it will take 10 years. I don't see any mention of that in here. Some of the money's been spent in pipes along Kaikoura Valley. Well done. But we need the plant updated so that the shit doesn't have to come through the Caversham Tunnel and down through Surrey Street through Tahuna. Okay? The other major thing I want to talk about is climate change. You have made no moves on that in here, but we have an issue. The sand hills along the ocean beach are being washed away. Underneath Middle Beach, there's an old landfill. The rugby the young mums with their young children for rugby up there say they can smell the rubbish already. The people I know in the surfing out through St Clair say they can see brown water coming out from Middle Beach, clearly from the landfill. I would challenge you to say you need to look at that, put some money in it, get rid of the landfill, and then some of the interpretive material I saw from the St Clair conversations were very good in terms of what we could do for Middle Beach, which is slightly lowering it, landscaping and wooden access, foot access down to the beach, so that the sandhills are not constantly being used to play in and be destroyed. Last but not least, democracy in work. Well, I would say because this is not 10 years, the old 10-year plan hasn't finished, there should be some editing on your part, some response from the last 10-year plan before this one was put through to say things like, okay, we had the wastewater scenario in the last 10-year plan. What has happened to it? What is the money? I rung Mr Dyer. He has not been able to respond to me about how much money is left in that kitty, so there's some work for you guys to do. Okay, that's my submission.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that it's not necessarily clear in the consultation document, but the issues that are highlighted in that are new projects, so things that were signed off and included in the previous 10-year plan are still in there. We're just not asking for specific feedback on them because those are the questions in the document are around new spending and new projects. But we could, in future, we can make that clearer. Apologies for that. Happy to take questions?
Cheers.
Are you happy to take questions?
Hmm?
Are you happy to take questions?
Oh, not a problem.
I mean, there may not be any. I'm being presumptive. Councillor Elder.
You talked about the 2015 flood and other floods in Surrey Street and having to deal with shit. Would
Councillor.
you... Well, that's what she
It
said.
is.
We heard, but
Yeah, okay.
a sense of decorum would be helpful from the elected
Okay.
membership.
Okay. Would you like to see in the current plan a higher priority for the Green Island treatment station?
Absolutely. I thought it was already there in the last 10-year-old plan, so where has it disappeared to? There's no mention of it in this.
It hasn't disappeared, it's just not in that document.
Well, why didn't I get feedback? I asked for it when we were doing the submissions, talked extensively to Dougal McGowan about it, and he made notes on the fact. Well, you say talk to your people and your staff. I've talked to Tom in the past, found him very good. This time he let me down.
Further questions?
You should be asking about the travesty of Carisbrook and what that is like, because you're part of South Dunedin, aren't you? Well, that's in my submission too, but that's as all you rugby players should be bloody ashamed, quite frankly. You've left it linger on and on. All it is a mess, abandoned.
Thank you, Sue.
Looking disgusting.
Thank you.
Okay. All yours. I will await further developments.
and an apology from Ms. Doig, but it seems ill-placed. See her in the public gallery. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Bart, welcome. Okay.
I'm just in support of this glorious woman.
Kia ora.
Yes, we know who you are.
The next 5 minutes are yours to do with as you please. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm Yola Bart. I'm speaking on behalf of the Rōpū of the South Dunedin Community Network today. And first off, I just want to start by acknowledging and appreciating the work that councillors and City Council staff have put into building relationships of mutual trust and respect and reciprocity in South Dunedin. So I want to say thank you for that and start with that. There are 5 things that I'm going to highlight from our written submission. So, first off, we support the development of the Mayfair Theatre as a city's medium-sized theatre for the following reasons. So it's an opportunity to spread the creative mahi of the city into South Dunedin and add a sense of vibrancy and life into that main street where that theatre is located. We have a vision for South Dunedin's development as a creative hub and see a huge potential for the creative expression of our people in that place. And the theatre and developing the theatre is an amazing opportunity to encourage that. Yeah, the Mayfair has the potential to be a truly beautiful and culturally significant building in South Dunedin and in the city as a whole, actually. So secondly, we strongly support the building of as much community housing as possible. At the moment, 50% of the population of the wider South Dunedin area rents their homes, and much of that housing stock is old and cold and damp, as you all well know. And with rental costs far outstripping the ability of a number of families to be able to pay that, it becomes essential to invest in increased social housing and to ensure that that housing is built tailored to the changes that the future holds due to climate change. So with sustainability and climate adaptive practices in mind. Excellent. So we also applaud the Council's commitment to the building of the South Dunedin Community Centre and Library. That's incredible. And we encourage and urge staff involved to keep that momentum going. There's a huge sense of enthusiasm from the community and the folks that we interact with on a day-to-day basis. Enthusiasm and curiosity. And so we really urge that momentum to keep going. Fourth, the South Dunedin community has told us very clearly and repeatedly that they want improved playground facilities in our area. And DCC staff agrees, and that process, there is some movement there, and so we actually just want to inform the Council that that's on our radar and will be a part of the work that we do as we move forward, especially supporting that momentum. Cool. And finally, this is going to be not 5 minutes. Finally, we strongly urge the Council to further grow the place-based community development fund. That fund has made an immense difference to what we as an organisation are able to do, and community development is an absolutely core part of moving forward in a climate vulnerable future. In general, community development is essential in a city, community development organisations are, and so we encourage that fund to be administered in a way that supports collaboration between groups and between funders, and also in a way that looks forward into the long term, hence the 10-year plan. It should be thinking at least and allowing us to plan at least 10 years into the future. That is absolutely essential, as the work that we're doing is long-term and needs to be long-term. Kia ora, thank you. Look forward to working with you in the future.
Kia ora, Yul. Just on the playgrounds, there's a report coming to Council's meeting on the 25th of May that's reporting back on that specific piece of work. So just to flag that with you for your interest. You're happy to take questions. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Eula and Eleanor. Beautiful branding. I want to ask just a question around the place-based funding, which I know has been very crucial to you guys, and you alluded in your submission to an increase in that amount. And of course, as you know, this is largely a budgeting process we have here, so it would help us if you could indicate what some sort of percentage or dollar figure, what would be dream big.
I'm actually going to let you answer that.
So currently the council gives us $40,000 a year, and when one considers the amount of mahi that we are doing, that is really positive for the city as a whole, I think that's a cheap buy, to be quite honest. I would really encourage the council to consider the overall impact of the work that we're doing, given that we have a very strong kaupapa of cooperation and collaboration, that we are not a confrontational, aggressive organisation. So I think it's easier for the council to work with us, and we do a lot of work for the council. I would love to see, I'd love to see $100,000. Go on, guys, you know you can do it. But anything more than 40, because actually 40 grand doesn't go anywhere, and we need more people. We've got currently one full-time employee, and it's too much. Yeah. Okay, and I'm just thinking the word aggression and Eleanor Doig don't really go in the same sentence. The second question relates to your, again in your submission, when you talked about playgrounds, you mentioned the need for skate parks. And I probably should know this, but I'm curious to know, are there currently any skate parks in South Dunedin that are of any quality?
Of any quality? Of any quality? It depends who you talk to, but I don't think so. No. I think that there are facilities at the dinosaur park,
Milo Park,
that people use as skate park, and I think there is actually maybe a ramp or two, but the answer is no.
And in addition to that, the imagining that we have for this park, for this playground, is not just little kids. Like, we'd like to have a little kids area, a sort of teenagey area, and an area for older people. This is an area with a lot of older people, and also it's right over the road from the Blind Foundation. So to have a really full community leisure area, we're talking about the Bathgate Park site, which Claire Swift is too. We're thinking proper playground, not just tiddlies.
Depends how creative your skateboarders are, I think. Councillor Houlihan.
You mentioned cultural significance of the Mayfair Theatre. Could you just expand on that? Do you mean the architecture, or are you meaning other things?
All of the above. I think the architecture has significance. It's, what was it, 1914, and one of the oldest theatres in the country. And at the same time, I think that the events that are held in that space and the potential for, I'm thinking right now, because of the playground conversation, generational collaboration and all of the things that come with allowing people to express and be creative, that's the culture, that's a cultural significance.
Any significance to mana whenua, is that?
Not that I know of.
No, I didn't know of it, that's why I wondered.
I can't speak to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. Thanks for coming today, guys. I want to ask, on the community playground emphasis, you're talking Bathgate Park on Hillside Road, end of Bathgate Park, and some concepts have been large playgrounds in certain focused areas of the city to deal with the catchment area that would use it. Is that the kind of scale you're talking about? Like,
Claire Swift does the playground work. She's done a study of the demography. There are more kids in South Dunedin than anywhere else, And if you look at a map of where playgrounds are in the city, there's this great empty bit. That's South Dunedin. Yeah.
And that use of playgrounds by older people has been well demonstrated at Margaret Mayhew up in Christchurch.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The other one I want to touch on was community housing,
Yes.
and your support of it at this point. At this stage, can you just bang your mic off while I get that wicked? Yeah, that's all right. At this stage, we've got what we have in the budget that we're consulting on right now. The question I have is actually over the next 3-year period, before we go into the next 10-year plan, would you like another discussion where you bring your experiences in South Dunedin back to the council about how we might deal with that particular area of the city in terms of community housing?
You can't shut an old girl up, can you? Yes, absolutely. I think the big sort of elephant in the room around this stuff is the climate adaptive housing. Like, can we build housing in this area so that people don't have to move away from their community, but that is safe in face of rising water? Yeah, and I think we can. There's plenty of global information around that. We can do that, but we need to be imaginative, and we need to be committed to that. And I think we need to start that planning now. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for your
Can I just
submission.
add one thing very quickly to that? You ask if we would like a further conversation. Always. Yeah. Always. Yes, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Appreciate it. Dr. Barrett. Speaking on behalf of our food network, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, my name's Andy Barrett, and I'm speaking as chair of our food network, Dunedin. It's 8 years since I addressed planning hearings in this room. I think it was actually the same chair, it certainly feels like it. And on that occasion I was arguing for the establishment of the position of a local food coordinator. Our submission met with a favourable response, and that position was filled and became known as the Good Food Dunedin Coordinator. That position has been vacant since the resignation of the person appointed to that role, and we're asking for that position to be filled again as soon as possible. But what we're also asking for is for a review of the job description and for the position to be moved away from what it was called the Economic Development Unit, is what Enterprise New Zealand, Dunedin now or something like that anyway. But we suggest that if the position is refilled, it get moved to a department which we believe would be better suited to a redefined role. On the first point about refilling the position, we'll simply repeat the reasons that we put forward 8 years ago, and we attached that original document with our written submission. But there were 4 main reasons there. The first one was that the position actually enables the DCC to meet the objectives set out in a number of its planning documents. The second one was that it can bring improvements to many aspects of our lives: social, cultural, environmental and commercial, as well, of course, as health. It's very much in line with international best practice. And finally, it contributes to the city's image as a good place to live and work. Those reasons we think are as valid now as they were then. And in our view, the COVID crisis and the climate emergency combine to make that original argument all the more powerful. On the second point, reviewing the job description, we can say with the benefit of hindsight and also with the experience of having worked with the coordinator, that the role of Good Food Coordinator should not have a primary focus on economic development. A great many of the benefits that can be delivered to the city by this position are not readily expressed in financial terms. What I'm saying is that this is more about community benefit than it is necessarily about commercial gain, although it doesn't exclude that. Our submission offers some thoughts, which we hope you don't find impertinent, as to what the job might involve. And those suggestions are based very much on the productive collaboration that we've had with the coordinator as members of our food network. Of particular note here is the work that we've done recently to support small-scale food growers, home, school and community gardeners in the form of an edible garden resource. This is available both in print and as a web document. To get the full benefit of this resource, we believe that it's essential for it to be delivered via practical face-to-face education, and this is why we are requesting, in addition to the refilling of the post, a fund of at least $10,000 to support a well-coordinated program. One last point. In our submission, we recommend that the Good Food Dunedin coordinator provide advice on policy development. One of the things that we have in mind here is the prospect of the DCC setting up a food policy council, along the lines of many such councils now in operation around the world. We understand that there is a real possibility now of partnering with the DHB in the creation of a food policy council of our own, and we think that it's time we did so. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Andy. Questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Andy, for a very clear and thoughtful submission. The first question is, I guess, the relationship question. So what are the benefits to our food network of the Food Dunedin coordinator? And I guess, subsequent to that, what are the consequences of that position being disestablished?
Well, I think one of the things that the coordinator has done is to create strong relationships with groups that our volunteer network doesn't have. So with business and all sorts of other groups. And also it's much easier, I think, for the DCC to establish a good relationship, say, with Health Board than it is for us as a group. So I see it very much, the benefits as a sort of triangulated relationship. We can do certain work with the coordinator, but the coordinator can also do work with other bodies around the city so that we can actually build something which is much more community-wide. And a follow-up to that, you mentioned in your submission that other cities provide a more comprehensive program of gardening education. Are those cities in New Zealand, and which ones are Well,
they?
the most obvious one is Christchurch. And one of the things which I could mention here is that what's happened in Christchurch, and obviously it's partly, probably largely as a result of the earthquakes up there, but there has been a lot of work done in actually identifying spaces around the city which are appropriate for gardening, and quite a lot of money has been put into supporting local volunteer groups and others to make those sorts of things happen. And I would say that in this particular area, one of the most important things for Dunedin to consider as a council is that as we go for more infill development, the possibilities for home gardening become smaller and smaller. And we really need to think about that. I think, as we've said in our submission, one of the things that we think that a food coordinator could do quite now is start to do some careful work about identifying spaces which we could actually use for people to grow their own food. We've got some community gardens now. I think community gardens themselves could actually do with some support and help, but we also need to be looking at other opportunities, and ideally even setting aside some space to ensure that we have the capacity to grow food within the city. And one final thing is that those kinds of spaces in other cities particularly have been places where urban agriculture has been started. And this has been a really, really important international movement, and it's something which I believe is quite possible in Dunedin.
Councillor Houlihan.
2 questions. Do you have any concerns about the a reduction in arable land in our city?
Well, the only concerns we have particularly is that particularly high quality soils, I'm thinking particularly here of the Taeri, I think it's absolutely essential that those are protected, and I understand there are some protections there, and that hopefully there will be more protections coming through central government guidance. So I certainly believe that we need to do everything that we can to protect and preserve land for growing things, but by the same token, I think it's important that we identify areas which will be suitable for housing development. So I think it's a matter for our planners to do good work around that. So, but the Taeri is the obvious example.
And what support did you get from economic development when you came under economic development? Was there?
Well, I mean, we're a volunteer group. The food coordinator who had that role did, I think, quite a lot of work which wasn't, dare I say it, strictly within the bounds of what was required of her, but she could see that there was useful work in this area that she could do, and she could see that working with groups like ours actually brought a very important voice into the conversation.
And did they provide an office for her and all that sort of thing, or how did it? What support did they give you?
Well, it didn't give us any support.
Right.
It was just simply a position within the DCC, so all of that was handled just through the economic development unit as was. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Hello, Andy. This position, we have, I'm thinking of our Waste and Environmental Solutions unit, which as we change our attitude towards waste will eventually become the Environmental Solutions unit. Are we looking at a position to perform a function, or potentially a function to make sure the council is actually performing?
I think either.
Yep.
Frankly, I mean, I think the important thing is that this activity is properly supported. How it's actually done, I think, is a matter for council to decide.
Excellent.
So
that's an important clarifying point, I think.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for your submission, Andy. Good to see you.
Well, thank you for calling me doctor, by the way.
I would hate to have seen all those years of academic toil go disregarded, Andy.
They have.
Ms. Derbyshire. What is causing that hum? Oh. Sorry, it's not clear to me what we are anticipating. What are we anticipating?
Oh no, she's just could hear a buzz. Oh yes, I'll just get that open this week. Otako, thank you. on my proposal for a multi-purpose gymnasium space to be built at Moana Pool. Who would benefit from such a facility? The Dunedin public. Removing these sports user groups from the pool deck when they are not actually in the water improves access and egress to the pool. It improves the sight lines and visibility within the facility for lifeguards. That improves the health and safety of all the members of the pool at the time. It creates a rentable gymnasium space for members of the public, for holiday programs, for meetings, for birthday parties that cannot currently be catered by the 2 small spaces that are currently available at the pool. And it has the potential for economic increase by hosting international FINA-level diving and swimming events. Aquatic user groups gain a nearby, safe, dry, non-slip environment to warm up and cool down and meet before and after, rather than using the pool deck. At the moment, they are running up and down the slippery gallery stairs, and they are skipping ropes on the wet pool surface. They also gain dry storage equipment, or dry storage space for their technical equipment, their computer equipment, which is currently at risk for moisture damage, stored at the pool. Diving Otako is the local springboard and platform diving club that I represent. They would gain a purpose-built in-house dryland training facility. Dryland is an integral component of diving. You want to be able to practice your skills, perfect those skills in a safe environment before you do it off the 10-meter platform into the pool. Currently, Diving Otako uses space at Dunedin Gymnastic Academy. We're limited by the number of hours and the physical space within that facility. Should they move to another facility, we may lose access to dryland completely. Ideally, dryland is used immediately before the pool, so you warm up, you practice your skills in the dryland facility, and then you move immediately to the water. At the moment, that can't be done. Where would it go? I've been working with the Dunedin City Moana Pool staff for the last couple of years on this particular issue, and I'm sorry if I am wrong, but my most recent conversations are around the fact that the hydro slides may be coming down. They're old, they need to be moved and relocated potentially to the green grassy space behind the learner's pool. This creates available space for a multi-purpose gymnasium. On the right there, you can see the current zoning. The whole area is zoned recreational, and that purple area is major recreational use, so it can go there. I wanted to show you some photos of what actually happens around the world. Some of these photos are purpose-built specific for dryland diving. We'd be looking for something that's more multi-purpose, multi-user friendly, but this is Adelaide. You can see diving boards going into a foam pit. There's also a trampoline leading into a foam pit. This is Singapore, same kind of thing. There'd be a harness above the trampoline there, as well as a trampoline that leads into the foam pit. This is Kiev, Ukraine, the World Junior Diving Venue. Again, we've got diving boards leaning into crash pads as well into a foam pit at the end. This is Victoria, Australia, same thing. This is Texas. Now, the reason I popped this photo in is because just in the foreground on the bottom left, you can see spin bikes. So this is a multi-use facility. In that particular one, it's hard to see, but the foam is actually black. So those diving boards are leaning into a black foam pit. This is Toronto, again, a multi-user space. On the left-hand photo, you've got a hardwood floor with a ballet bar and a mirror. Just beyond that is a multi-user conditioning area. And then past that, down at the end, is the photo on the right. So we've got driving boards leading into a flexible space. They lead onto a crash mat. If you move the crash mat aside, there's a foam pit underneath. This is the London Olympic facility. So we've got diving boards leading onto crash pads as well as into foam pits. And these photos were taken last week at the Diving World Cup at the brand new Olympic facility in Tokyo. I wanted to show you the facility in use. I'm going to try and do a video. So these are our Olympic divers, or the ones that qualified from the Olympics, using a dryland facility. You can see multiple users using diving boards, warming up really, onto trampolines and crash pads. And we'll zone in here on Anton Down Jenkins, who is our latest qualified diver to go to the Olympics. My request of this council is for a budget for a feasibility study of $60,000 to look specifically at this project. A commitment to tender for the feasibility study within the next 12 months.
I request that the feasibility study go to open tender, and that all aquatic user groups are consulted when generating the scope of this feasibility study to make sure that it caters for every group that currently uses the pool. Finally, that I or another member of the Diving New Zealand Board or Technical Committee is engaged throughout the process to ensure that the dryland diving portion meets FINA requirements so that we can hold international competitions here in Dunedin. Thank you from the divers from Diving Otako. I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah, thank you. Questions? Councillor Reddick.
Thanks, Alison. An excellent presentation. Have you engaged with any of the other user groups at Moana Pool? Have you talked to the swimmers and such?
Yes, I have. As soon as I put this submission through, I emailed all of the list of user groups that are available at the pool and let them know that I was putting in the submission, encouraged them to make their own submission and to communicate directly with the pool with their requirements. Prior to that, about 2 years ago, I engaged with the largest user group of the pool, which is the swimming board, and got their input as to what they would be requiring in terms of multiple user space.
Right, and did they have any different suggestions or complementary suggestions compared to what you've showed us today?
What I've showed you today, a lot of those photos were specific to the sport of diving, with a couple of photos thrown in about how the spaces could be used multi-purpose. I know that in Dunedin, the space has to be used by more than one group. So we will need to make sure that there is enough space for those other users. Informal communications from the swimmers is that they would need space for at least 30 people to do warm-up exercises. So in the photo, there was a photo in Toronto of a hardwood floor area with a mirror and a bar, something like that, but perhaps a larger scale. Something that they could do their skipping safely, that they could do some body weight exercises, that kind of thing. Just beyond that photo, there was again a general conditioning area where they could be doing their sit-ups, they could be doing their push-ups, they could be doing that kind of thing in a safe, warm, dry environment next to the pool, but off the pool deck.
Right. And would you imagine that those diving boards and foam pits would be available for other sporting clubs or general public to use, or would it be just for divers?
I can imagine the foam pit would be a really high user item within Dunedin. There's really nobody else that has a foam pit in Dunedin, and the gymnasts in particular really want access to a foam pit. There are other user groups. The trampolinists would really appreciate something like that, particularly with harnesses over top to practice their skills in a safe environment. Ceiling height is a major issue within Dunedin in terms of trying to find usable space for sports groups, particularly the rhythmic gymnastics. If that floor area was big enough to house rhythmics, and now they require a lot of height, they require 12-meter height. So if something like that was available, there's another user group that could use that space.
Thank you.
Less so perhaps underwater hockey. Councillor Elder.
Thank you for that submission, Alison. I was just wondering, is there any other places in New Zealand that have such a facility?
Well, I can tell you that Auckland has a very small facility actually at West Wave Pool. So they do have dry boards that leading into crash pads. They have trampolines with harnesses there. It is right next door to the pool. Wellington has a facility that is immediately next to the pool facility. So it's separated by about 5 meters, 10 meters maximum. And they have something that's right next door. So they can train in their dryland space and then move immediately to the pool. It's not built to FINA standards, but it is their available option. The Dunedin only has this. Hamilton is the other diving facility currently in use. I'm not entirely sure what they use, to be fair. They have a space that they share with a preschool gym. It is low ceiling height. They've got mats and conditioning space in there. I'm not sure whether they have access to trampolines and harnesses.
Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Alison. I was just wondering, if you are thinking of 60,000 for a feasibility study, have you any idea what the type of facility you want would cost in total? And would you expect us to fund all of it?
Loaded question. I have been involved in one feasibility study in the past, so that's the only thing I'm going off of. I was involved in the feasibility study on behalf of on behalf of Dunedin Gymnastic Academy, looking at a multi-user space behind Logan Park facility. That feasibility study was set at $30,000 from my understanding. It ran into a lot of issues around earthworks, from what I recall, and I believe the entire facility price, inclusive of earthworks, was, I believe, like $10 million. But I think that was mainly because of the status of the ground underneath. I'm not a surveyor, sorry. I don't know how much a facility would cost.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Alison. I'm conscious of the ice stadium down here has the best ice in New Zealand. As a consequence, we end up winning a lot of national and even sometimes international competitions because of the quality of the facility. If this was to be built, would this have that same kind of effect? Like if you had the proper warm-up and training areas, do you have the right diving pools to attract the right kind of competitions?
We actually have 2 diving pools at Moana Pool. So there is an older facility, and then we have the new facility, which is several years old at this point, but it is ideal to be hosting some competitions of an international standard. We have an amazing university here. At the moment, divers are choosing to remain in Auckland or Wellington instead of going to university down here because the facilities aren't ideal to practice all of their skills, particularly from the 10-meter platform. So we could gain additional growth in Dunedin just purely by linking the pool facilities with the university.
Thanks, Alison.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ms. White. Welcome. Just check your microphone on there.
How many times have you had to say that already today?
Oh, well, last year it was you're on mute, so
right.
This is easier.
True, this is better, yep.
The next 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. I know this is going to be a long week for you, so I'll try to be brief. I will take our submission as read. However, I would say the one thing is that our submission was lacking visuals. So I have brought along a slideshow that I'm sure will be queued up here in a moment. Just to kind of show it's a bit of storytelling, visual storytelling. I won't speak to any of those slides, they're just photos, so please enjoy those as they go through. And certainly if you have any questions about what you see, I'm happy to answer any questions about that afterwards. But just want to start out with a bit of gratitude to this council and to the councillors. You have been behind us from the very, very beginning, from when we visualized and dreamed up this hospital, and you've been a long-time supporter, and we really appreciate that. So it's always been important to the Wildlife Hospital that we become a community institution that the community is proud of, and we do hope that we've made the council and the community proud with the successes that we've had, and certainly hope that you take a little bit of credit for some of the success and the achievements that we've had, because you're a big part of what we've done in the last 3 years since we've been open. So thank you, kia ora, for that. And I would want to give you a few updates. So since we put in our submission, we have a few things to tell you about that will be relevant. Well, you will have seen the list of some of the taonga species that we treat and that we have treated in the last few years since we've been open. In the last couple of weeks, we've had an additional kakapo in hospital. And any of you who may have been listening to RNZ's Checkpoint last night would have heard a story about that kakapo patient, Milford. We've also just been featured at the BBC's travel show that aired in the UK a couple of weeks ago, so bringing some attention to the work that we do with Hoiho, and also featured our conservation partners, Penguin Place. So some great PR for the hospital and for the city of Dunedin overseas just recently. And today we have 7 very special patients arriving in hospital. We have 7 kaki or black stilts coming in from Christchurch facility. That's a very, very endangered species, only 170 individuals left. So we're making quite a big difference for that population. And just this last weekend, Dr. Lisa Argilla had her investiture ceremony at Wellington Government House. So she has now officially been made a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit. And I think that's probably one of the more relevant updates to give you, seeing as how our request centers around that particular talent. So at this point, very happy to answer any questions about our submission that you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you for your submission, Ms. White, and congratulations on the photo at the weekend. I have a couple of questions. One is, what would be the consequence of not getting the funding you're proposing
Sure,
in the submission?
It will definitely have an impact on us because we haven't yet been able to secure funding anywhere else for this gap in our budget. So we're going to have to look at a couple of options. One would be potentially contracting our staffing levels, not necessarily eliminating a job, but perhaps reducing hours. And we would also probably have to look at triaging the species that we treat or the number of patients that we treat. That would be a way for us to reduce the strain on our capacity, essentially. We truly don't want to do that. We've seen over the last 3 years that there's a huge range of species that need our help. Over 75 different species have come into the hospital. We don't want to have to go through the painful process of prioritizing those species, but unfortunately that's the reality that we would have to look at doing. And the other thing that I think needs to be considered is if we wouldn't give up, obviously, on finding this funding, but that removes our focus on caring for our patients, which is our first priority, as well as the engagement and education that's really part of our mission. So it would take more of our energy to do the fundraising part if we don't secure this funding soon.
So my second question is, following up on that, obviously you have Dangla species from outside of Dunedin.
Yes.
What benefits does that bring to the city, the fact that you have species coming from outside of the city?
Yep, so most of our patients you'll have seen in the submission do come from the Dunedin area. However, we do have a number of Taonga species that come to us, and I actually mentioned 2 of those already, so that one would be the kakapo, another would be the kaki or the black stilt. We're also the main vets for the takahe recovery program as well. So we kind of would consider those, in addition to being Taonga species, they are a very high profile sort of glamour species, for lack of a better term. That's not my term, that's a marketing term, I suppose. So that one of the main things that does for the city and for us as an institution is there's a lot of media attention that comes along with that. So again, I've already mentioned too, we had a story on RNZ last night about the kakapo patient. We had a story in Stuff last week about our work with kaki black stilt. Huge international attention for some of these species, kakapo in particular. Don't underestimate the marketing potential of a kakapo for this city. I mean, it is massive. We had one social media post, just one post about kakapo that had over 1 million views and thousands of shares. So it really puts Dunedin on the map internationally when we get that kind of attention with those species in-house. So that's quite it.
So
I don't know how to quantify that attention. I can say anecdotally, I have seen a number of times, especially in the last year, on our social media, comments from people overseas saying, Dunedin's on my must-do list when the borders open back up. So I know that we are attracting people here.
So finally, what other engagement do you do in the wider community? And I love the term glamour patient, it's a new one. Yeah. But what kind of wider engagement?
Sure, yep. So the short answer is heaps. We try to do as much engagement and education as we can. So we have sort of a twofold mission. One is the veterinary care, so that's the first part of our mission. The second part is around education and engagement. So that's both education in the polytech space, which is one of our cornerstone partners, but also in the community. Okay, so we really want people to be engaged in conservation, interested in the challenges that our native species face, and then trying to get them to take action. So it's super important to us. One of the big components of that engagement for us is with schools. So it's trying to sort of instill those kaitiaki values with young people and get them to understand the changes that they can make. So we have a bunch of programs with schools. Most at this point are informal. I get lots of inquiries for classes in schools that want to come into the hospital. Unfortunately, we can't do that, so I go to them. That's usually a result of the engagement, is that I go speak to classes, sometimes whole schools. We participate in a lot of existing community events and institutions, I would suppose you'd say, like Wild Dunedin Festival, International Science Festival, community events like Brighton Gala Day, the Thieves Alley Market Day, that kind of thing, just to have that presence to chat with people about the work that we do. And Hopefully, you've all seen our monthly column in the Star newspaper. So we've been running a monthly column talking about our patients and the work that we do for a number of years. We have a monthly radio spot on OAR FM. We just try to get out as much as possible in the community and let people know what we're doing and how they can help. Yeah.
I think they prefer the term charismatic megafauna as opposed to glamour patient.
Yeah, I think that would be specific to the sea lion. I'm biased. I love sea lions, but yep, that's true. Charismatic. I think that's a great way to.
Thanks, Georgiana.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And sorry that the pictures weren't working. I don't know what happened there.
That's fine. We can circulate them separately. That's fine.
No problem.
I'll move that we adjourn the meeting now until we'll be back and start again at 11:15. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. if you could make sure that that you have one microphone on at a time, that would be helpful from a feedback point of view. Otherwise, the next 5 minutes are all yours.
Perfect. Thanks. We're here today on behalf of the Dunedin Youth Council. I think everyone should have our submission, but just as a quick introduction, we have decided to use different questions. We have read over the console, and we did provide the DCC consultation document with all of our submissions and all of our surveys, but just in an attempt to reach a wider range of youth and for them to get a deeper understanding of what we were trying to achieve, we've tailored our own youth-specific questions. Just a quick 4. Max is now going to run over them for us, for you.
Okay. We asked 4 questions. We asked, what do you love most about Dunedin? We asked, what do you think the council should prioritise protecting? What do you think the council, what do you think the DCC needs to change to make the best Dunedin? And what do Dunedin youth think is the biggest issue moving forward? And from those, we got 4 main areas which we believe youth want work done. Protecting Dunedin's green spaces and natural environment, and developing community resources, facilities and accessibility. Specifically, youth wanted to see a more concrete vision of the carbon neutral 2030 goal to further protect South Dunedin and the beaches around that area. Ensure growth for green space and wildlife within the communities in Dunedin. We wanted to see that growth was ensured of community facilities and resources so that community groups could continue to be a major part of Dunedin. And we wanted to see, youth wanted to see that transport was improved and further developed and options were given. We were also seeing that many responses considered that marginalised communities needed to have a bigger voice and a bigger seat at the table. And specifically through the course of the survey, we found that queer communities were what youth considered the most important to receive this support. And so we thought that it would be important to see that youth have access to spaces, queer youth have access to spaces where they are safe and welcome. We also saw that many youth considered that addictions and various substances were major issues in their communities, and suggestions that the bylaws considering alcohol and vapes needed to be reconsidered to further support our communities. Now, Blake is going to go back over specifics about the 10-year plan.
I am just aware that we might have cut this down to less than 5 minutes. But in conjunction with using our own questions, we were aware that it would need to relate back to the DCC's 10-year plan. So in our survey at page 11, we have got a full breakdown of relevance within the 10-year plan consultation document, but there were just 3 key points that we got out of it. So the first was manua whenua relationships, and working within those groups and within supporting those communities, especially in youth environments, and ensuring that they have a seat in the table and an ability to speak with and to council about any upcoming or current projects working in their community, as well within climate change and the climate response, particularly from South Dunedin youth. We found that there was a lot of key concern about weather events and rising sea levels and how that would affect them and their families or their families moving forward, as youth are well aware that we will face the most change within our lifetimes. As well, with the arts and the arts venues, there was a call for support, particularly post-COVID, with the arts communities and ensuring that youth still get that ability to enter the sector or make a change and make footsteps where they're wanting to go. There was a lot of call to build up safer spaces and facilities within the CBD and within particularly the Octagon, which lends quite well to the redevelopment of the New Athenaeum Theatre. However, we have had questions and concerns about whether that would mean removing the library from that space. Waste management came up in a good few responses, particularly around composting.
That was your 5 minutes.
Sweet, so we didn't cut it down.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you, both for your submission and for your presentation, but also the work that you've taken on to be a conduit to a wider network of young people than the Youth Council itself. It's a demographic within the city that traditionally we haven't been particularly successful at reaching. So thank you in your support for casting that net a little wider. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I see there's 96 respondents from Logan Park High School. That's the highest out of all of them. Do you know why that was? Like, what was the main issue for them around there?
So all of our survey had an individual link for each school that we did send out to school boards or admin facilities, but with differing policies and accessibility within those schools. Some schools chose to publish or send it to all students, while others didn't or kept it to just a class or a particular group. And so Logan Park did manage to send it around to all of our students.
Oh, right. Yeah. Are you both from Logan Park? Are you even at school? You do look... I said, is it me or kids have got looking older these days?
Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks very much for your really great submission. I actually want to touch on the waste management component you said about the composting in the CBD. Was that specifically for the high density areas like the CBD, or was that like for people transiting through and you've got green waste on you that you just don't feel like you should be putting in the red bins?
So a lot of that was around the existing 3-bin or 1-bin system and introducing either a compost option or replacing the 1-bin units with the 3-bin systems. And as well as within the CBD, that was for community areas as well. So places like St Kilda or St Clair, where youth are looking for a wider option to make more of a difference.
And so that is a case of when, like those 3 bins or the rubbish bins on, they're not the rubbish bins obviously because it's 3 bins, they're the bins that are on the street, and you're saying that there's a feedback that they'd like to be able to disassemble what they have into the right parts so that it would go to the right place, and green bins would be a necessary component?
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, so it's things like with any, drink bottles or anything, it's something where parts of it are recyclable and parts of it aren't, or with paper cups or anything where you can compost the cup but not the lid, and so the ability to split it up or to do the right thing and make the difference is really important within our youth.
Thanks, guys. This was an awesome submission to read. The top answer to the first question was natural environment. The top answer to the second question was natural environment. The top answer to the fourth question was climate change. Therefore, are the youth of Dunedin sending everyone around this table and anyone in the positions of authority a clear message?
Yes. And the short answer, I believe that youth very consistently throughout this whole submission have said that climate change and natural environments is Dunedin's biggest asset currently and needs to be protected against climate change and other factors. This is clearly a serious issue that many people are thinking is significant, and there is such a sheer majority of people that this can't be ignored.
I thank you for your survey. It was just really well done. I'm really impressed. On page 17, again, the natural environment and green spaces, You've got ensuring community resources and facilities continue to grow and develop. Were there any themes in that answer?
Yes, so especially within the green space, the town belt was brought up quite a lot, and as well as that, the botanical gardens were quite popular, and with the idea that there would be more places for youth to hang out or to gather or anything within that green space, and then as well within the CBD or within community centres itself, having more teen or youth space for particularly minority groups to feel safe.
Cool. And there's a playground review going on. Were there any comments around adolescent space in playgrounds?
No, so not that we could find, and not within the submission.
Okay.
But we are open to doing a separate survey and more in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. Mr. Hawkins. A no-show.
A no-show.
No relation as far as I'm aware. Not particularly well connected to that branch of the family tree. Ms. Griffin. Welcome. We're all yours.
Good morning, Your Worship. As you all will have noted, seen, our submission is short and sweet. Public toilets are a no-brainer, and I know everybody wants them. Well, definitely having one on the cycleway is the most important for us. We'd also like to see them at Purakaunui and Aramoana. Sycamores, that's continuing, that's fantastic. We'll keep going, keep going, keep going. I see them losing their leaves right now, and there's lots of them. The most important thing for us is an upgrade of George Street in Port Chalmers. As you can see there, 1998 was the last time it was upgraded. We're just signalling this time to get it put into everybody's minds. It would be great if it was in a plan sometime within the next 3 years. The main street is, if anybody who's been out there recently, and people who live there, see that it is once again reviving, which is what happens in Port Chalmers and I'm sure other small communities. And last of all, the community pool. Once again, we've had a lot of talk on the socials and in the street about keeping the pool open for another month. I know that's a money issue. We'd just like to signal that we'd like that looked at again, please. That's us.
Kia ora, Fran. Councillor Walker.
Go on then. Thank you, Francisca, and thank you for a short submission and verbally as well. Much appreciated. 2 questions. In a perfect world, you haven't indicated a time here, but in a perfect world, what would be an appreciated timeline for the work on George Street to commence if we were of a mind to fund that?
Oh, sometime within the next 3 years, definitely. We need to ask the people of Port Chalmers and people of West Harbour that come out to Port Chalmers, people who have a vested interest, we need to get them and survey them as to what they want before we commence. And so, of course, that's going to take a while. That could take 6 months or so, I suppose. So, yes, 3 years would be awesome. Thank you very much.
Cool. And second question is, you alluded to the potential for an extension to the pool season. Have you any idea if that was to happen? Because I'm curious as to why this time of the year is chosen. If that did happen, what would happen in terms of the numbers? Would they likely just stay as they are? Would they go up? Or
Historically, they have not gone up, but that's not to say they won't. It has been extended before, and there was a bit of a fall off, but who's to say that that will happen again, as I said.
Is there any reason for asking for this end of the season as opposed to the beginning, or what's the rationale behind the asking for it this time?
April's hot, Steve. September isn't. Opening it September 1st would be foolish because it would be cold. Yeah.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submission, being brief. Now, with the shared path going all the way to Port Chalmers, do you see that there will be a larger number of people visiting Port Chalmers in the foot?
Absolutely, and that's a really good point. Thank you, Councillor Elder. Yes, once the cycleway is finished, we would like to see, and have been talking within ourselves and as the board, having some kind of entrance way to Port Chalmers. Nothing too grand, just to show people what's ahead of them. And to have a beautiful main street again would be also advantageous because it would bring them back, I think.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting. The next question is just around the St Leonard's toilets, which I believe needs to go ahead desperately because, in fact, people need to be able to relieve themselves on that path.
I'm sure you'll enter that discussion with an open mind, Councillor.
Yes, an open mind, but the numbers look like they'll go up. That's all I'm kind of alluding to. Are you aware of any work being done on that presently?
Do you mean towards the toilets?
Yeah, St Leonard's.
Oh, yeah, they've been signalled, so I'm sure somebody's doing something.
I hope.
Fingers crossed.
I heard there was some work being done.
Yeah, well, there's massive toilet budget, but everybody in Dunedin wants them everywhere, so fingers crossed we're at the top of the list.
Thank you.
Thanks, Francesca. Are there any particular imperatives that are driving the desire, the call for a redevelopment of George Street in Port?
Could you just expand on that a bit? Sorry.
Was there anything that is driving the community to be asking for an upgrade?
Okay, sure. So what it was when we first signalled this would have been 6 years ago, something like that, was the cruise ships. But of course we haven't got those anymore, and who knows when they're going to come back. But we've got plenty of local tourists, and whilst the actuality of it will change as to what people want, which is why we want to go to our community and ask them, because it's no good us saying, well, let's do this with the parking, let's put whatever they're called, trees coming, little berm things. We need to ask them what they want. I know we need bike parks, we need an entrance to the town, we need perhaps to do a little bit to Chalmers Place, but personally I've got ideas, but I'm just, want to ask everybody else what they think. Shop owners are very keen to see the footpaths looking nicer. The trees that we've got look interesting.
So what would make the footpaths look nicer?
Pardon?
What do they think would make the footpaths look nicer?
Resurfacing them, because of course what happens everywhere and anywhere is that, footpaths get dug up and they get patched, and they get dug up and they get patched, so
the lack of uniformity.
That's the one, thank you, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your submission, appreciate it. Mr. Williams. Now, it's not a contest for brevity, Barry.
Plenty of questions. Yeah, thank you again.
You just chuck your microphone on there, Mr. Williams.
Been down here a few years and probably not achieved a hell of a lot, so let's the new board see if they can do something for us. First one is security integrity from flooding. There was a hiss and a roar and everyone was up there in January, but seems to have tapered off without a lot of things finished. I'm not saying it's Dunedin City Council, it might be regional, who are going to be there on Thursday to have a look to try and complete some stuff, but it was appreciated the action straight away, but we want the follow-up. I'll leave the next one to last. Cycle safety. well, probably we're all like that, but we've got a railway bridge, or a bridge over the railway bridge over the March Creek, and we've got some eyesore carriages and wagons from Dunedin. They seem to be quite happy to send them up there and out of your sight, but in our sight. We want to lift that bridge and have the cyclists go from the end of the rail trail to the station. But since prior to the flooding, some of our community think it should stay there. It's a 100-and-something-year-old bridge, but it's just blocking the water and poking it straight down to the township, which flooded businesses. So that's that one. I think while I'm on cycles, for the amount of money that's being spent on them, I think it's time that councils or people started looking, getting a little bit of money out of them. User pay, we get that rammed down our throat with resource consents, your libraries, everything else, and pools, which we've got one. But wouldn't be so bad if they all rode on their designated areas, but we've got them at night time and morning times early, riding the road. It's Highway 87, and it's only a matter of time before somebody gets flicked off. They think they own the bloody road, some of them, and then again it's a minority. Just we're like all other community boards. I think that the level of maintenance and upkeep, your spraying or all of that is absolutely disgraceful. I'm not blaming Whitestone at home. I'm blaming Filton Hogan. That it's probably the shabbiest our township's looked for quite a few years, sadly, and I understand there's a few of the other communities very similar. Lack of spraying or incorrect times and just grass cutting, all of those things. Hopefully we can work on it over the winter, and perhaps next year will be better. And roading, we keep going on about roading, but we're not asking for a lot, but would like it. The level of service stay the same, if not a wee bit better, but we understand that there's lots of costs. I did mention to somebody, and I'll talk to Doug one day, that such a thing as a rock grinder, and I think there's roads around home and the Dunstan Trail, it could be some of that rock ground down, and it would make the maintenance one hell of a lot less for a lot longer. But I'll talk with Doug sometime later. Public toilets, we're like everyone else, probably like an extra one, but as long as we keep the funding up for the present ones on the hall, I think it's working pretty well, very well used. So just, if we can keep that up and the other ones. Swimming club, you had Kate in yesterday, obviously, by the paper. And it'd be nice if they can increase that funding towards that. They've heated the pool this year and it's got one hell of a lot more use, and it might be a wee bit of a help while Mosgiel is still diddling around till, the time it's going to be out. So they've lifted the temperature, I think, from about 18 degrees to 29, so it's been incredible this year. But with heating there is a cost, and we all know that pools don't make profit or money. Now the last one, the railways, I just feel, and I'll throw Folden Mar in that, we're a bit like mushrooms up there. We're kept in the dark and fed whatever you like to say, but it's hard to get an answer. There's obviously groups that want to do certain parts of the track, but I'd be gutted if there's not something done to keep it going or maintain it. I'd hate to see it like the tramways or tram cars, all ripped out, and then 50 years down the track another group come and try and get it going again. I know you've got a lot of cycle lovers that think it would be great, but there'd be some huge costs to cover in the viaducts, or you'd have people blowing off and all sorts of damage. So I just like that to be followed through, and perhaps keep us informed. I know there's a certain amount of privacy in it, but it's pretty frustrating when we're at home that we don't really know, and there's different groups having to go at different parts, but I'd just like to see it retained. And I am a question I'll ask is that the PGF funds early on, I got told we were too late for the first round, the second round, and surely that's a good project that when it first started with George Emerson and Arthur Rockcliffe and that, there was not many people on it. A lot of money canvassed for our Middlemarch. We've done a lot in the station. And then it went up to in excess of 60 employees. And the cruise ships stopped through COVID. Next thing we're chopped right out. They cut us back from Pukerangi and then it got to Hindon. And I'd just like to ask how many councillors have been all the way to Middlemarch on a train.
Yeah, thanks, Barry.
So that's probably all I've got.
Yeah, it is. Appreciate that. You're happy to take questions?
Absolutely.
Councillor Hurley, I'm not sure why your microphone's on, but if you could turn it off, that would be helpful.
Oh.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Barry. I just want to delve into a little bit more about the benefit that the railways brought to Middlemarch. I have been on the train to Middlemarch and also attended one of the winter events that you did that was absolutely magical. Can you tell me about the effects that the train has had on the businesses in Middlemarch?
Well, it certainly is 2 or 3 or 4 that I know of that are no longer doing what they were doing. It started at Middlemarch and they went to Pukerangi, and of course it's what now, so a couple of people have shifted out of the district. There's more people shifting in all the time. It's good for the cafes. Well, we've only got one cafe now, combination of flooding and probably lack of patronage, but mainly flooding, I will say. The pub, everything just could benefit from it.
Councillor, if you could turn your microphone off when you're not using it.
We did have the barn dances, but then when the Torrey Gorge got a bit big for their own boots, they sort of made that too difficult. We had different days up there, but the tourists seemed to be the one and only dollar they wanted, and waste.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you for your submission. I'm just going to refer to the Otago Central Rail Trail and its impact on your community, just in the sense of how many people arrive there, etc., and what the impact in your community is.
Yeah, there's huge numbers. There's 1, 2, 3, about 4 different bike groups, and 3 of them that I know I've had 50 odd in one day. But with the train there, they used to be able to go back on the train. Now the tour groups come down and pick them up at Middlemarch and take them all back up Central, so or town or to the airport. So there's a wee bit of spin-off down here, but there were quite a few B&Bs and accommodation, but it became unprofitable.
Okay.
So they've dropped that. But yeah, the numbers have been probably good or very good, but
Yes.
it's about due to stop any day, I think.
Because in the last year, the counters said it was a 67% increase. Did you notice that over the last season?
Oh, probably not a lot of time at home during the day, but some weekends, huge numbers and early to late. Yeah.
So the question I ask, is there merit of pulling a cycle trail from Middlemarch to Dunedin, whether it goes on the rail track or not? Do you believe that would actually assist in pulling people through to Dunedin, having a cycle trail from Middlemarch to Dunedin, regardless of where it goes?
Oh, I've got to be honest, it probably would for those people. But, you know, it's not all cycles. I mean, we as country people come to town and struggle to get parks. You keep looking after the push bikes and running out of car parks.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm a wee bit one-eyed on it, to be fair.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
If only everyone was so open with their biases and perspectives, Mr. Williams. Councillor Raddick.
I'm curious if you could characterise the difference of economic impact to the Middlemarch community of the train. So you've had the trains going up for a while and now they've stopped, and the cycle trail. So you've got the Otago Central Rail Trail and you've got the train. So what is the difference in the economic impact to the town of those two tourist attractions, visitor attractions?
Well, I think one thing it's done is probably eliminated some of the B&Bs because the people aren't staying, whereas they would stay and then catch the train. Some rode to Pukerangi, some bus to Pukerangi. We had a session on Fridays and Sundays, the train would come all the way. That's not available now. So, and I think, to be fair, Dunedin's missing out. I promoted years ago to fly them into Dunedin, do the Queenstown trip, do the rail trail, then fly back out of Dunedin to support Dunedin. But Queenstown appear to have grabbed most of that. They either start at home or finish at home, and then they're whisked away back to Central.
So if there was a cycle trail from Middlemarch to Dunedin, wherever that might be, do you think that would cause all those B&Bs and restaurant, cafes and restaurants actually to be reinstated as we've seen in other parts along that rail trail?
Yeah, probably do, Jules. It's numbers that make anything survive, and that's the lack of it at the moment.
And if you're aware of the I suppose the perception of attractiveness of having a Sutton to Middlemarch rail attraction, there's the Richard Emerson's talked about.
Yeah, Project STEAM. I think that is, but I'd like to pursue the other total thing first.
The big thing. Yeah. Do you think they're not mutually exclusive, though, are they? Could you have both?
You probably could. Yep.
Right.
There's room for a lot of things, but I'd hate to see it lifted up for short-term gain, for long-term pain.
Yeah. And to jump to a different topic, the flood protection. Do the Middlemarch residents and the people that have been there for a long time have a clear idea of what needs to be done to provide flood protection?
I think that's fair comment, but some of your classy engineers and that don't like local knowledge. They don't listen to some people that have been there short-term, squeaky wheel getting the oil, and pretty frustrating. And that's regional council. I'm not talking about your guys.
So is there any DCC, in your mind, is there any DCC involvement in that flow protection, or is it all ORC's responsibility?
Well, everyone up there's shit scared to clean creeks because of different people being penalised financially. So to get consent or to do it, people are a bit windy. And I think the council are probably liable, from what I gather, from the fences to fence on the roads, so on each side of the bridge. So that's probably needs to be maintained and greater. But to be fair, the flood we had was horrendous. And I don't really think anything would have carried the water we got in that short term. The damage up the hill was phenomenal, and that's said to a lot of the whingers, go up and have a look at some of the cockies, and a guy I know pretty well, he lost 12 crossings and 4 water intakes, so nothing would have taken what we got, I don't think.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, welcome. A premature apology for lateness, as it turns out. Welcome, we're all yours.
Kia ora tātou, Mayor, councillors. Thank you for this brief opportunity to orally submit on this plan today. Firstly, before I do, I would like to pay DPA's respects to the late former Mayor Dave Cole and his family whānau in the wake of his recent death. Dave listened to our call in 2013 for the Disability Issues Advisory Group to be re-established, and a year later it was. We also appreciated his wise and progressive leadership of our city. A great totara has fallen. Now, I'd just like to highlight some key aspects of our submission in the few minutes I have to present. These are that the Central City Parking Management Regime accords or places more mobility parking spaces as much as possible into it. That we support the proposed Mosgiel and Burnside park and ride facilities so long as they incorporate accessibility features such as, obviously, mobility parking spaces, as well as accessible shared ride services. That the Princess Street bus lane should be designed to incorporate universal design and accessibility features. We support cycling and pedestrian improvements insofar as they provide but separate but parallel walking and cycling spaces so that everyone is safe. We strongly support the need for more social housing to be constructed in Ōtepoti, but ask that the reprioritisation on the basis of age from over 55 years to 65 years as proposed be delayed until the social housing situation improves in Ōtepoti, and that this be kept under regular review, annual review. We look forward to the construction of the first changing places toilets in Ōtepoti during the current financial year. That will be very welcome. We understand that these will be the first such toilets in the South Island. We strongly recommend that development contributions and remissions for developers include financial incentives to enable developers to build more universally designed accessible buildings such as housing, apartment complexes, retail complexes, so that the accessible housing situation, which I know well, can be eased. We also have a question for clarification, and it may not be able to be clarified today, but if it is, that'll be great. We seek an assurance that increased charges for on and off-street parking won't affect mobility card holders. That is, Operation Mobility Card holders. And lastly, we want to make members of the Council aware that the Accessibility for New Zealanders legislation is pending. It will be introduced in the House during the second half of the year, and it will likely have an impact on councils. It will have hopefully a positive impact for disabled New Zealanders in terms of establishing the minimum standards for design, for the provision of information and communications, transport, access to justice, access to local government. So that legislation will be wide-ranging and is expected to be based on the Canadian model. Therefore, that concludes the quick précis of our submission. Mayor, are there any questions from councillors?
Yeah, kia ora, Chris, and you're quite right, it's not the forum for you to ask us questions, but anything that's raised in your submission will get a response in that regard, even if it isn't today. I've got questions from Councillor Raddick and Councillor Gary.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Excellent submission. And I noticed there's quite a theme of disability parking through your submission. Someone suggested to me the other day that we have have insufficient authorised parks through the town, even though we appear to have quite a few, and we have insufficient disabled parks. Why not make them one and the same, so that, in other words, all disabled people would be able to use the authorised parks and vice versa?
Well, I mean, it would be great if that were to happen, but I think in the first instance, mobility parking enables, for example, wheelchair users like myself to be able to get in and out of a space safely. I think it would be great if we had sufficient space to enable everybody to park in the same space, including mobility, including people with mobility impairment. However, at the moment, it's just that mobility parking is the main preferred method, and so therefore I think that the placement of more parks wherever possible is preferred.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Chris. And I think I heard, let me just check with you, that you want us to embed accessibility in everything we do. That's
absolutely, and I think that is absolutely imperative. That's what we've been saying for years. I acknowledge, and also I see the chair of the Disability Issues Advisory Group, Councillor Elder, nodding there. I think that embedding accessibility in everything that the council does is absolutely pivotal. I think that the new accessibility legislation will further make that a responsibility not only on central government but on local government as well.
And my other question was also around mobility parking, and in particular around the mobility vans. We heard from another submitter yesterday around the difficulties of having to disembark embark in the live lane. Could you speak to that?
Yes, I can. Just from personal experience, I've found that disembarking from a mobility vehicle can be sometimes difficult if, as you say, it's in a crowded lane or in a committed lane. It's a very dangerous proposition in those sorts of circumstances, because I'm also having to, I mainly use mobility taxis to get around, therefore I'm reliant on the taxi driver to sort of try and direct me as well in those sorts of circumstances. The taxi drivers do their best. I do use one company, I have to say, but I would dare say that other companies would be facing and have faced the same difficulties as well.
And finally, would you characterise that as an urgent matter that needs attention?
Yes, it does. I think it really does, because I think that safety is quite important, and I think that in reality that needs to be tackled as an urgent priority.
Thank you, Chair. Chris, you ran an amazing housing forum not so long ago, and at that forum there was talk about financial incentives to encourage developers to have accessible housing design, and you mentioned Hamilton City Council doing that. Could you tell us a bit more about what they do?
Well, at the moment, as I understand it, and I could be incorrect here, that is a proposal for Hamilton, but I think it's been adopted. I do know, though, that Thames Coromandel Council has actually instituted that in practice, and don't quote me on that, but I think it would be a really good proposition for Dunedin to strongly consider that. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank those councillors who attended the forum on that day. I was really pleased at the attendance from councillors, and Mayor Hawkins also spoke there. I really would like to see the reaffirmation of a commitment from this council to do whatever it takes to actually build more social housing. I know from my own personal experience that living in a motel for 11 months is not entirely suitable. I had an okay experience compared to other people I've read about, but really it's time for the council to get down to the mahi and actually approve new social housing, make that funding commitment, and B, to get those houses on the ground. And as I say as well, I think it's really imperative that we also encourage private developers through whatever mechanisms we can to actually do that, to make buildings to accessible design, and in particular private housing as well, private dwellings.
So Chris, just a little follow-up question to that. In their proposals, or the proposals that are out there, what it's proposing is that the development contribution is less if a developer has accessible housing. Is that sort of what it was?
It's more, do you think, or sorry?
No, but when a private developer comes to council, they pay less for the consent.
I'll pay less for the consent. Thank you for clarifying.
I was just trying to clarify that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think that would be a useful incentive as well, a good tool to use. Whatever tools can be brought to bear. But I think that also the proposed accessibility legislation will hopefully see more, for example, requirements for private dwellings to meet universal design standards, and particularly those newer builds.
Thanks, Chris, for your submission and for your time today. I appreciate it.
Most certainly. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Wolf. Welcome. The next,
Morning.
the next 5 minutes are all yours.
Right. First, I want to start off with why the council is spending $317 million of rates on the arts and culture.
Oh, sorry. This is your opportunity to talk to us about what you think. It's not an open forum for discussion, but there will be a chance for people to ask any questions they may have of you or your submissions after that.
On the notion of the rubbish bins, I think that the idea of adding more bins in would be less benefiting the environment, as it would cause more plastic waste to be used in order to build the bins that would be used, and also there would be more carbon emissions going into the environment from the extra trips that would have to be made by garbage disposal trucks to come and pick it up during the week. The next point I want to touch on is the sea level rise in terms of climate change. And I was reading into a small article by Radio and Zed this morning that said 2,700 homes are less than 50 centimetres above sea level, which is more than any other city in New Zealand. And I think with the way that the trend of global warming is heading within the next 10 years, that something is going to need to be addressed in terms of this in order to prevent many people from losing their homes in a future society. Then it says that they're going to spend 37 million on stormwater systems, and then it also mentions of the coastline plan, but it doesn't elaborate into what exactly this coastline plan is in relation to. Like, is it helping with the Sinclair Beach and the erosion of land around that area that's been worsening as time has gone on due to the rise in sea level, obviously, and the torrential water wash of water that's been smashing into the beach and eroding away the sand, which would bring me on to my next point of whether putting breakers into the ocean or something along those lines could help benefit slowing down the rate at which that erosion happens, and therefore helping to keep that beach, what's left of it, alive for future generations. Then the last point I want to touch on is carbon emissions, and a few ideas that I have that could help benefit in that area to help reduce pollution. And the first thing would be to promote more carpooling to happen, as a lot of people usually, from what I've seen in Dunedin, travel around by car as a singular person behind the wheel. And if more people were to carpool, say if you're heading to work in the morning with employees who work at the same thing, you could all travel in one car and therefore save traveling in 4 cars, which would be more beneficial and in the long run help reduce carbon emissions. Then also it would be a better idea as well to encourage more people to take the bus, as someone who advocates Kitley takes the bus to school every morning, to Tyree College that is, it would benefit society in terms of carbon emissions as well if more people who were to take the bus were to do so in terms of like long travelling instead of once again taking the car.
That's your 5 minutes. Are you happy to take questions, if there are any?
Yeah.
Councillor Houlihan.
I just want to say thank you so much for coming and talking to us today. It's a bit daunting having to front all of us sitting here, and you've raised some really valid issues. I agree with you about the carpooling, and some great points. So thank you, and you've obviously read our document quite thoroughly, and for a young man, I think that's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's awesome to think that the future of our planet is in the hands of people who think like you. I have a couple of questions. You do raise a pertinent contradiction related to the use of plastic bins. Would you be happy if we endeavoured to work towards making sure any bins we produce are made from recycled materials?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And also, I agree with you in terms of the carpooling. Would you support a system whereby we try to incentivise those people who carpool, perhaps through preferential parking opportunities or a number of other levers, just to encourage people to carpool?
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Councillor Elder.
You had two important issues that you brought up about South Dunedin. One was the sand dunes, but the other was what's happening with the stormwater. And there's 37.5 million put aside to deal with that. Do you think it's a really high priority that money is spent in coming up with some solutions for South Dunedin?
I feel that way inclined, yes, because we can spend all the money on these various projects that the council is going to do in the next 10 years. But what happens if half of Dunedin is underwater in the next 10 years due to climate change, as mentioned with the fact that those 2,700 homes are only 50 centimetres above water? If water levels were to rise by a metre, that's already all of that houses that are inundated with water, yet alone the rest of the land within South Dunedin that could be affected by that.
And once again, thanks for coming here. It's a very brave thing to do, so thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. de Graaf.
Thanks for...
Welcome. Yeah, if you could just use one microphone at a time, it'll save all of our top-end hearing that remains.
Right.
The next 5 minutes are yours.
Okay. So could I just have a quick show of hands for those that have walked down to Tunnel Beach before? Just be interesting to see. Okay, that's good. We're preaching to the converted then. Oh, yeah. So Tunnel Beach is used extensively by the council in promoting the city, and you see it on billboards, on video, TV. It has okay, sorry. All right. So they get huge numbers here. Before COVID, Doc had counters here. It was over 100,000 a year. So it was one of their top tracks in New Zealand, definitely in the top 10. We want to make sure it's in the top plan of the council, so in the next 10 years it does get developed into this track we've been promoting. It's a little bit frustrating for the trust. So 6 years ago we came to the council, and I know not all of the ones are here that were there 6 years ago. We had a feasibility study done, and it was looking like a really good project, and in that time we've been working with various staff members in the council, and at times some of them have moved on, as in shifted positions or left the council, and it seemed every time that happens we seem to go back where we were a year ago. So we've sort of gone around in circles for a number of years with this project. At one stage we had a sort of a local contractor that was quite happy to help out, and we had it fairly well developed. Since that time, the council have put a bit of time, but it's taken a long time, so they've had it surveyed and marked out. They've been working on easements with the golf club and another landowner, but most of the land is council reserve, so it's pretty much there for the taking, just about. That's the thing, I suppose. It's a little bit annoying that a lot of staff time and resources have already been spent on it, but it hasn't really got that push to make it happen. I know there is a real community support for this track. Wherever we go, people think it's a great idea. The track will be approximately 2 kilometres, and it will complete a loop, so the existing track and also along Blackhead Road. Now the council will put in a pathway, so it means it'll be maybe a 2 or 3 hour walk for people that want something a bit more extensive to walk around the coast, or the Harriers Club want to go for a run somewhere different. It'll be a place for the locals to exercise, run and walk their dogs. There's not much in the way of that sort of thing at that end of town. Like most of the tracks in town are all in the, I guess, this end. You've got the town bout, you've got Ross Creek, you've got Signal Hill, you've got the harbour tracks now. That end of town, apart from the existing track to Tunnel Beach, which is pretty steep. If you've been down there, you'll know it's a hard walk even going down. And the beaches, and that's all there is at that end of town. So I think, as far as for people at that end of town, it gives them another option for exercise and that. Eventually, we wanted to have it go all the way to St Clair, and I think Bill might talk a bit more about that, part of a bigger project, I suppose. It is absolutely stunning coastal scenery, those that have been there. Could become one of New Zealand's best short walks, and if you've been to other places around New Zealand, they all promote coastal walks. The Kaikoura one's one that comes to mind straight away. If you've been there, tons of people walk along there, just along the cliff tops, really relaxing and that. There's also quite a lot of seabirds and that along the coastline too. The Forest and Bird have got an area fenced off where they're trying to promote some of the fairy prawns and that. So there's a lot to do. And then of course we've got the Cargill's Castle at the other end, which links it, because Edward that built it, his family built Tunnel Beach, and they used to have tracks along the cliff top. And I think it's appropriate that the Mayor's sitting there with his chains today, because he was the Mayor of Dunedin in the Jubilee year of 1898, so I'm sure the Cargill will be quite stoked if we actually link the two of them and get them together. Oh, you never know. Anyway, that's all I've got to say. I think Bill's got a wee bit to say as well.
Have walked some of the tracks in other parts of the world, and this track equates with the likes of Cornwall, parts of Ireland, etc. It's, in my view, it's Poldark country. You've got to have a look at this. The other thing that I'd stress today in this minute, the bit that I've got, is that it's the first link that could take you through to the likes of St Clair, that could take you through to St Kilda, that could end up on the peninsula. It's an opportunity that Council has already spent money on. It will be wasted if we don't pick it up and move it. And I don't think it's in the 10-year plan. I don't know why. That's what we would like to see from today's discussions. That's all I have to add. Thank you.
Perfectly timed. Well done. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thanks for your presentation. Thanks, Your Worship. I recall there has been previously objection from Highgrove residents to the issue about parking and congestion at that end. Has that been resolved, or is that a live issue?
I might add a little bit to that. Council quite some time ago had purchased 2 blocks of land up there with car parking in mind. So I believe it has been addressed.
Well, I understand that there was considerable objection from residents at the time of that purchase. That's what I'm asking about. Is that still a live issue with people who live nearby or adjacent to those sections that were intended for car parking?
We haven't heard any more since, because there's been nothing public for them to pick up on.
Okay, thank you.
So, Steve and Bill, what would you like to see from Council to really accelerate this project? You know, you talk about funding into the 10-year plan. What else really does it need?
Well, I think you've hit it on the head. It needs to be included in the 10-year plan. I think another step would be, Stephen and I have addressed and discussed and met with, I think, 5 different members of staff. 4 of them have moved on, and each time that happens, the next staff member picks it up and we start all over again. So continuity after how many years, Stephen?
6 since the last time we were here.
Yeah, it's a waste of time to date, a waste of council's money and time. I think that the people that are currently working on it are doing a good job, but they need a bit of support from councillors, direct support.
Thank you, Chair. I am a passionate supporter of walks, and what you were mentioning in effect is it could be actually take another level up if we include Tunnel Beach, Cargill's Castle, and then go down to St Clair and attract even more people, but also maybe take some of the pressure of the car park because people could come from 2 different entrances. So what's your thought on how big an attraction it would be adding all those bits?
Well, I've probably made my point on that. I think it would be unique, but I'd encourage us, instead of trying to take 3 steps, let's get this first one done, because I imagine we're talking 10, 15 years before we get to the likes of St Clair. So let's not cloud the issue. Address what we have in front of us and have had for quite some time.
So just do the first stage.
Get the first stage done. The rest will follow.
Yep, thank you, Stephen and Bill, and you don't have to sell the beauty aspect of this. 2 questions, because we're largely engaged in a budgetary process. What is the dollar number we're talking about here, and do you expect council to pay that dollar number?
When we had the feasibility study, it was around a couple of $100,000. I see it as really like a joint venture or something between the community, the trust and the council. I'm sure that there'll be plenty of people there that would help build the track. You know, there's a lot of people now that work on tracks, you know, in their spare time. It's almost a hobby for some people. I don't imagine the council's got a Sunday fork and a whole lot of money. There'd be certain issues, certain things that the council would be really good at supporting and helping. And I think there's plenty of funding out there for tracks and that now from central government and that I can imagine there'll be a lot of people together to make it happen.
Can I just add to that? That 200-odd thousand had already been funded. It had been secured from a private contractor. I won't name them, but that contractor has since withdrawn the funding. It will be on council's file, who I'm talking about, and the amount. For the same reason, the delays have frustrated them also. So it's an opportunity missed, but I'm sure we can do it again. But we need to go back to people and say it's locked in, it's going to happen, it's in the plan.
And finally, you have best case scenario, when would you, if everything went smoothly and all the bits fell into place, when would you expect to have this track open to the public by?
I think we could aim for 2 years, maybe 3 years max. You know, I don't think we have to rush it and okay, it's going to happen this year. And I know with everything council's got going on, I don't expect you to suddenly, you know, be heaven and earth this year. But I think it's something we can start moving forward now instead of sort of being stalled. And yeah, it could be something really unique for Dunedin to look forward to.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Mr. Dowden.
Kia ora tātou, and
welcome, Peter. The next 5 minutes are, thank you for managing that, the next 5 minutes are yours.
And I would like to dedicate this oral submission to former Dunedin bus driver, the late David Charles Cull, whose initials incidentally spell DCC. He was also the mayor. Okay, as you know, I just love buses. I love them so much that I'll drive them for next to nothing, or occasionally for nothing as a volunteer driver. And you would think, for someone who loves buses as much as I do, that I would just love the idea of 6.6 million being spent to build a new bus lane along Princess Street, but actually I think it's a dreadful idea. And so I won't read out my whole submission, but we'll focus on the issue of the bus lane. Now, Dunedin has 16 bus routes. 12 of them go along Princess Street, at least a little bit. 4 of them go nowhere near the place. Now, 2 of those 12 bus routes, stay with me, there's some figures here, facts and figures. 2 of those 12 bus routes have buses operating up to 4 times an hour, and the others operate up to twice per hour. So that's 28 buses per hour. You'll have a bus lane that never has more than 28 buses an hour going along it in each direction. And normally a traffic lane, and your traffic engineers will be able to advise you, normally a traffic lane can carry up to about 1,000 vehicles an hour. I'm really, really concerned. We've already experienced in the city what's known as bike lash, where the facilities spent on cycling, create a sort of political backlash. And let's not talk any more about cycling because I'm here about buses, but the sort of public relations and the advocacy of public transport, I don't think could actually sustain a public political onslaught against it that the bus lane could provoke. So people will often see no buses on the bus lane. If you have 28 buses an hour, that's more than 2 minutes per bus. That means that for periods of, the way maths works, that means for sort of periods of up to 8 or 10 minutes, there won't be any buses in sight. And you'll be lucky, it'll be like finding a 4-leaf clover to see 2 buses in a row on the bus lane. So then the courier vans will just park on it to unload, and other people will drive on, and then the City Council will have to raise the issue as, shall we install cameras and start fining people for driving on the busway that only 28 buses an hour use? So yes, like I say, I just don't think that the job of public transport advocates like me and a few other people, our work will be cut out trying to justify and apologise for the bus lane. So please, don't build it, but don't give the $6.6 million back to the general pot either, because it would be lovely to see that amount of money, or even half that amount of money, being spent to generally improve the lot of buses manoeuvring around the city. And that brings me to the often raised issue of bus stops. There are many bus stops where the bus cannot safely pull in close to the curb without the threat of damage to the bus. This means that people have to step out of the bus and onto the street, into the gutter, and then up onto the footpath. And this can actually result in pain if you have osteoarthritis. It can result in great difficulty if you're a wheelchair user or if you're operating a pram for a child. It can even result in injuries and all sorts of things. And so all throughout Dunedin, with the current poor quality bus stops, we have the problem of people experiencing minor levels of pain and injury all the time as a result of poor design. Now there is somewhere you could spend your $6.6 million rather than on a bus lane. And then could I draw your attention to a bit of legislation I only just discovered a few weeks ago. The Land Transport Road User Rule 2004, clause 6.15 bracket 4 brackets, which says the roading authority must mark the area by putting lines on the roadway if it is practicable to do so. So hey, who knew? Bus stops that don't have the yellow dotted line around it, it turns out they're illegal. So now you've got a lot of people coming here to you today and through this 10-year plan asking for some fabulous new facility to be built, or a new gadget or a new what's it. And some of those are lovely ideas and I support many of them. But really, the Bus Users Support Group, Oti Poti, we're coming to ask this City Council to simply comply with the law. And I don't think that's too much to ask. Comply with the law that says you have to paint yellow lines at bus stops. Comply with the law that says if you send a contractor to dig up a street and rebuild it, and when you put the bus stop back, you don't make it accessible for the bus, which makes it accessible for the passengers, then you're discriminating against people with disabilities, age, youth, elderliness, and that's illegal. So yes, comply with the law, please, Dunedin City Council. Here endeth.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Just a question around, and I appreciate your concern from the public relations perspective. You're working backwards from the current, and I know that the Regional Public Transport Plan is where we would discuss what a timetable might look like. But is your view that the current frequency of bus services is adequate? And if not, would a more frequent services change the view of you or your group as to the validity of that lane?
Yeah, look, I'm glad you raised that, and I was going to include that in my oral submission, but I forgot. Yes, look, there are other things. Princes Street is actually a bit of a tight point for buses, and but rather than the lane, the thing is, a concrete asphalt cycle lane is what you would call very low technology. High technology is when you use electronic and software, etc., to try to create the same benefit to buses. And the way you do this, using the same technology that's been around for about more than 50 years to make your garage open as you arrive home in your car, make the traffic lights change to green when a bus comes along the road. Now that is something that you could do in Princes Street, probably for less than 6.6 million. And yes, of course we would love more buses, but the regional public transport plan, it only seems to have scope for very incremental and gradual improvements to the bus service. Of course, I'd like all the bus routes in Dunedin to be doubled, but it's putting the bus lane before the bus, which is a bit like that thing about carts and horses. I don't think building a 6.6 million bus lane will suddenly cause a doubling of the bus service. So, yeah, it's not preventing it either.
Thank you, Isha. Kia ora, Peter. Just want to ask a question from the opinion of the Bus Users Support Group, yesterday we approved a submission to go to the ORC, which asked to look at the DCC getting the buses back. And I wonder how you consider or how you feel about this.
Well, I don't wish to disparage my good friends at the Otago Regional Council. I think they're doing a reasonably good job. However, it's a reasonably good job that could actually probably be done better in-house, so that if the people making decisions about traffic lights and curbs and potholes were also making decisions about buses in the same council department, I do believe there would be some huge advantages to be derived from that, whether you achieve that with a unitary super city, super region, or by bringing the buses in-house in Dunedin City Council. I think there are benefits.
So my other question was around the list of stops. You mentioned there were quite a number of stops that were that had safety issues. Have you given that list to the council?
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. Typed my fingers raw on the keyboard. But the Dunedin City Council seems to have the capacity to fix about 6 bus stops every time their regulatory bylaw committee meets, and then that's only to approve it, but then it has to actually go and happen. And really the process might be called glacial. Whether this would improve if buses were brought in-house, I cannot say, but it might mean that there was more focus because stuff wouldn't have to get sort of toed and froed between 2 large local authorities.
Thank you, Peter. I just want to sort of ask a question about your perception of the bus lane, and based on what you've said, it's my belief and my understanding from what I've seen from the transport plan is that the bus lane is not going to be a permanent lane that excludes cars 24 hours a day, but it would be a necessary construction on Princes Street, so that when the park and rides are built at Mosgiel and Green Island and we start running express buses at a high frequency, they don't slow down when they hit Princes Street. So they would only really operate like the ones in Christchurch do, where they'd be probably going into the parking zones and having no parking zones during the rush hour, and then would change their status later on in the day when the requirements go down. Would that be different in that regard than your perception at that point?
Well, actually, even then you're raising the issue of pitting buses against the concept of on-street parking, and even a recent council proposal to just improve the safety of something like half a dozen bus stops around South Dunedin. Our local news media immediately zoomed in on how many car parks that this would, destroy, eliminate. And you look, the city is big enough for all of us. There is enough room for all of us, but pitting one type of road user against another doesn't create a good feeling. And I am concerned about, once again, it makes the job of public transport advocacy harder when the people who prefer a particular different type of transport are somehow pitted against public transport and see it as taking something from them. You know, and it's like bike lash. It's just that I'm using the word bike lash because I haven't heard of the word bus lash or whether there is such a word.
So therefore you wouldn't support an engineering scheme that allows buses to get in faster?
Well, of course I would. I just traffic signal preemption. That's a really well understood technology, and that would work. Now you see, traffic signal preemption would actually start on Caversham Valley Road. There'd be a bus coming down from Lookout Point, and the lights at Caversham Valley Road would know, and then the lights at Andy Bay Road would know, and this is long before you get to Princes Street. So yeah, that's how that would work.
Finally, Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Worship. With bus stops, you're saying the law requires them to be marked?
Yes, much to my surprise it does, yes. Land Transport Road User Rule 2004, clause 6.15 brackets 4 brackets.
So, I've witnessed a situation where a bus has taken the front off a vehicle trying to get into a bus stop that's incredibly small, not marked. And now it parks in the middle of Monroe Street. It actually stops in the middle of the intersection and unloads its passengers onto the road. Who, if that passenger was then struck by a car, who is liable?
Always the bus driver. We have a terrific system that makes basically everything that the bus driver's fault. It's a great system. It's very hard to get the City Council blamed for something, but don't worry, you won't be.
So what you're saying is, if a passenger was injured getting off a bus because the bus couldn't park in its bus stop,
the bus driver would lose.
Be liable.
The driver would probably lose her or his job. Yeah, which is terrible.
Doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Ms. Olsen.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Jen Olsen tōku ingoa. Hello everyone, my name's Jen Olsen. I'm a 30-year resident of Dunedin, although I've still got an accent. I come from the UK, of course. I work in community health. I'm also a member of Extinction Rebellion. And I'm really glad that the DCC have declared a climate emergency and are taking our response to the climate and ecological crisis seriously. Now, I'm not here today to talk about a particular issue, just to set your minds at rest. I want to talk about something a bit different. I want to talk about a way that we can add democracy to problem solving, a new tool in our toolbox for the difficult decisions that are coming up. I'm sure you know that the climate crisis raises very many complex problems. We're talking about radical lifestyle changes, changes to our jobs, the way we work, even the food we eat. And in our city itself, changes to the places we live and the way we move around. And I believe that the only way we can all work together to do what is necessary is for communities to be involved in making the difficult decisions. So what I want to just briefly talk about today are citizens' assemblies. Now, my idea here is to inform you as councillors and decision makers so that when this concept comes up as a solution in the future, as I'm sure it will, you will know what is involved and I hope you will support it. The big advantage for elected bodies is that difficult decisions are removed from the political arena and placed with the people of the affected communities. The advantage for the people is that they are fully informed, their views are heard, and they're able to participate in inclusive decision-making processes involving other members of their community. So, since 2016, citizens' assemblies in the city of Gdansk in Poland have led to binding decisions on how the city copes with infrastructure changes to manage flooding in the city, air pollution, and civic engagement. They've agreed that if there is an 80% agreement coming from a citizens' assembly, the local council will follow through with the decisions. And again, in the German-speaking part of Belgium, the concept of citizens' assemblies has been taken even further and become a regular part of government. Assemblies are convened to consider questions. This was set up as a response to public discontent with the political process, giving people an opportunity to be informed and participate in the democratic process allows the complexities of decision making to be aired openly, and it really promotes public debate and understanding. Now, citizens' assemblies aren't suitable for all discussions, of course. There are costs and they take time, but they have been proven to be a really good mechanism for solving controversial and politically difficult issues. And I think that would include some of the big changes that we're going to face when we're dealing with climate change. So, how do they work? Assemblies are made up of citizens selected by sortition and are then chosen to also be representative of the population of the city. They're going to represent in terms of age, gender, ethnicity and social mix, education, disability and so on. They consider particular questions that are set beforehand, and they learn all about aspects of a situation from experts in the fields before taking part in facilitated group discussions, making proposals and coming together to vote on actions. It would be agreed beforehand how their decisions would be acted upon. There might be 60 or 70 people to consider issues for a town or city, and twice as many in a national assembly. They might meet over a number of weekends, maybe 4 to 6, over a period of several months. And they're paid for their time, their expenses are met, so that everyone has an opportunity to participate. The experience overseas has been that people selected for a citizens' assembly take the responsibility very seriously, and they are committed to representing their communities. National assemblies have already been held in the UK and France to discuss what needs to happen in response to climate change. And I really hope that you will get the opportunity to support this method of democratic decision making. I believe it has real value and integrity because it comes from the people of our community.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Jen, and please don't apologise for having a British accent in this room,
No.
please. Yeah, I love the concept conceptually, but I do worry about it democratically. And you touched on it slightly, but how do we make sure that it's inclusive for all political views and truly representative?
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to sort of give the finer details, but there are definitely resources available and people who can help with that process. I mean, the process of sortition, which is similar to how a jury is selected, is used to draw people from the community. So that will draw people with a range of views. But as I say, it's also adjusted so that it is actually representative of the community. I mean, I think we would have to sort of look to finding experts in the area to work out exactly how that was to take place fairly.
Councillor Reddick.
Thanks very much, Jen. How would you characterise the difference between place-based community organisations that we have currently and community boards that we have currently and your citizens' assemblies?
Well, I think because the Citizens' Assembly is actually drawing from people, just ordinary people in the community, not people who have put themselves forward for the work, but people who have been randomly selected. So it actually allows for a greater range of community views and representation. I'm not criticising community boards, but we all know that, that the people on them are not necessarily representative of the whole community.
So for your citizens' assembly, who does the randomised selection?
Well, as I was saying, I mean, there would need to be a process in place for that, and there is experience from overseas, you know, that we could make use of for that. I mean, it's not guaranteeing that any one assembly is representative of absolutely everyone in the community, but the experience has been that decisions made by citizens' assemblies actually agree remarkably well if those things later go to referenda with the number of people, you know, in the community as a total, you know, with agreeing with the decisions. So, yeah, there are robust processes in place, as I say, although I can't go into the full details of it myself.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Ms Olsen, and I note that a number of submitters have raised the issue of citizens' assemblies.
Right.
Apologies if I missed this, but any New Zealand examples of it having been used successfully?
No, unfortunately not yet. I'm really glad to hear that there's other people putting the idea forward because, yeah, I mean, I think as far as democratic decision making goes, it is the way of the future.
Thank you for educating us.
And finally, Councillor Houlihan.
I'm just wondering, what would be the point of elected members if we had a hard problem and we straight went to these assemblies?
Oh, well, yeah, but the assemblies are not making all decisions. They're only
just
making
the hard
some
ones.
selected ones, yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, typically decisions that are politically difficult to make and ones which might have an impact on local communities so that they do get an opportunity to put forward their views. But, I mean, again, there are many, many decisions that don't need to go to those lengths and are really well made by councillors.
Some could have a concern about, particularly women, the fact that women had to fight to get the vote and to get women here today. Like, I know I'm lucky to be sitting here because women, you know, fought to get us elected. So does it not make a mockery of elections to say, forget the elected members and just take everyday members of the public who didn't want to stand anyway?
Well, I think it's an addition to the democratically appointed councils, you know, an addition which you guys could use, you know, to help get further views on and from the community about things that need to be done. I mean, I think particularly people from South Dunedin, for example, would really appreciate the opportunity to have input into what happens in their community, given again that they're faced with some very difficult decisions coming up. But certainly it's not a rival to the elected council. It's an additional support for it.
We do engage with people in South Dunedin, of
Councillor,
course.
Yeah.
You're moving into discussion with the submitter, but
well, I mean, I just didn't know if the submitter realised.
Councillor.
Yeah, I do. Thank
funding.
you.
Yeah.
Words. Yep. Thanks, Jen. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much for your time.
Mr. Roberts. Kia ora. We're all yours.
I come from the too hard basket. I wear multiple hats here. I'm the chair of Wild Production Trust. I'm the manager and teacher at Allen Hall Theatre, director of Afterburner Productions, and I have served in the past on the Fringe Arts Trust. I've been privileged to represent New Zealand at the Prague Quadrennial of Scenographic Arts back in 2019. I am a designer. I'm a theatre designer, lighting designer, stage director, and set designer. So multiple hats. Also at work, I'm the health and safety guy. So if you need anything about that, let me know. Look, I'm just here to congratulate you for even being kind of brave enough to put a a theatre proposal into a 10-year plan, risking the wrath of those who go, what a frivolous, pointless exercise. I'd like to defend that. I'd like to congratulate you for even thinking about putting it in there. That's the first thing. It's a brave choice to put this forward. There has not been a purpose-built theatre put up in Dunedin since the 19th century. There have been conversions, but not a purpose-built theatre. So that's how long it's been since a kind of mid-size kind of platform has been built. Okay, just remind you of that. It's important too not to pit arts users against each other. I know the music fraternity is also really trying to seek a platform as well, but that's not an either-or situation. It is basically we are united as a community of artists and practitioners who present a multitude of performing arts across the community in seeking solutions to a myriad of issues that affect performing arts. So it's not a case of either or, it's just a case of going, well, it's a big picture, but here's one small possible part of a larger picture. What is a theatre? So this is what I want to kind of ask you to kind of consider. A theatre is a purpose-built machine. It is a place for collaboration between designers, directors, writers, artists and performers, and importantly, the audience. It is a community act. It is a place where we are challenged, we are enlightened, we are delighted, and we explore who we are in society. It is a unique and intimate form of performance that does not exist in any other form. And so a theatre building is designed to facilitate that. It's not just a venue. It is the people who actually make the content who make a theatre work. And so it's important to consider when a theatre is being built that it is designed from the back to the front, not from the front to the back. That all the money runs out by the time you get to the stage and you sort of make compromises around that. You actually build it from the back to the front. And you often don't see where the money has been spent. It is in the technology, it is in the structure of how everything works.
You've got 1 minute, Marty.
What's that?
You've got 1 minute.
Great. I want to draw your attention to the Court Theatre, who are currently undertaking a similar process. They've consulted widely with the users of that facility that they intend to build. So that is the people who will be making the content within it. So I want you to consider how important that consultation process is, because I think it has been a rough ride to get to the point where you have presented a proposal, an either or. So come back to the community of users who will be making the work within the theatre on how that theatre should be built. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Marty. Questions, Councillor O'Malley?
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Marty. Were you spoken to when the charcoal blue report was being generated?
I was part of the initial consultation rounds, yes.
Okay. And some of the feedback we're getting with the feedback on this proposition is around the actual venue and what's going to be done inside the venue. And are you saying that before we go too much further forward, we should really go back again one more time now and look to the communities that we are looking to fund this for?
I think there's been a fundamental breakdown in communication between the charcoal blue report that came out and where you have arrived at a either or option with Mayfair and Athenaeum. of the two, I'll support the Athenaeum project, but, ideally I'd like to sort of consider that you come back to us and go, where's your thinking around this? So yes, do come back to us.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thanks for your submission. Of the two, it appears to be morphing into three because of the submissions we've had about Sammy's. And can you make any helpful comment about the different demands of theatre that you've been talking about and a larger music venue or a more flexible venue of that kind?
Okay, well, a flexible venue, while it sounds good, you've got to consider how much it costs to keep moving that venue from one format to another. You also need to consider the needs of the acoustic profile of a music venue is different from the acoustic profile of a theatre, where spoken word is primarily the purpose of it. So, you immediately got a contradiction. Yes, we need a music venue. Yes, Sammy's ideally suited for that, but it should not also be, we'll also jam a theatre into that. They can just use that as well. Or music shouldn't just be jammed into a theatre and go, we'll just make use of that. They are separate issues, but they are part of a bigger picture.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. A really helpful submission. I just wondered if there's anything else you wanted to add to your comments.
It's not really a question. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Obviously, there's the two options put there, but if they weren't there, is there any option that you'd prefer for a theatre? Above the, like if they weren't, it sounds like maybe you're thinking there could be something better, and if so, what do you think it would be?
When you're thinking about purpose-built, ideally you purpose-built, you build from scratch. Yes. But if you're converting a space, you're faced with a number of issues around that. In any proposal, there needs to be the ability to have a smaller space and a larger space. So everyone's going 350 seats. The local practitioners will not fill 350 seats week in, week out. It's not going to happen. So we need to have studio-sized venues alongside 250 seats. But, yeah. So if you can actually purpose-build something, then that's what you would do. Look, I've got a lot of ideas, but, not in this short time frame. No. You're welcome to come and give me a call.
Yes, no, I agree. With the Fortune, one of the problems was the upkeep. They just could, the costs were too high. And at the moment, in these other options, costs are still going to be high. Any ideas on how we can resolve some of those problems?
Well, go to the sponsors of Fortune who were as equally shocked as everyone else that they were losing a theatre that they supported and loved. The community buy-in is important here, and it's important that the messaging around that isn't distorted towards, why are we paying for a venue, why are we paying for this? And unfortunately that horse has escaped. So, yeah.
Are you concerned that the creative community here in Dunedin might get a backlash?
Oh, I think it already is.
Yeah, thank you.
Simply by having that in the plan. As much as I can say congratulations, I can also go, yep, okay, here it comes, here's the storm.
Thanks, Marty.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Mackenzie. As his students know him.
Thank you very much.
Haere mai.
Your Honour.
Not quite. Not one for the judiciary, me.
You're younger than me. Anyway, kia ora everybody. Ka nui ngā pia kia tātou katoa I runga te kaupapa o te rā. Ka huringa whakaro kia tā tātou rangatira Dave. Ko haere ia ki tōna oki, nā reira apati hono tātai hono rātou kia rātou, tātou kia tātou. I'd like to greet you all today, former pupils and all. I can see some of you nodding off, so I might have to do a little bit of something to keep you awake here. Really, I've got one message, and that is I read the brief papers around the 10-year plan, and there's not a lot about kids and young people. So that really worries me. I'm the principal of North East Valley Normal School, 170 years this year. First day pupils. A long time ago, predated the Education Board. But I'm also the lead principal of Otipoti Ki Te Raki, which is the North Dunedin Community of Learning. It involves all early childhoods, bar one, and all the primary schools and the high school and the Polytech group of a collective of learners. And I can't speak for all of them today. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm speaking from what I get from that. I'm on the Otago Primary Principals Executive as well. And I'm also on the SWAG committee, which is Tarofa, the chairperson over here. So I want to just bring kids and young people to your attention and say all the stuff that you are looking at delivering, I very seldom see those words in there, children and young people. And so I've chosen two examples, and great respect to the previous speaker, but if you're going to spend a whole lot of money on a theatre in the city, I think you should be thinking about what kids are doing in this CBD. What resources are there for the children, your grandchildren, your child, went to the wrong school. What are they doing in the middle of the city when they come into the city? Some of them are getting up to real trouble. And if any of you have seen the social media videos of the bullying and violence, you know, I mean, it's fairly topical, isn't it? Where's that CBD? Right beside the countdown. Our kids, my kids, passed through that zone yesterday afternoon. Some of your children or grandchildren would have done that. What is the city doing for those kids in this, you know, to occupy them, give them something to do? When I grew up in Invercargill, we had a velodrome, we had movie theatres, we had a place where you played slot cars, we had the huge park in the middle of the city. It was like the city was made for kids. But I don't think this city is made for kids, not the centre of the city. Okay? So I think that before you go having a luxury of something that probably suits a lot of middle class people, no disrespect, myself included, where is the resource going to those kids to get them safe and engaged in this city? That's my first point. Another example is, you know, we're always talking about parking. You know, we can't get rid of parks in George Street. Well, I take my kids, my school kids and my own children, to the Oval, and the parking there is diabolical and it's dangerous. People look for parks, so there's cars all over the place, it's congested. This is nearly every afternoon. Then they go, you find a park up by the Dunedin Club, you know, leave your membership on the dashboard, you scoot down the road and you've got to get across this awfully busy road where people are rushing to and from, mostly heading home. So those are two examples where you could be addressing issues that affect young people and their families. You go to the Edgar Centre, most of you surely have had kids play at the Edgar Centre. The games start at 3:20. You rush across town, there's usually roadworks just to slow you down, and you get there and there's no parks there either. So people complain about car parks in George Street. I don't care about them, to be honest. There's car parks for Africa around us. They can park on a high-rise parking building. You can't do that at these sports venues. And I would touch on also the fact that part of this is centralising some of these events, having everything at the Edgar Centre instead of George Street playing futsal against North East Valley in our halls, which used to happen, having soccer games at lunchtimes. Now you see these days, of course, we've got to do our maths and our literacy, and we're not even doing that very well. So you can't take time out of the school day to do these things. So I think there's the council could be working in this area as a facilitator. Bring groups together. It's the same at the Caledonian. Any of you, if you've got kids and you go to the Caledonian for a sports occasion, it's just crazy. So think about the kids. Great-grandchildren even. That's true. Or bike.
Thank you. I'm sure we'd welcome a discussion about curriculum reform with you, John.
Oh, yes.
Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Worship. You mentioned the Oval and the parking issues there. Do you have any suggestions of how we might be able to improve that?
Well, I think there are two things there. One is that there are people who park there who walked for town. So the whole notion of park and ride may solve some of that. Some of the businesses there use those parks, like the mechanic shop parks cars there and that sort of thing. So I don't know how you could address that. But if you look at that length, you could have angle parking there, which wouldn't encroach much into the... there's a lot of land at the Oval, you know, so you could push back the fields a few metres and have angle parking. But it is a real hassle. Mm.
You mentioned the scheduling of games.
Yes.
Who actually schedules them? So, you know, I agree with you, there's sports fields all over the city. All the schools pretty much have sports fields.
Yes.
What role would we play, or who has the role to play in distributing the games more widely so we don't get these pinch points?
Thanks. Yes, I think one of the problems with centralising those games is that there's very little community interaction any longer. So you go to the game, you don't talk to anybody because there's such a rush getting there, you're all stressed out, the game's played and you scoot away as quickly as you can. Whereas in the old days, the parents would come and watch their kids in the school hall or on the school paddock, and they would interact. You might even have, you know, ladies bring a plate, used to be the de rigueur, didn't it? And whilst that is gone now, thank goodness, just that interaction with the communities was valuable, and we've lost it to a large degree.
Just going back, who actually...
Oh, sorry, yes.
Who actually schedules these games?
So they would all be scheduled with the through the council. I don't know about the Edgar Centre would have its own management system, I would assume, but the various codes would negotiate those times with the with whoever is controlling that particular venue.
So, last question.
Yes.
Is it a case of schools offering their facilities, sports facilities, to the city for use at certain times, so that they can then, if they're assigning games, well, we're booking games, they're not booked to the Edgar Centre, they're booked to, say, North East Valley or...
Yes, absolutely, and there is some precedence there with the swimming pools. You know, the council has a relationship with some of the pools in the city to meet the needs in partnership with the schools and the city. So, but I think you know, we used to have a youth person on the community team, and I don't know if we still do, and maybe that's something they could look into. Mm.
Thank you, Worship. Kia ora, John. We've certainly been hearing loud and clear from young people for a long time about the need for facilities in the CBD, and I have a 17-year-old who feels unsafe in this area as well. So I'm curious as to what facilities, in your perfect world, would we have in the centre of the city for children and young people?
I think when you pedestrianised the Octagon, that provided some opportunities for kids to hang out. So that was one. It's a pity that that's not still the case. You know, learning to play table tennis, it's not a bad skill. I think also having somewhere where children could go with, they've all got devices, where they can hook into free Wi-Fi and do their homework or whatever they do on their devices. That is not necessarily the library. And, I mean, there's always the issue of the sort of pseudo gangs, you know, these groups of young people who will go to these places and annoy everybody. But that's an obstacle that, you know, a little bit of creative thinking could well overcome. Thank you.
Thank you,
Is that
John.
us?
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much. Keep you awake, Doug. Good.
I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for lunch, coming back to start at 1 o'clock. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you.
you turn the microphone on when you're speaking and it'll go red.
Minutes are all yours.
That's better? Yep. All right. Settlers Association is pleased to have this opportunity to speak to the councillors. We really do value that. And we'll be talking about the draft 10-year plan and the matters that relate directly to the Toitu Otago Settlers Museum. So the OSA, the Otago Settlers Association, was established the museum back in 1908, as I'm sure we all well know. And we have a long-standing commitment to support and work closely with the museum staff and management. Although the OSA no longer owns and manages the museum, it has instead become a very active Friends of Toitu Otago Settlers Museum. The OSA is very proud of that association and of the museum itself, which is now a world-class museum of social history, recognised internationally. We think the Council and ratepayers of Dunedin should be proud of what has been achieved through the long-term commitment and support of the museum. In addition to the redevelopment of the museum some 10 years ago, the OSA has supported 25 projects to the extent of around $500,000 over the last 14 years. Several projects have continued over multiple years, such as the Christmas time Pixie Town display and the University of Otago History Intern Prize. The OSA will be working with museum management to explore opportunities for its members to volunteer in roles that are not funded. The enthusiasm of our members and the skills they have can support education, events, and other initiatives. Whilst the OSA is not submitting for additional funding for the museum for this plan, we are emphatic that in these times of significant financial constraint, funding should not be reduced. However, the OSA does expect to seek an increase in resources in the future to allow the full potential of the museum to be developed as the visitor numbers rebuild to well over the 180,000 per year that was originally planned for. There is potential for more public programs and education, also exhibitions which display more of the collection. If the museum staff are to engage with other museums and museum organisations around the world, they will need the resources to do this. This engagement is essential to ensure that the Toitu Otago Settlers Museum remains at the leading edge of social history museums, but that has obviously been constrained in part by the absence of international travel. Finally, the OSA requests that future draft 10-year plans and draft annual plans provide more information specifically on the museum, rather than that information being rolled up within Aratoi. The greater transparency will allow more meaningful submissions on the future planning for the museum and the resources to be allocated. Very happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, kia ora. Questions, councillors? Councillor Lord.
It's possibly not a question for you, Phil, but have you got an opinion about whether or not the Chinese garden, which sits right next door to Toitu, should be charging or free? Have you got an opinion, just because you're...
We have discussed this with Nick Dixon and with Cam McCracken, and I think we've been persuaded that it's appropriate for there to be a charge. It's a much smaller museum. We're very happy with the association between the Chinese garden and the museum. We think that works well. But we don't have a strong opinion on whether those charges should be removed or not.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Dowser. While reading through your submission, I noticed you'd made mention of protecting existing members of staff from overload and burnout. Can you maybe expand a wee bit on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That was a general comment. It wasn't aimed at any specific issues that we're aware of, but in these times when money is tight and the pressure's on the whole of the organisation to do more with what it's got or even less, then the pressure can come on the staff. And I believe the staff responded very well during the lockdown. They did some wonderful work, put it online. So we've got extremely valuable staff in the museum, and I'd hate to see any of them fall by the wayside because they've been overloaded.
Thank you. The board for Toitu is now an advisory board. What sort of, and that's changed from what it was previously, what sort of consultation did the council do around that with the Settlers Association prior to making those changes?
I'm not sure, Councillor, that the rules for the board have actually changed. It always has been an advisory board.
Oh, has it?
Yes, yes, and we've thanks to Simon Pickford, we've been alerted to the document, as I'm sure you've had a copy, and realised that perhaps we're not fulfilling the true intent of the board, that there could be more work to be done to advise and set some direction for the museum in an advisory role, and we intend to do that in future.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for all your hard work, Phil, at the Early Settlers Museum. And I was just wondering, you were talking about reports and what you would like to perceive to be in reports, and you've had discussions around that. And I was just wondering what your feeling was related to that, and also your comment around annual and 10-year plans and the amount of information you need.
Yes. We're always keen to make submissions to the council on its plans, and the way that the documents are presented at the moment, there is only very limited information specifically on the Settlers Museum. There was quite a detailed list of capital expenditure, so we could look at that and strongly support that. But the operations and the future direction are rolled up with the whole of Aratoy, and so we can't differentiate about what's planned for the art gallery, Ulverston, the museum, libraries. So what I'm saying is that if there was more clarity about specifically the plans for Toitu Otago Settlers Museum, that would allow a more meaningful submission. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate
Thank
it. H. Jacob Kelly. Dr. Duncan, welcome. Next 5 minutes are yours.
Kia ora koutou, ko H.J. Kelly tōku ingoa. I am one half of Prospect Park Productions, a local production company here in Dunedin. This is Dr. Emily Duncan, who will speak to our submission this morning, or this afternoon. Yeah. And then we look forward to your questions.
Kia ora Mayor Hawkins and Council, and thank you for allowing Prospect Park the opportunity to present regarding the 10-year plan. In the main, we'll be addressing the proposed mid-sized auditorium and more immediate support for the performing arts in Ōtepoti. As stated in our submission, in principle, we support the development of a purpose-built performing arts venue. However, we also recognise and share concerns in the wider community around how this will impact future rates rises and the project being used as an either or local government bargaining chip, subject to debate over whether South Dunedin is more worthy of investment, i.e. the Mayfair versus Athenaeum, and risk adding fuel to the perception around arts funding taking from much needed investment in amenities and infrastructure. As full-time local professional practitioners, we're concerned that the new venue development as it is proposed creates a schism with the music sector. Furthermore, we believe that the two mid-sized theatre options do not accurately reflect or address discussions amongst performing arts community at the Charcoal Blue consultation workshops in 2018 and 2019. Most pressingly, however, any new development cannot come at the cost of ensuring immediate and bridging support for the sector. Of those action points outlined in our submission, we have identified the following as being the most impactful in the immediate future if we are to have a thriving and sustainable performing arts sector ready to utilise, showcase work and host the community in any future venue. 1. Assurances and support for the Shared Resources project, of which Prospect Park is a partner along with the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust and Dunedin Arts Festival, and in consultation with Mana Whenua. 2. Work with companies to look after and adapt existing workspaces. This includes assurances around the ongoing feasibility of spaces such as that of Prospect Park and the Carnegie, and means to further fit it out so that it is truly fit for purpose. 3. The development of any site or significant initiative going forwards prioritise in consultation around accessibility needs. 4. Engagement with experienced practitioners in furthering and re-establishing real pathways to careers in the performing arts locally. The Council can take a lead in this by professionally engaging practitioners as mentors and consultants, and increase support for the creation and generation of work that is not reliant on overseas multinational companies, which risks reducing us to a service hub. 5. Address current contestable funding models on which so many of us rely, are not sustainable and are detrimental to our performing arts community as a whole. 6. Work with and support for local smaller companies' program development to ensure increased continuity and more sustainable employment models, as well as retain and grow audiences. 7. Demonstrate increased courage in our UNESCO status, including writing for theatre, by further investing in, leveraging and integrating this into other areas, including tourism, skills training and advocacy for our brilliant, inimitable and consistently punching above its weight city. In conclusion, by ensuring its integration with the 10-year plan, arts and culture, and specifically theatre and performing arts, have an important role to play in realising the Dunedin City Council strategies. This has to move beyond anecdotal success stories that act as marketing window dressing. We have an opportunity now to set a precedent around the delivery and support of the performing arts, of which Ōtepoti Dunedin could be truly proud. To do otherwise is to trunco possibilities for current and future practitioners, projects and initiatives that will benefit the community at large. Ngā mihi nui.
Perfectly timed. Anyone would think you had practiced. Do you happy to take questions? Yep. I think you even said as much in the beginning. Sorry, it's just a force of habit. Councillor Reddick.
Yes, you mentioned that you wanted to change the contestable funding model. What model would you like to have?
I think it's the reliance on the contestable funding model. What was it? Oh, sorry. The reliance on solely contestable funding models at the moment. We need to look further. There's some interesting initiatives going on in the philanthropic space, but most practitioners don't have access to that. So maybe there's bridging opportunities around philanthropy work. We need to be looking at commercialising aspects of our business, but not in ways that jeopardise our artistic integrity. I think we need a multi-pronged approach, but at the moment we really are relying quite heavily on contestable funding. It's a particularly inaccessible and almost elitist model for a lot of people as well, because it relies heavily on understanding jargon, it relies on understanding strategic outcomes, it relies on a certain level of understanding of what's being asked and being able to play those games essentially. And I think we need to widen the ability of people to apply for those. Welcome.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for a very substantive submission. A couple of questions around the submission. Firstly, I just didn't understand what third place spaces were. That was on page 8, so that explained. And just could you maybe expand a wee bit on your ask around us showing, I think the words were increased courage in the UNESCO status?
Third spaces, and I'm just pulling on my memory here, I think spaces where community can come together that aren't traditional, say, building structures. They could be outdoor spaces, so not so reliant on a traditional theatre model, but how we might utilise other spaces to bridge it. That would also reach a greater breadth of the community. And the other part was about leveraging it. In my ideal world, I would like to see, given the same status, say, film is on Enterprise Dunedin website. I think I put an anecdote in there. I was in the library the other week checking out my books, and there's a UNESCO plaque, and it still speaks of the fortune in present tense. And it could be a small thing, but it's that sort of carelessness that's sort of overlooked. And this is not, Nikki Page does incredible work, but I just think ways we can leverage it for us, especially who are full-time professional practitioners.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, thanks for your presentation. I just noted in your presentation you mentioned the Charcoal Blue Report at one point, I believe, and this seems to be a fairly recurring theme that people are saying that when they interviewed with the Charcoal Blue Report, and then as this thing's gone through various iterations, there seems to be a bit of a gap between what they felt they were doing and what's come out the other end. Would that be reasonable?
I think that's an absolutely reasonable assumption. Even the number that's being mooted, the 350 to 450 seater venue, from our recollection, having attended multiple consultations and given up quite considerable hours of our time for free to do that consultation, we don't recall that number ever being mooted by our local practitioners. The big question for us is, who is that number for? We certainly don't think it's our local sector at this point. The consultation process as well, we thought would include the music sector more, and throughout the phases they seem to have been pushed to the side, and that is creating a schism. Certainly one that we don't think is healthy for any of our arts sector. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Thank you. So, in proposed actions, you're talking about accessibility and having a place that's accessible. In your dream world, had you thought about where approximately that might be placed so that people have mobility, bus, and other access and inclusion?
I think the emphasis on one particular space is something we're not particularly interested in at this point, given that we think we need to be growing an ecology. We need to have more of a phased approach, we need to have smaller venues, and leading into something maybe of the aspirational size that is being tabled at the moment. I guess the short answer to that is we need multiple accessible spaces in different locations with different functions that support not only presentation but also development, research and professional development for our sector.
Thank you for your presentation of your submission, really appreciate it. Ms. Clements and or Mr. Grimwood, are you here for part two, Murray, are you? It's up to you. You can do your solo show first, that's fine. We're all yours.
Kia ora koutou, ko Fiona Clements aho. I'm the kaiwhakahaere at Resourcem Limited. First, I want to say thank you to the DCC Waste Minimisation Commercial Grant Funding Committee for approving our application we just heard yesterday for zero waste event infrastructure. We're really excited to get working on that project, and we are continuing to source funding to complete it. The biggest emission from this 10-year plan is our recent declaration of a climate emergency, because the next 10 years do include 2030, and that's our deadline for a carbon zero and arguably our zero waste goals. We have to develop some real policy change around our city's events, film crews and community events. These should all require a zero waste management plan. It should be mandatory to measure, plan and budget these outputs. Waste is a low-hanging fruit in our city's carbon zero story. Pick it early and do it fast. Well, we didn't achieve that, so let's do the next best thing and support those doing the work with some helpful policy change. Here's a few ideas. Creating policy around single-use disposable cups and other takeaway items, which I mention again and yet to see few take seriously as an easy solution to behaviour change. It does actually work. Install more water fountains for easy reuse of bottles, or hook up with Refill NZ. Set up community recycling and compost hubs, plant our berms, ban glyphosate. Businesses need to consider their footprints as well, because adaptability is a key skill in the current economic climate. We need to adapt as a city and as a community, because what services are missing to be able to operate as good businesses? And are our large venues complying with this zero waste kaupapa? Because I doubt it by the amount of biodegradable cups going to landfill. Nor do we want these, as they have no nutritional value once composted. All filler, no griller, brothers and sisters. Education of our recycling systems so that we can eliminate contamination. We recently visited the OJO fibre recycling plant. The main issue is contamination of recycling, especially after COVID. So a focus on proper sorting at source. Currently, we are the source. We are the people that are doing the sorting, so we need to be educated to be able to deal with that. We need to use reward systems instead of punishing people, because it really doesn't work. And we could also brainstorm a whole bunch of these solutions with the community. Novel idea, I know, but this needs to be able to apply to all sectors of the community in all socio-economic and cultural areas of the city. We need to waste audit our recycling bins among a wider cross-section of Dunedin. We're not doing that enough. We need to have proper, robust education campaigns ensuring that the whole diverse population of Dunedin can participate fully and effectively in this system of curbside collection, including people of all socio-economic backgrounds, cultures and languages. This includes the 5th green waste bin, which we love, and education around why this must be properly separated to avoid contamination and produce the best compostable products, i.e. rebuilding our whenua whilst not further marginalising communities who have trouble accessing these systems. We love the 5-bin system, but the green and organic waste definitely needs to be opt-in. Lots of people already compost. We need to provide options for those who don't or can't access this service. Perhaps a survey will help. We already have upcycled 10-litre buckets from Resine and Green Thumbs ready to go, and a share waste app working on a small scale. There needs to be action on inner city waste management, especially for businesses making organic food waste. The CBD has been left out from this organics collection entirely. But we also want to make sure any composting facilities we develop are properly funded, scalable, and able to process the volume of organic waste that will be produced by the city before the system is up and running and potentially becomes overwhelmed, as our facilities are at capacity, and we support the Otipoti Compost Collective, which I'll tell you a little bit more about shortly. I recently had a kōrero with a contractor who was spraying glyphosate without any protective equipment. I see this all the time. I asked him what he was spraying and if he didn't think he should be wearing a mask. His response was that masks scare people, and I mentioned that it's COVID times, everyone's wearing them. And then I see small children running around in the Market Garden Park. It was a beautiful day. But this actually goes further, and it's about contamination of our groundwater, soil, and any products that want to be composted, like the city's grass clippings, because if it's contaminated with chemicals, it has to be landfilled and cannot be used to make soil again, a waste of resources. I have some ideas around some bylaws that we could create around our events and stuff, which I'm happy to share, but I'm not going to go into now, because the last point I want to make is that the DCC's community waste minimisation quick funding amounts need to increase from $500 to $1,000 minimum. $500 isn't enough to make any real actionable change within the waste minimisation sphere. When we do a basic baseline community event, such as the South Dunedin Street Festival or the Moananui Festival, which we've done recently, it costs us about $1,200 to $1,600 GST inclusive to provide a waste audit, waste warriors, pre-event preparation, volunteer training, signage, on-site presence, and a summary of audit and recommendation report, and often volunteer hours on top of that. We are a business. We shouldn't be having to give our community volunteer hours. We should be able to charge them. They need to be able to access money so that their community events can get on board with a zero waste kaupapa.
Kia ora, Fi. Are you happy to take questions?
Yeah, I am.
Excellent. Questions. Councillor Vandervis.
You're submitting that we should ban glyphosate.
Aye.
Are you talking about the DCC's use of it, or do you think we should have local rules banning it across the city?
All of the above.
So in terms of DCC use, and I understand that's still ongoing, would you agree that that would be the easy first option for us to go for?
Absolutely, because they are your contractors that are spraying.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Fiona. To that point, it's probably such a large, that would actually be a significant increase in our cost of management. So would you be willing to, not for this time because we've missed the deadline, but actually submit specifically on the use of chemicals and weed control? Because I think it actually is big enough that it has to be a single item.
If we've got enough time to, we absolutely would, yes. Yeah. But of course, this is outside of our work time. We have to do this stuff.
It's too late for this particular plan, but I think it's being missed because it's not a single item coming up.
Yeah.
With the development of as we go forward to diversion, we need to develop industries that are local. Do you feel at the moment that there is sufficient money put aside in the council's budgets for the development of local industries to support our waste our objectives?
No.
Thank you.
What do you suggest might be a good figure to put in the council's budget to support businesses and community to deliver on the waste management plans?
What's the figure now? Double it. I don't know. I'm not really a numbers person. I'm more about creative solutions. Yeah.
I think Murray's giving you a hint. Councillor Walker.
Thanks, Fiona. I think you should be a bit bolder and ask us for more.
I'd love to. Can we have more?
You can ask. Just in terms of the events we hold around the city, particularly the big ones, could you give us a few examples of events we have held around the city with large crowds that have had a good waste min policy behind them and that can be used as exemplars for the future?
No, I can't really answer that question because there aren't any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Round two.
Thanks, folks. I guess I'm the philosophical side of the team and somebody else is the more practical. We used to be called Sustainable Dunedin City. We're now called Resilient Dunedin. And there's a reason we did that, and I think it's important that you guys know it. And I'm sorry it's not a great story, but it has to be told. What we've done globally and locally over the last 200 years is erupt one species, chewing into a finite planet at exponentially increasing rates. We did that using an energy source to do the work, and we chewed into that at exponentially increasing rates. To make the matters worse, we took the best first. So every succeeding barrel of oil, ton of copper, whatever, is the next best, i.e. it gets worse. So we're heading in the direction of a thing called entropy. In other words, it gets harder and harder to do things, to keep things maintained, to keep the balls juggled in the air that you've got in the air, let alone add to them exponentially. You can pull it off for a while because you're pulling down the finite resource. It's like pulling down a bank account that started with $1,000. And you pull out $1, then 2, then 5, then 10, then 100. Works all right until you get to 500, then you can't double it, all right? And at the end, you haven't got nothing. If you build your model on assuming that the exponential increasing was going to continue, at some point around the halfway mark, you're stuffed, okay? When you do that by betting with keystroke issued debt, which is all money is and all you're budgeting on, it's keystroke issued debt out of banks, and for the last 100 years, it hasn't been related to anything real. The bets get ever bigger, and if you stand back and look at the big picture, since the GFC, Trump, Brexit, refugee streams, the whole thing is all tied to the point where we've overstepped the mark. Your problem is looking after 100,000 plus people in some measure of well-being, to hell with the money, but you have to look ahead into a resource depleting, ever competing 10 years, and it'll be all over in the next 10 years is my guess. You can't do anything about things like global wars and conflicts. You can do something about looking after your citizens. And what you have to do is not be vulnerable. Try and do, when you do maintenance, try and make it so that you don't have to use a bloody great digger to get back under the road and then reseal the road afterwards, and then somebody comes across 5 minutes later putting another pipe across that one, right? In other words, you can do an awful lot about being more efficient with what you've got and being more forward-looking. What else? What you really need to be doing is looking to create capacitance. We saw an example with COVID, not enough hospital beds, not enough oxygen, not enough anything, because it was all just in time with no margin, right? You need to be looking the same way. You need to have capacity, capability, not just for earthquakes, but for resource depletion, and I would suspect in the next 10 years a financial collapse globally. Okay? There are too many bets out there, the next GFC won't be holdable. There you go, questions.
Hang on, I need to just speak about the Oti Compost Collective on the end of that.
This is the practical
side.
The practical side of that.
If the practical side could turn their microphone on, that'll be helpful.
Sorry, the practical side of that philosophicalness. So on March 22nd this year, the Oti Compost Collective was formed under the Resilient Dunedin banner. We are an advocacy group for scaling up commercial composting and creating decentralised community composting hubs for Dunedin City. We want to thank you. We just heard yesterday that we got a 5K community grant to help us with our resource consenting and land sourcing process. So we're currently on the hunt for viable land to scale up. So if you know anyone that's got land, we'd love to hear from you. We have about 7 pieces of the land on the table at the moment, but we are looking for the right piece and the right pieces because we believe we need more than one composting facility in our city. So we are actually working with your waste team and your property services team to source that land, and we want to be ready for when your curbside collection comes into play and have somewhere for that composting to go. So we're currently applying for MFE funding to expand from here, and our little, I guess our little saying is e taru ana e taku, it will be done, it's my garden. So we're really here to create a bit of change in the composting sector in Dunedin, and we have a large advocacy group that wants to see change. They're already working in this area, so we want to support them.
Kia ora, thank you. Questions? Councillor Wiley.
How much space do you need for, or what size of land are you looking for?
It varies depending on the size of what we need, but we are looking to fit to size basically at this point. So whatever pockets we can get, we're going to fit to size, but if we could find somewhere that is rugby field size, that would be ideal.
And are there any other requirements, like obviously accessibility's got to be a big one and things like that?
There's a few issues around resource consent and water, how near it is to water stuff and things like that. So there are a few consent issues we need to look at, yes.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you very much for that really cheery summation of our future. Can't wait. In the submission, you alluded to gross domestic happiness, which I assume, although probably stolen from Bhutan. Can you maybe expand on your thoughts around that?
Well-being is not material consumption. It's a hard road explaining that to people at the moment, at all levels, but ultimately it isn't. Anybody coming out of oncology will tell you they'd give just about anything they had for another 6 months. So I think, yeah, we have to go down that track. I think falteringly, the government is heading down, or Treasury went down that track, somewhat blindly and somewhat tainted by its old-fashioned thinking, because we're all steeped in economics as taught for the last 100 years or 50 years. And they're heading in the right direction. Well-being is things like theatres, but then you don't have to buy one. There's, you know, shitloads of them around. You've got spaces coming out your ears. Well-being is giving people contentment, interaction, entertainment. You know, those things can be done for free, and often are at local level, and have been done in folk level for years, you know. I think we just have to get off the consumption trip. It was a one-way linear trip. It was extract, consume, excrete, and we can't keep doing it. And I don't know how much you can teach your constituents that. It's a big ask, but you have to look ahead and know that you have to be supporting them in a well-being manner as best you can through times that won't be the same as they were.
I think we put in there that we're connected with the wellbeing economy, which is an international thing that New Zealand has signed up for, which I highly recommend you check out. There's guidelines there to work towards.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā ko rua mō tō mahi. Thank you both. The right piece of whenua,
Sorry,
is it
sorry,
close?
can you turn your microphone off on that?
The right piece of whenua, is it close to the CBD or not?
It could be anywhere. It all depends. We actually really need to map the system first, which we do have a couple of people that are starting to do that. So, you know, like that's the process, map the system and then figure out, you know, we're looking at different bits of land at the moment one that is owned by DCC, which is already consented, which is really great, but Central Business District would be ideal because we do have a lot of waste coming out of the Central Business District.
And finally, Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you very much, both of you. Murray, you mentioned worldwide financial collapse within 10 years you anticipate. Given that it's a possibility, and I think some people here recognise it, what should we be doing now in anticipation as a council?
Here you and I are probably on the same page. Don't get too far into debt. I think your ratepayers, who are also taxpayers, who are also everything else, providers for their children and all the rest of it, are going to be more strapped as time goes on. I think they've already been taken down a debt hole now, and most of them have staggering, eye-watering amounts of debt to your and my generation. Their chances of paying it back are nil. I don't know which collapses first, the banking system or whether it takes them out first as per 1930s, I don't know. But the answer is don't be in debt, don't be vulnerable, and don't be leveraged. There are ways to do things smartly far before you do things costily, expensively.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. Ms. Butler and Mr. Pearson. Your assorted fans. Welcome both. Next 5 minutes are yours.
Tēnā koutou pūkenga mā, nā mihi ke te mana whenua ko Kaitahu, ko Rachel tēnei, ko Wade te rā, no Startup Dunedin Māua, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you for taking the time to hear from so many of us today. I acknowledge mana whenua and the land we stand and where we're meeting. My name's Rachel Butler, I'm the General Manager of the Startup Dunedin Trust, and this is Wade Pearson, who, while he's been on the board for a year, is the brand new chair as of this week, so a bit of baptism by fire. And I also want to acknowledge the work of Sarah Ramsey and her work as chair over the last few years. Startup Dunedin serves by the vision of making Dunedin one of the greatest entrepreneurial small cities in the world. And as an organisation, we're really fortunate that we stand on the shoulders of a community that's already supported a number of startups, such as Timely and Education Perfect and Pocketsmith. This is a city by nature of our unique location and our size, our creative backbone, and our leadership has already provided an environment that enables and encourages ideas here to flourish, to grow, and to export and adapt. Touching just a little bit on growth, Startup Dunedin saw 300 startups through our virtual and physical doors last year. We've spent the last year in particular building on our community outreach programs like Mana Rangatahi, which was built identifying a gap between our youth accessing entrepreneurial support, and that's delivered with Innovate HQ with support from Ministry of Youth Development. We've supported the development of PIPE with Otago Business School, which teaches children in our Pacific community between 5 and 10 about what business is and what tools come from there they might use in their community. It uses a lot more Play-Doh than some of our other programs. We have, for 10 years, this council and this city has supported entrepreneurship in a tertiary capacity, and this year we've got 180 students coming through Audacious, and we're actually piloting Audacious with some of the Highlanders. So while they call Dunedin home and they're here on the season, we support the players and their families to build on their skills. We're attracting and helping secure investment attraction both nationally and internationally. We've seen the establishment of Mainland Angel Investment Network with a focus on making accessing capital and investment easier for our founders. And we're beginning to see students both choose Dunedin to study because of the entrepreneurial support, but also to stay in Dunedin to build their businesses. Startup Dunedin has a real focus on inclusive entrepreneurship. We believe the more voices at the table, the better for our community. It allows our community to solve problems that they are identifying and seeing in their environment. And we're looking at the next 10 years, it allows them to be part of the fabric that makes this city so creative, connected and optimistic. Looking forward, we'd really like to double down on supporting our risk takers and our future thinkers around the city. We know that we're going to need them to help us. We need to ensure that our future students, scientists and companies have the connections and funding and resources they need to help solve some of these large social, economic and environmental problems. We know to build on jobs and opportunities that we see locally and to continue to attract talent, we need to see an increase in the export of tech and some of the high value sectors that we know our startups deliver on. Dunedin is consistently recognised as a leading startup ecosystem in New Zealand. And we believe that the difference here is because Dunedin has collectively as a city backed entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship for the last 10 years, both at a leadership and at a grassroots level. I guess my only ask for here is when you consider how the city might start to meet some of these strategic challenges such as sustainability, wellbeing or business vitality, startups are considered in these choices. Dunedin is full of passionate and talented, skilled entrepreneurs, and we're also starting to attract them to the city. We want to continue to support our bold innovators and our risk takers from our community so the next decade we can see an even greater community where enterprise and creativity are supporting a productive and sustainable city. I want to finish with just a thank you and acknowledgement of the DCC's funding over the last years, as well as that collective support that allows this mahi to happen. I also want to acknowledge the council and the staff for your event attendance, your forwarding of emails, your connections. We know the calendar's manic and we know it's really busy, and those connections make such a difference for our startups. So thank you for your continued support for Startup Dunedin, our small little team, our fledgling businesses and our innovative entrepreneurs. Kia ora.
Kia ora, kōrua. You got away with that lightly, I think. Questions? Councillor Elder.
Thanks for all your mahi around the startup space, and indeed Dunedin has got a reputation in that area. I was just wondering how much funding do we provide every year for startup, and what would you be looking for, say, in a 10-year plan budget?
So I believe we get 194,000 across Startup Dunedin and Audacious, which is obviously ring fence for our entrepreneurship program. And considering what 10-year funding looks like, one of the reasons that we know we're getting so much focus nationally is Startup Dunedin is a really unique model that you've got the university, the Polytech and the council making those decisions. So I think in looking at what that budget and the 10-year plan would look like, I'd need all three around the table to kind of make sure that all the different visions were involved.
It sounds like you use that budget rather well. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you for your amazing work. I have observed and I have been to some of your meetings and seen some of the amazing people that you bring in from out of town. I just wonder, apart from the budget, what other support would you like from council?
We know that for a vital ecosystem to flourish, it's connections. So it might be experts in areas, it might be introductions to people that know that stuff in that space. So it's continuing to do what you're doing. It's coming to our events, it's making introductions. The number of people that reply to our newsletters with recommendations does not go unnoticed. So what to say?
You've just guaranteed yourself some more. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Wade and Rachel. Thanks for your submission on your mahi. You mentioned in the submission that Dunedin is seeing retention of talent as they choose to stay here and build businesses as part of the community. Are you guys collecting stats and data around that? And if you are, what are the numbers?
So we've had a real focus this year on data for better storytelling. I wouldn't have numbers off the top of my head that those that stay. I know 5 anecdotally. But that's something that we've got a real focus on. So we are now capturing data for every single student that comes through and making sure that we have their student IDs and email addresses to follow up on. So we have a database of about 400 now. And we know that one of the big focuses is keeping them involved in the ecosystem. So be it a startup that succeeds or one that fails, one of our focuses is that retention and kind of the expertise economy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Judy Martin. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not sure if I'll quite take that long. I hope I can read the notes that I wrote on the bus, which isn't really very good for legibility. Right. So One Coast is a community organisation focused around waste minimisation, shortly to become, we hope, a legal entity. We cover the area between Waitati and Waikawaiti, along State Highway 1, hence our name. And seeing you gave us the chance for the 10-year plan, we painted a picture of what a community waste minimisation organisation could be like and the sort of things that we could do if we had enough support. I'm not going to go over all that now because that was just dream and imagination stuff, but I do want to stress again the 4 conditions that we need, that will be needed to help local communities progress to zero waste. First of all, we need ongoing non-contestable place-based funding for basic sort of covering of activities. It's really hard work sort of going along bit by bit, 6 months by 6 months, sort of struggling to get enough resources to keep a facilitator going or to manage basic things. And whereas we hope in future we will have some resources coming in from sales and things, it's not really a good idea to be able to rely on that sort of thing. So we would like sort of ongoing non-contestable funding. The second point we wanted to make is that it's really important that we invest as much in human resources as in infrastructure, because people enthuse other people, they keep the institutional memory. I like to harp on about the fact that this One Coast would never have got off the ground if it hadn't been for the sustainable living courses that Dunedin City Council ran over a decade before we started, because we still had the email list and the contacts that enabled us to get together and get something happening. So things that happen between people have an ongoing and a multiplying effect. But having said that, we also don't want to neglect the importance of the physical infrastructure, and we really, really appreciate the work that Dunedin City Council has done at the front of the Waikawaiti transfer station, where they've turned a paddock that was sort of slightly unofficial grazing for various stock into a couple of really solid platforms, well drained, well managed, chipped and covered, and they've allowed us, while we're still waiting to become incorporated and get our memorandum of understanding with it, they've allowed us to put our container on, which is our very first space to start working, and we really appreciate that. We hope that we can eventually get more, and I don't see any reason why, seeing it as council land, that the council could not fund some sort of building there, which then could be leased to a community, an organisation such as ours. The lack of plant at the moment, the covered area at the moment, is an issue. For example, we had to take, on behalf of somebody else, 2 very substantial leather sofas and throw them in the skip a couple of weeks ago. Whereas if there'd been an area there where we could have left them, we could have taken the leather off and left some of it for craft work, dismantled it for firewood, and basically ended up with a tiny amount in the skip. That's a sort of an example. The fourth point is that, as you all know this, that it's not individual work doesn't really cut it. We need systemic change, and your role here, advocating for things that reduce waste at a national level, is really important. Through government forums and other things, because waste in general is a big contributor to climate change, that's even more telling. And I was pleased to come in the end of Fiona's and Murray's presentation there.
It's your 5 minutes. Goes faster than you think.
Gone, is it?
Yeah.
I didn't have time to talk about food waste. Oh, never mind.
That's fine.
You can ask me about that.
Well, someone isn't. It's inevitable now, isn't it? I just had a. Thank you for that. I just had a question around the comments that you made, the uncontestable place-based funding. Do you think that's the most appropriate mechanism for a project like yours, or are you working backwards from that because you know it's a thing that exists? For example, were there to be a similar mechanism to fund a network of diversion facilities around the, or are you agnostic about where the money is, or do you have a particular view about this as a community place-based activity unto itself?
Any money is always grateful, of course, but I'm thinking of your waste minimisation plan that you put out, in which you did focus on the proximity principle, and I'm also thinking of the way in which often the DCC staff have supported us on thinking that we may be, because we are an outlying area, a sort of a quite isolated, that we may be a model for future areas around Dunedin as well. So, but certainly the place-based funding, and we had some money umbrellaed under that, was very, very valuable and much appreciated.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Just for clarity, I have worked with One Coast in the past, but I did not. I made a point of not contributing to the submission to the 10-year plan. The money that you got for the facilitator did come through the place-based community grant system, and I just want to follow up on His Worship's question, because from my perspective, it's probably the answer should be yes from you. Would it be a good idea that now you've got to this point that you actually are demonstrating that you can do what you're doing, and you've had this fairly long interaction with the council in terms of developing those facilities out of the Waikawhati transfer station, that you are probably a good model for what could happen in the future for rural areas? Is it time now to change the funding model a little bit as we get into our contract model, as we try to develop the WMMP and actually achieve those outcomes, that the council should be considering funding mechanisms that then effectively turn you from volunteers into contractors, rather the way that Waitaki Council is working with some of its providers?
Yes, I don't think we're quite there yet. We're very starting, but yes, that is a very, and it may not be us, it may be somebody else, but I think that's good. Local knowledge, local employment, local enthusiasm. They make a huge. Places like if anyone who's been to Hampden and knows their operation will see that in action really well.
Councillor Barker, potentially with a question about food waste.
Funny that. Can you tell me a little bit about the food waste comment that you were going to make?
Right. I was going to say we really support the collection of food waste because it keeps the methane, that potent greenhouse gas, out of the landfill. The thing that I would not agree with Fiona's comment is I don't think it should be opt-in, because if it's opt-in, people won't opt in, especially if it costs more, and then it will end up going in their red bin anyway and end up in landfill. But there should be the potential for people who are keen composters and otherwise dispose of their waste responsibly to opt out, possibly.
Jim?
It is actually about that opt-in, opt-out, green bin, red bin thing. Do you think then that we should also make sure that we have a mechanism for fining or something else if people start putting food waste into the red bins?
Oh, definitely. I believe in sticks as well as carrots.
Cool.
Yeah.
Both of which can be dealt with appropriately. Thank you, Judy, for your submission and your work. Finn and Jet, speaking on behalf of Gen Zero, submission 817213. Welcome. Jules, go for it.
Kia ora. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here today on behalf of Generation Zero. We are a youth-led climate action organisation. We operate nationwide. We have regions based out of Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, and here in beautiful Otipoti. We operate as a solutions-focused group, and we see strong opportunity in the DCC's 10-year plan for action. We hope that our perspective as students and young professionals here in the city can inform the DCC to provide for the diversified needs of the city. We believe, and the DCC is committed to becoming carbon zero in Dunedin by 2030. That is an achievable goal, but it's going to require the DCC to take transformative action away from homogenous transportation and homogenous housing design. The DCC's plan, we're glad to say, makes some strong strides towards this vision. But the DCC can do better when it comes to spending money that addresses the root cause of the problem and not a pervasiveness of the status quo. Our challenge that we place to the DCC is to see a decisive switch from the private motor vehicle focused. Otipoti is advantageously placed to be Aotearoa's best short trip city if we balance our priorities between the CBD and the small businesses and amenities in our suburbs that people drive past to get to town. That goal, however, is only achievable if the DCC focuses on diverse and sustainable modes of transport. Walking, cycling and public transport are all parts of Dunedin's journey to carbon zero. We need ambition for this modal switch, and this needs to be supported by the DCC's spending. Some of the projects in the plan do concern us. $11 million on Central City parking improvements is money spent solving a problem that could instead fund the real solutions to parking problems by funding diverse alternatives. Additionally, the proposed new Harbour Arterial project presents opportunities as well as threats. We do not support a net increase in roading capacity. Where roading capacity is increased, we'd like to see the Central City reallocated to active modes or public transport. Vehicles that represent better use of road space could be prioritised. That could come in the form of T-ferry, bus, truck, cycle lanes. Especially of concern to us as students is the DCC's delay to the tertiary precinct update. In the plan, it states that it makes sense to delay these works until the outcome of the city centre upgrades are completed. It doesn't. Albany Street, in the heart of the tertiary precinct, is an imminent threat to the safety of the thousands of pedestrians that use it daily. The DCC must reconsider the benefits of these changes and continue to seek improving the streetscape to accommodate a pedestrian-heavy area. Further concerning is to see more than $10 million allocated in the budget to park and ride facilities. Incentivising driving to the bus does not facilitate for a zero-carbon city, nor does it represent value for money. Allocation of these funds, our transportation budget, should be for sustainable, cost-effective first or last mile options. The root cause of this issue is endless suburban sprawl, and the solution is to provide more parks at the bus stop to reduce central city congestion where there is already little problem finding a park relevant to other New Zealand cities. This activity justifies more sprawl for a service that people already live close to. Some of the projects, however, we're encouraged to see. The Princes Street bus lane, central cycle and pedestrian improvements and provision for bike parking in the central city are what Otipoti should be striving for, and we really look forward to seeing the DCC's continuation of these plans. Our written submission does cover much more than I can discuss today, but our big ask is that the DCC's review of this plan realises the root cause of the issues that this city faces in homogenous transportation and housing, has real and direct solutions that have a wide range of positive impacts to health, well-being, accessibility and culture. In 3 years, when the next LTP comes out, we don't want to be back speaking along the same lines, because that means this plan has avoided genuine change while trying to accommodate the root cause of the problems rather than addressing them. The DCC has declared a climate emergency and has committed to becoming carbon zero by 2030. Now is the time to act.
Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you for your submission. I just want to ask a question about the your concern about the delay, which I share, of the tertiary work.
there's another reason, and that relates to underground work as well. But that aside, can you tell us what your vision of what the work is?
I'm glad that you share the same thoughts. Obviously, there are other factors to include, which is their underground services. But what we saw at the end of last year in the response to COVID-19 is the NZTA put up their Innovating Streets Fund, which provides, I believe, 90-10 share of funding between central and local government for temporary or urgent space improving projects. The DCC, long term, we'd love to see the road ripped up, the pipes replaced, infrastructure improved. But in the short term, there are so many improvements that could be made around the tertiary precinct where pedestrian traffic is dominant that could be made overnight, and that could mean narrowing of the road at key crossings. Wouldn't reduce road capacity, but would encourage vehicles to slow down. Speed bumps, removal of some poorly placed car parks that facilitate better line of sight for pedestrians crossing the road, or just cycle parking improvements. There's a lot of potential that doesn't require deep digging.
So they're primarily safety improvements around traffic speed and pedestrian safety and transport improvements. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Oh, thank you. Kia ora. What sort of action or work, mahi, are you, is Generation Zero doing around the university? Because a lot of students, most of them have a car, and I was chatting to quite a few landlords that said that, you know, say if they've got a 6 or 7 bedroom home, there's about 5 cars with every house. So, I mean, that's contributing to the issue of bringing the cars into that area where it is quite hard to get parking and get around, and of course more cars causes an issue if you're trying to get across Albany Street safely, but hopefully people cross at the
You're going to need to pause if you want them to answer the question.
So that was the question. Yeah, well, I'm just wondering, well, 2 questions, I suppose, is what, I know you're being very active, Finn, but so either of you, what is Generation Zero doing around the university to help, because obviously it is a concern you have. A lot of students have cars, you know, what messaging is going out there to help change that, if that's what, you know?
I suppose one of the most important things we do is we do come to these meetings and try and make sure that the basics of these designs don't cover just car accommodations. I think students using cars is a real shame because it eats up a huge amount of their budget. That's already being commanded by high rent prices and high power prices. So I think it's these kinds of designs that we've inherited that prioritize cars and make sure that every single section of street space also has a car park on it, means that students can come in here. And because they don't have the options, they need to, if they want to go to the beach or they want to go to somewhere of culture, of aesthetic, if they want to leave town and go for a walk, they have to have a car. Like if you want to be a student in town who can go somewhere other than the central city, you have to have a car. And I think that's like, this is why we try and come here and talk to these meetings, is because this is the problem. They don't have the choice, and we're trying to make sure that if people can choose the option, that, you know, it's there and it's reasonable and it's kind of like a thoughtful option that means that they can not require the car to be a young person wanting to have fun.
Are you saying that the buses aren't adequate around that area to get them around the town?
I mean, it's the kind of purpose of the buses at the moment in the city is to go from your home to your work, and that's about it. I think there's there's a bus to St. Clair, and I think that's probably the only nice bus where you could, you know, you're not going there to go to work or go home. So I think if we're thinking about that, bus services kind of do limit you in that respect. So if we're trying to think about students having some interesting options, it's like the bus service could be, obviously without, you know, mentioning the ORC, but, you know, the bus service could be thinking about some of those, you know, different needs. Yeah.
There is something else I'd add to that, and it is true that a lot of students do have cars, but very few students use those cars to travel to university. Almost every student I know walks to university, cycles to university. and those who don't catch public transport in. So while a lot of students own cars, I can speak for my own, mine takes me to work or is only used on the weekends and is never touched during a weekday. And I think that would be true for the majority of students living in the area.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. It is 5 minutes after 2. We have no imminent speakers and are slightly ahead of schedule. So I'll move that we adjourn the meeting until 2:15 when we are anticipating Mr. Barron, seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. everyone. I understand, Dr. Morgan, you are speaking on behalf of the Broad Bay Community Centre. Welcome. Oh, sorry. We're all yours for the next 5 minutes.
See if I get this on so I don't have to use my big theatrical voice. Kia ora koutou. I am here on behalf of the Broad Bay Community Centre. We were advised by a couple of people on DCC staff to include in our 10-year submission a request to waive the TCU, or temporary change of use fee, for nonprofits such as ourselves. We are the only hall, I believe, on the Otago Peninsula that is not owned by the DCC. We're a small independent entity run by volunteer service, and I think 3 years ago they changed the fees from complimentary to $190 per hour. And since we charge anywhere from $50 to $200 for an overnight stay, it is cost prohibitive, so we can no longer have the Boy Scouts, the Girl Guides, or the Polytech out to stay at our hall. They legally have to camp outside and only use our toilets and kitchen if we don't have the TCU for each visit. So that is the reason I am here today.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Vanders?
What do we have to do to get rid of the TCU?
I believe that there is an option to waive it for nonprofits rather than to get rid of it completely. I know that it used to be a complimentary inspection, and then 3 years ago the fees were revisited, and that's when it became $190 per hour, which unfortunately is just prohibited for us. So we were advised to request a suspension of that for nonprofits, not a complete removal of the fee.
Okay, so you're looking for a default situation for all non-profits where the TCU is simply waived?
We are asking on behalf of ourselves, but yes, it makes sense that nonprofits not be charged a change of use, or that there be some mechanism to streamline it so that the admin costs alone don't cost more than the actual rental of the space.
Thank you.
Further questions? Feels cruel making you come all this way for 2.5 minutes, but it seems fairly self-explanatory. Thank you for coming.
Not at all. I thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Kim.
For the shortest?
Yeah, the shortest submission.
That's never happened in my life. I'm a talker, so I'll with that, thank you and give way.
And your chauffeur has just arrived, so good timing. Steph, welcome. Next 5 minutes are yours.
Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Timmers, and I've been living in Dunedin for 9 years. Me and my family have bought a house in Tomahawk, or Ocean Grove, and I would like to take this opportunity to speak for family, friends, neighbors, and some members of the community about the safety in Tomahawk. I am working as well for the Dunedin City Council in the Three Waters Department, so I just want to make clear that I'm talking as a member of the public here with my personal opinion and views, and I'm not using any information that I got through my work at the DCC. Okay, safety. I would like to focus on the safety of the people in Tomahawk and the people living and using the Tomahawk community, like dog walkers, pedestrians, cyclists, kids, surfers and all the other people enjoying our beautiful beach, but as well on the safety of the wildlife and the natural habitat, the sea lions, penguins, and beaches and sand dunes that protect our houses. So the major concern in our community at the moment is the increasing traffic through the Tomahawk residential area. This is consisting of increased commuter traffic, speeding of down the hill from both sides, Center Road and Tomahawk on Tomahawk Road, Anderson Spaceway, and a low visibility of the roads. And the road is pretty wide. So if you want to cross the road with your kids, you have to look carefully, look again. So that's an increasing hazard. There's more heavy vehicle traffic through the construction sites and new developments going on, and the usual, boy racing on the beach and onto the roads in Tomahawk. As well, motorized vehicles on the beach and in the dunes. I'm asking the DCC to address this issue for the safety of our people and community, considering implementing some of the following solutions. So I'm presenting solutions here. Making the footpaths safer. That's going existing footpath out of Tomahawk. There's plants overgrowing, there's cars parking, so we have to step on the road when we want to get out of Tomahawk. And as well, in addition, maybe installing another footpath on the left-hand side for people who want to use a shortcut through the golf course along on the left-hand side going out Tomahawk Road, from the bridge from Tomahawk Lagoon up to the entry walkway from the cemetery. Further, I would like to propose to install speed bumps coming downhill from Center Road and from Tomahawk Road into the community, and consider other traffic reducing or speed reducing traffic calming measures like obstacles on the road, pedestrians crossing, traffic lights, speed cameras, whatever. In addition, and most important, the last request I have is to request the permanent closure of the beach for motorized vehicles by restricting the access to the beach for cars that don't need to go on there. This is one major concern that has been in the public for all of our community, and it's a threat to the wildlife at the beach at the moment and in the future. So cars driving along beaches and get stuck in the sand are not acceptable. Access to Tomahawk Beach needs to be physically restricted by putting a gate or a fence into place, and simple form, 2 bullets with a chain and a lock would help for the majority of cars going onto the beach not doing that. It can be still accessed for people with boats and other marine vehicles with the help of a lock, code, or a gate that has been successfully installed, I heard, in Smales Beach years ago. So everybody was happy there with it. So cars at the beach are a threat to us, to the wildlife and the dunes that protect our houses and the community. So we ask you to act on it, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you for your submission. I'm particularly interested in the last part you talked about, and where you talk about it in the written submission about the issue with vehicles. Mm-hmm. We put a lot of effort into the educational campaign, we hoped, to encourage people to have only those launching or retrieval uses and emergency vehicles. But can you confirm that your observation as a local resident is that despite being fairly gentle-handed with that enforcement and the education attempts, they haven't worked at Tomahawk? Is that?
They probably have worked to an extent, and the community took up as well. I myself went along, talked to the guys on the beach, in the cars, but there's the certain people that are not accepting it, and the signage is good, the new car park is great, thank you, but it's really that we have to physically tell them that they're not allowed to go on the beach, because there has been a sign, like until 5 years ago, access only with vehicles that allow it. So it's like, welcome, but how can judge that, that your vehicle can do it? And now with the zoning of the boating area and the rest of the beach, it's not, once you're on there, people go further. Sure. And then you see the
And
marks on the beach.
is your view, though, despite the difficulties, the signage makes it quite clear that general driving up down the beach is not acceptable?
Yeah, it does.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Steph. Were you at the community meeting we had 3 weeks ago at Tomahawk?
My husband I had to watch the kids.
Oh, okay, perfect. Because we had quite a lot of engagement around that aspect, and I think that is coming through the community board, where I know I'm supposed to be asking a question, but doing exactly what you have requested, whether it's a key or whether it's a padlock with a code or something along those lines to actually minimise only for boat loading and the fishers being able to access rather than just general. Would that satisfy your requirements?
Yes, it
That's
would.
exactly her submission, Councillor. Councillor Barker.
Thank you.
Kia ora, I also live nearby, so I just, I've never seen anyone launching a boat there. Does that happen frequently, or is there anyone launching boats there?
Yeah, jet skis and boats, little fishing boats, yes. Yep.
How often would you see vehicles on the beach?
Twice a week.
Every time I've been down there, I've seen that's just the question. And I also wonder about phone coverage on the beach and your safety in approaching people, because I often take photos of people with their rejos and stuff like that, and I did not feel safe approaching some of the people that I saw there, and I just wonder if you feel safe there as well.
I do feel safe at the beach, but it's sometimes more about dogs and kids, and that are not, they're not aware of these things. And I had to learn as well, because I'm from Europe, where no beach access for vehicles is, that you can actually have to look out for it, and you do have to, because people walking their dogs along the beach with a car, and you have to tell your kids off and stand up so that they can see. I do see boats, and I do see people still driving along the beach, not only in that boating area.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just note you are not in support of the South Dunedin Library. Could you expand a bit more, because I know the people out there are really keen for it to happen. What is do you think that'll affect people in Tomahawk if they have a library there, or what's your concern?
Yeah, I do have some other reasons why I'm not. I would be happy to have a library, but I've got some other reason, and that's probably tying in with my work at the DCC too much. So I would rather not comment on that at the moment. It's more about the location than the library itself.
What do you do at the DCC?
It's in the Three Waters Department, Councillor.
Well, I don't know what everyone does at the
Councillor Reddick.
I said that.
Never heard? Sorry, I haven't met you before.
Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. It's been my observation that since the improved signage has gone up, there's been a significant decrease in cars on the beach. So, would you agree with that? Was that in line with what you've observed?
I would say that probably some cars, so that there's a reduction, yes, or less cars, but not. I wouldn't say significant, because the ones that are accessing the beach, along the beach, go on, access through the lagoon thing and then go left along the beach, they haven't reduced, because these are a different type of people and they won't read the sign.
Well, yeah, maybe. Well, to me, my observation.
Thanks, Councillor.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I appreciate it. Ms. Bueller. Apologies, we got ahead of ourselves, but we've caught up now. Welcome. The next 5 minutes are yours.
Tēnā tātou katoa. My main submission was to put forth that the council prioritise funding for community housing at the higher rate than the preferred rate, which I think was 10 million over 10. I can't remember what the values were, but I just wanted to share like a personal story and also some perspectives from my work in community involvement. And then another personal story this week. So, you know, community, or the access to a good space to live has a massive impact on people's lives. We had a family member come and live with us from Auckland about 9 years ago. She's an older relative who has a mental health condition. We had young kids at the time, and she couldn't sustain living in Auckland. Other family didn't have space for her, so we squeezed her into our house down here. And she lived with us for 4 years. It's amazing to have family members live with you. There's a lot of value that adds, but it's also really stressful because you have to maintain relationships, and also people aren't always on your wavelength. I mean, there was a happy ending to it that, there was an interim period of her finding somewhere to live with another person in the community, to flat in a big old villa, as the many student type accommodations around Dunedin are. It was cold. There were arguments between her and her flatmate around the electricity bill, whether to put the coal range on, what got stuck in the fridge, and it was difficult, really difficult to live. Plus the landlord didn't fix leaks in the roof, and a whole lot of conflict that comes up. And in the scenario where, you know, someone has a mental health condition anyway, then those things are very stressful. They're things we have to deal with as her family. Finally, after very lucky, someone did encourage us to get her name on the list for council flats early. So when she turned 65, what the age was, only 4 months after, she was placed in a council flat. And the impact that has had on her life and our lives is really massive. So her hospital admissions are down. She leads an independent life. She contributes to the community massively. She does a lot of volunteering. She did so when the boats used to come in because she loved the social side. She volunteers at the theatre. She's able to help her neighbours, and she can hold a small part-time job. And so the cost that reduces on the health system, on our own personal stress, the quality of the relationships we can keep, are really huge. Without council housing and access to that just creates a whole bunch of problems that don't go away. They just cost a lot of systems, a lot of money. And so I just really want to emphasise the value that spend brings to people, particularly vulnerable people in Dunedin. And then, you know, that's not just my own story. I work at the hospital as a physio, and that's a common story every week for somebody I encounter through injury or illness, but their living circumstances have those elements of stress that prevent them from becoming well, that perpetuate a small injury becoming a major life-changing event. And another role I have is as a secretary at Araituru Marae, and there, again, you know, there's housing there that is catering for people. It's not intended to, but there's nowhere else for them to go. And so, again, you know, there's a massive need for community housing. And I think as a member of this city, and I'd really like to see that's a part of the infrastructure that's seen to be practical, sensible, supports a good civic place to live, and also there's the infrastructure that we need to provide a civilised society. You know, people need a roof over their head. And then, you know, finally, we have another friend, a single mum, who's moving into our house this week because she is homeless and can't afford to find another place to live. So, you know, that's going to be the case at least for the winter, or at least until she has other work or gets taken on the boats, or it's just a massive gap, and I really encourage you to prioritise that as a spend. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Miranda. You happy to take questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Kia ora, Miranda. When we consult on these documents, we tend to be yes or no on what we've consulted on. When you're looking at increase, basically you've come and said you would like us to consider increased spending in community housing. So would you be, given that this is the 21 to 31, we'll do the 24 to 34 in 3 years' time, would you be wanting and expecting to see a substantially bigger number sitting in that consultation document than we have in this one at the moment. It's hard for us to increase that number dramatically on this consultation round, but in 3 years' time, we'd be able to go back out to the community again.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. Very clear. Appreciate that. Well, it would appear imminent, so we'll wait for him. We're 8 minutes ahead of schedule. Welcome, Tony. Welcome, Annie. We are running slightly early, so don't rush on our account. But in your own time, we've got you for 5 minutes.
Oh, well, hello everyone. So I'm Tony Eyre, President of the Dunedin Athenaeum and Mechanics Institute, and this is one of our committee members, Annie Villiers, you may know. So just a little preamble to our submission. So we're the Dunedin's oldest literary establishment with its own Act of Parliament, and we have occupied the Octagon Building for 150 years since 1870. However, we were originally founded in 1851, and among its patrons were Sir George Grey, Thomas Burns, William Cargill and Johnny Jones. This early watercolour on our published history shows the original Athenaeum building down on the Dunedin foreshore. And it's written by Jim Sullivan. I brought along a few complimentary copies of this history, and this should not be construed as an attempt to bribe the Mayor and councillors to adopt our view about a proposed theatre in the Athenaeum building. So we've been a tenant in the building since we originally sold it to the City Council in 2007, and now under its present ownership of Zeal Land Limited. Our current lease runs to November 2023, when we will have a further right of renewal for 8 years to October 2031 when our lease expires. It was reported in today's ODT that the Athenaeum Library Committee has no position on whether the building should be developed as a theatre venue. That was the case initially because we were not given the opportunity of having a voice during the initial charcoal blue feasibility study or with discussions between the council and the building's owner to develop a mid-sized auditorium in the building and whether we would have an ongoing role as a tenant. However, our committee's deliberations since then have brought us to the view that we are not in favour of a single-use option for the Athenaeum building that would exclude the Athenaeum Library from its continuing 150-year presence in the Octagon. Having said that, we are very positive about the possibility of being part of a redevelopment of the Athenaeum building that could comprise smaller studio spaces for the performing arts, as well as a whole range of options for a creative hub for our UNESCO City of Literature. And I note from a recent City Council report, and I quote, "If the Athenaeum is not used for a flexible mid-sized auditorium, it is possible smaller spaces will be developed within the building with less impact on its heritage value." So Annie, would you like to develop further about the possible proposals for a creative hub within the...
Thanks, Tony. Thank you. Thanks for that. We've had some very good collaborative conversations with Laurie Forbes, who is the building owner, and just to see what the ongoing possibilities might be. We have had some significant consultations around the possibility of developing the building as a multi-purpose venue with a focus on the literary arts, but the wider possibility of the arts focus in Dunedin in general. We have in Dunedin, as I know you're all aware, a UNESCO City of Literature designation. This is a very significant international designation for us to have, and it feeds into a much wider purpose in the context of collaboration with other cities, but also the possibilities that it provides for, if we're looking at ultimately sustainable tourism issues in Dunedin, the connection with the university, the wider literary community. There are so many possibilities in that context, and we believe that the ideal use for that building wouldn't be just a single purpose theatre, but a multi-purpose venue that all of Dunedin's art and literary community can have access to and be a part of. Is that our 5 minutes?
Almost. The lion's share. Thank you. Do you have any, because I know that there are other occupants of that building in studio spaces and the likes, do you have a relationship with them in any meaningful way?
We have occasional drink at the Crack and the Thistle, I suppose. The new Athenaeum Theatre, again, not too much in the way of contact. We have had some brief discussions with the theatre. I think that's, obviously we share toilet facilities as well, but apart from that, no, there's no much in the way of collaboration between us. Okay.
But it would be fair to say there is collegiality with all of the other occupants. There's no sort of competitive issues as such.
Yeah, good, thanks. Further questions? Councillor Houlihan?
I'm just trying to think of the time frame here. Before Laurie spoke to the council about this proposal, had you not been consulted about it?
Not directly. There's been an ongoing consultation between this wider proposal or options for the centre in terms of Felspar report. I'm not sure whether that's been presented yet.
Are you talking? You're talking about the theatre? No, we were not consulted about that at all.
Okay. And did anyone from the Charcoal Blue project ever speak to your group at all?
No.
No. Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move that we adjourn the meeting until 3:15. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. That's good. Welcome. The next 5 minutes are yours. Welcome.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to our submission. My name is Eleanor Linscott and I work for Federated Farmers. I'm here on behalf of Kim Riley, who wrote the submission. I'm not going to speak to the submission. I've just got a series of bullet point summaries, so I know that you will have questions. So I'll just whip through the summary, if that's okay. So basically, the city boundaries of Dunedin are very significant and they contain a large number of farms. In 2017, the census put the number of farming operations at around 672. At about 274 of those are Federated Farmers members. And we had a quick look and there are approximately 800,000 sheep within the Dunedin city boundary. Yes. So some of those farms are paying huge numbers of rates, huge amounts of rates. So for example, in Middlemarch, there is a property paying over $70,000 per annum in DCC rates. Their property is over 100 kilometres from the city centre. And as rates comparison, I think the New World in Mosgiel pays $86,000 in rates. So farms paying over $40,000 and $50,000 are not uncommon as well. So I guess the question is, the rating system as it currently is, when it considers farms, they're based on capital value and they're not a reflection of the EBIT which is the earnings before interest, tax, rent and manager, and that's based on a per hectare basis. So some of those big properties out in Middlemarch that are paying those rates have a really low stocking rate, so their income is not reflective of the capital value of that farm. The current rating system assumes that the size of the property reflects the overall ability to pay. An increased reliance on property value rates will impact those with higher value properties, particularly farmers, who face similar percentage increases in rates to other ratepayers, but for whom a 1% increase represents significantly more in dollar terms than an increase for a residential ratepayer. A lot of these farms are also multi-generational family farms. So any increase in rates also must be absorbed by the farm and cannot be passed on through prices. 90% of farm production is exported, and it is performance in overseas markets via the New Zealand exchange rate that determines farm gate revenue. So farmers are always willing to pay their fair share, but what we are looking for is a process that's just fairer for a rural ratepayer. So Federated Farmers submits on all New Zealand councils that impact upon the primary sector, and examples where some councils have other supportive initiatives for their rural ratepayers include things like using the UAGC, so the Uniform Annual General Charge, or using targeted rates more, or they have things like a specific committee to address rural concerns from the primary industries. So that's a summary, and we very much appreciate being heard. Thank you.
Thanks. Go on. Councillor Vanivers.
You've made quite clear that rating, especially for farmers, is a very blunt instrument. If you weren't going to do it on capital value, how would you suggest we go about it?
Perhaps have a look maybe at what other councils would do. Are there other opportunities to look at something that's a bit more stratified and looking at something that's based on income?
So do you have examples of other councils basing it on income rather than capital value?
We have looked at, we can pull up information on other councils and other examples that we could provide to this council to have a look at, because we do pretty much submit on all 78 councils across the country that impact on farmers.
So you may be able to perhaps email us with what you consider
absolutely.
to be a fairer system on which to raise rates.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
I mean, this is the process. If you were to submit an alternative, including it in the submission probably would have been helpful.
Okay.
Further questions? Councillor Lord?
Sorry?
I was just going to ask, have you thought about the rate that we pay at the moment? Farmers are already at a discounted rate, the differential system. How much more would you like to see that lowered?
I guess it's sort of looking at what other councils would do. I mean, there's a room for a significant decrease in there, and I guess looking at more in terms of targeted rates that are quite specific, that, you know, the farmers are not paying more in the general rate but more in the targeted area. Thank you. Thank you.
Judy Bellingham. All of my previous choral escapades coming back to haunt me today. Welcome.
You're thinking the same.
The next 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you. Last time I spoke to this council, which was a very daunting experience, was back in the mid-1990s, when I was encouraging the council to provide a balanced diet for everybody in terms of having an arts festival, which was then instigated and has proved so very successful. So I'm here today on behalf of Opera Otago. You've read their submission, presumably, about which of the proposed theatre sites is the most suitable. And obviously, Opera Otago has a rather particular niche market in which to operate in the city. If I can tell you that Opera New Zealand was here, yes, in the festival, to a target audience of 100 max people. Their previous visit to the city was in 2006.
Sorry, can I interrupt you just for a second? Are you speaking to the submission that would have been lodged by Reese Thorne?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So for those of you following along, because you have a separate individual submission, this is logged. So this was...
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. Just for council's benefit, this is it was scheduled for yesterday at 3:30 under Reese Thorne is the submission you're looking for. 817673. Sorry.
That's all right. So the last visit from New Zealand Opera was in 2006, and Canterbury Opera came down here in 2008. And since then, there has been no what we would call grand opera in this city because there is nowhere to perform it that is performable. Of course, the Regent is fantastic, but it's beyond our expense. One of the reasons it's fantastic, it has an orchestra pit. And that and the Mayfair are the only theatres in the city with an orchestra pit, except I tell a lie, because there is an orchestra pit in Castle 1 at the university, which I bet none of you see. It's so deep you have to have a ladder to get down into it, and it's permanently covered up. So for the Mayfair Theatre, we would like to talk about car parking. It's much more easy out there. I came to the concerto competition on Friday night in the town hall. Les Mis was on in the Regent. I had to arrive an hour before the concerto competition was due to start in order to get a park. So I imagine that if you have a 400 or 500 seat theatre in the Athenaeum, that problem will be exacerbated quite hugely. So that's the first thing. Safety, I think, is another thing. The Octagon is not becoming a very safe place. I'm sure we would all like it to be safer, but if we're wanting to attract more young people to go to theatrical productions, we need to give them a safe environment in which to get home. Noise. I was aware during the concerto competition of noise leakage into the town hall from somewhere, something. Luckily, it didn't last for too long. I imagine the noise leakage in the Athenaeum could be actually quite disastrous for so many bars around going till late in the day. Land usage is something Reese has pointed out. The Mayfair actually has a very large tract of land where it would be very possible to build cafe, bar, hireage of rehearsal rooms. These are at a huge... there's not many of them in the city until you may have seen, I think it was the RSA choir, turfed out of their rehearsal room. There's nowhere to rehearse very easily. There are choices of other hirers. I come with the permission to speak on the Dunedin Performing Arts Competition Society and also from NewSATS, the New Zealand Association of Teachers of Singing. We have great difficulty finding places where we can perform. Certainly Sunday mornings are out because churches hire most of the auditoria. And so I would hope that if a new building is built, that it is not allowed to be hired by a church on a Sunday morning. DVML is causing huge problems for professional art users in the city. If you could have seen the queue outside Jonathan Lamalu's concert on Sunday afternoon, it started 7 minutes late because the queue was out to the street. So I would hope that if there is going to be a building and DVML manage it, that can be looked after. So we are in favour of the Mayfair. However, there comes a corollary with that. Where does Opera Otago go while you redevelop the Mayfair? Because we have all our props and a lot of our costumes stored there. There would have to be a space found for us to operate. And where would we perform in the interim unless there was huge reductions in the hireage of the Regent, because there's nowhere else with a pit. We perform on an average season to between 15 and 2,000 people, 1,500 and 2,000 people, and this year have a project that's going out into schools as well. So we're hoping to grow opera in Otago, but we need a reasonable theatre in which to be able to do that. I am also aware of what they did in Invercargill, and the Mayor will be interested in that, where they put most of their $15 million behind the stage, so they in the Civic Theatre, so they actually looked after the performers because the actual auditorium was reasonably good. Whether the word redevelop the Mayfair means bowl it, I don't know, but that's something that you obviously have to think about. But if you do bowl it, where does Opera Otago go in the interim?
Thank you. We might have Bill of Rights issues around your restrictions of church services, but that's an issue for another day. Questions, councillors? Councillor O'Malley.
Judy, for you, I'm actually going to catch up on just one section of your presentation, which was the commentary on DVML and access to buildings that they manage. Would you want to elaborate that in a little bit further? Because we're getting feedback in general that a lot of Dunedin-based organisations are finding those buildings very expensive to get into.
Used to microphones, I don't use them. The feedback is that the town hall in particular was built by money perhaps provided by this generation's grandparents who went out and fundraised for it so that they could have a building of which they would be proud. These people now, the grandchildren, the successive generations, cannot afford to get into that building. And it goes along also with Norma. Here we have one of the best organs in the country, can't be used because people can't afford to get into the town hall to pay for it. In fact, if the city organist goes in and plays that for a concert, there's no money left to pay him. So he's doing it gratis. I'm finding that, for instance, the queues, both for the concerto competition and Jonathan Lamalu on the Sunday, I feel they don't operate the box office very efficiently. I would like to go and give them some Kiwi host training as well, because they had one person dealing with cash and one person dealing with EFTPOS, but there was no sign up to say that. So you'd go to the cash queue with your cash, and then you'd have to join the other queue to pay by EFTPOS, and then there were people trying to pick up complimentary tickets, and there was no queue for them. It was just inefficient. The other thing that I'm finding, and Philippa Harris has been talking to me about this, is this clause with DVML that they can cancel a pencil booking and only hold it for 3 months and not actually tell the organisation that's made the pencil booking. And that is actually not how internationally, or how professional arts organisations who in the future will be hiring international artists, that's not how they work. Does that answer that question succinctly in my 5 minutes?
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Judy. I just wondered if you could expand on the importance of opera and growing opera in the city for the university students who are music students in terms of careers.
Certainly, please appreciate that I'm speaking as a retired university person, not in the current, but within the structure of the university system at the moment, we are not a conservatory. We are not there just to study music, just to study singing. They're there to study a music degree. Therefore, the curriculum is broader, and there is no money, there is no time to put on an opera within the university course. And therefore the students are very keen. They want to do opera. Of course, that's what all the glitter and glam is all about, and that's where they think the money is. They want to be opera singers, and so Opera Otago is finding that niche for them. Look, Jonathan Lamalu, Annalise, Simon O'Neill, they all did their first opera performances for Opera Otago and the university. And the list will go on. You know, Claire Barton is another name. That's Stephen Chambers singing overseas in Berlin. The list is actually very, very long. This is where they get their stage experience. It's all very well to be able to stand up and sing a song, but to actually stand up and act in a costume is something different.
It goes opera singers, then God, then the rest of it, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Good to see it hasn't changed.
Can I just say, I remember Patricia Payne, my first year here, I was singing the Messiah in the town hall, and I was the soprano soloist and she was the alto soloist, and you'll know who Patricia Payne is, I hope. But she came to me and she was terribly nervous, and she said, Judy, this is the first time I've gone onto the stage in 20 years and had to be me. She said, in the last 20 years, I've always gone onto the stage and been somebody else. And that is what our students, our young singers today, don't have the opportunity. They don't have the opportunity to go on stage and be somebody else. And that's what Opera Otago provides them with, and hopefully with a theatre that will suit. And by the way, it has to have a good piano.
Thank you.
Please put that in your budget.
Perfect use of your time. Thank you for coming and talking to us. Stay dry out there. Aika? No? Dante, welcome. Oh, sorry, I missed the memo. I'm catching up. Welcome. We're all yours.
Hello. So my name is Dante. I'm a Enviro Prefect at Logan Park High School. And this is my colleague, Karis. We've got a few things we'd like to say on the 10-year plan, particularly in the area of climate change, because that's such a pressing concern for us. So, yeah.
So one of our main goals should be to reduce the city's dependency on cars as a method of transport for the good of people's health and also for the environment. You should do this by taking the bus, walking and cycling around the city far easier than taking the car. Some things that we want to see around this are bus lanes. So we support the proposed bus lane on Princess Street, and we'd like to see some in other locations. We also would like the City Council to take over the running of the buses and make that not private, so that you can make them free and start electrifying the buses. That would be great to see. We'd also like to see you promoting cycling by subsidising electric bikes for businesses, like the Ministry of Education already has been doing and other ministries, I believe. And also improving the cycle lanes around the city, specifically the Cumberland Street cycle lane at the moment is really scary and badly designed. So lots of people feel really unsafe to cycle around and take their cars instead. We also want to see improvements to walking in the city, starting with pedestrianising George Street. There has been some backlash from businesses around that, but if they would take a look at the pedestrianised areas in Auckland, specifically around Britomart, they would see that it's incredibly lucrative for the businesses around there and would also improve walking in the city immensely.
And we know the council is doing some things to work on climate change, but we just wanted to stress how important it is to prioritise this. The recent school strike got over 2,000 students turning up to it, and those students do really want to see a change happening, as we saw. And so one of the things we'd really like to see is prioritising in terms of what can be done quickly and what needs to be set aside. So yeah, I think that's us.
Questions? Councillor Vandervis.
You've suggested that buses should be free and electric. The last electric bus price I saw was $800,000 just for the bus. Who do you think should pay for it?
I think it would be a gradual process where we do it bus by bus and gradually reduce the rates maybe of the bus, of the fees of the bus.
So who should pay?
I think it should be a combined effort between the council and the people.
So ratepayers then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks very much for coming. I remember the protest quite well. Your commentary on the DCC trying to get the buses back was also part of our submission to the ORC that we would like to get them back. Are you aware, because I don't think people are aware, that the Land Transport Management Act doesn't allow councils to actually own the buses and actually forces us, we must use contractors. So that's actually outside of our control, and would you want to work with us to lobby government to have that part of the Act changed at some point?
We didn't know that. That is good to know, and it is definitely something we'll think about lobbying as like locally and nationally.
And I guess the other question I have, which is not a budget question and did relate to the protest that day, many people are not using walking or cycling or public transport to get to schools, and we don't really have an integrated transport plan around the school commute, which would you like the council to be reaching out to the different schools to talk about how we can address that issue? Because transport is in fact our biggest target area for reducing our CO2 emissions.
Actually, yeah, it would be a really good idea to reach out to the schools and sort something out. So we both go to Logan Park High School, and there's a free bus that runs from just outside the school up to Opaho and around that area. That's a really great system, and it gets loads of people on it every day. So having more of those things, also making other ways of transport around the city, particularly cycling, safer. I know for a lot of my friends and peers, cycling just isn't really an option because of like the hazards that are involved, because the cycle lanes aren't very safe, because the motorists just don't know how to navigate with cyclists on the road. So that would really help, yeah.
You came at the right time to some degree. There is a consultation. Did you know there is a consultation out by the Regional Council on the Regional Public Transport Plan?
Yes, we did know. In fact, we have already submitted on that, and we're
Oh,
planning on
cool.
speaking there as well.
Yeah, and
It's probably best at this point to focus on our own planning documents, Councillor.
well, it's just they can have double the impact. Have you also identified those areas which cyclists feel really unsafe? So you can send it through to us, because you're the ones who are sort of experiencing that, because I know that there has been concerns about safety.
Yeah, I know Cumberland Street we mentioned earlier, and also around Portsmouth Drive area has been a lot of issues with that. But yeah, we can get back to you with a more comprehensive idea of like which particular areas if you want.
That would be great. Thank you.
Finally, Councillor Walker.
Thank you for your indulgence. And Heike, you've changed. You should be at the table. Dante, thanks for coming and thanks for your submission. I just want to ask, what do you say to those who think that advocating for walking and cycling is an attack on cars?
What do you mean is an attack on cars?
Or is there a win-win in there?
What was it?
Is there benefits to car drivers by getting more people walking and cycling?
There would be benefits and there would be less traffic. I think it would be more important to talk about the benefits to the overall fate of our planet and to our ability to breathe air, is probably what I would say in response.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. Mr. Lee. Five minutes.
Hello, my name's Michael Lee. I'm from Southern Cross Jewellers in Princess Street, and I've just come to talk on the submission today on those points. Unlike some of the other speakers, I haven't made a speech or anything. I'd just like to stick to the outline points, and I'll just fire ahead. This option 1 on the feedback. Option 2, I support the 3 bins. There should be no new increased costs with the bins we've already got. There's less space used up, and I think with going to the extra bins there'll be more cost. Do I have any comments on the proposed curbside collections? Well, just like I've said, less is better. It's a bit more simpler without, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Moving on to the harbour arterial improvements, 16.6 million. I estimate that to be a huge amount. I've briefly looked at the question on it, and it did work very good. As I was born in Dunedin. I've lived my 59 years here, and the way that used to work around that area was very good. Round by the Chinese garden, that's blocked off there now. And the one-ways themselves, they did used to, up until about 5 years ago, when all this climate change or vehicle produced climate change fears come in to change all this, to building unused cycle lanes, which I say are causing more danger to everyone. They're just far too huge. Like, I'm all in for a cycle lane, but a reasonable sized one, where cars can get around and people can get around. I'm even, you know, ridden the electric bikes, and they're great, you know, but there's room for both of us. Anyway, moving on, Central City parking, 11 million. Well, it's an extra cost. Just the people just want more parks. I don't see they need to have lights and all this sort of stuff. It worked fine up until five or 6 years ago. It's difficult at some rush hour periods, but you could drive around, find a park. And, you know, I've heard estimates of 1,500 parks have been removed. Sometimes it's 1,600. And, well, there's a huge amount. We just can't get a park. It's ridiculous. You know, I've never seen a council in my life it feels like they're purposely making life unbearable for its ratepayers and citizens without not being able to find a park. Like my people I know, disabled people, older people, they just won't go into town. It's a nightmare for them. You know, it's fine for young people that want to, you know, walk up from the university, walk around, but for the people that made this city and worked all their lives on it, they just won't go into town. The business side of it, I've got a business uptown, they won't go into town to shop, and there's that feel-good factor that's gone from Dunedin. Anyway, I'll move along, so I've only got a few more minutes.
Got less than 1 minute.
Oh, sorry. Park and ride facilities, ridiculous idea. No one wants to leave their vehicle out at Burnside. Princess Street bus lane. It's a ridiculous idea. It's too big. There's no room. The buses are far too big. And, you know, this more so with the suggestion of a one-way. Central Cycleway, pedestrian improvements, 5 million. Unused, oversized cycle lane, not used like I was saying before. It's small. It's far too small and narrow, but it used to work fine. Central City bus hubs, parking facilities, no, it's unused. Bike hubs, etc. Not suitable for unique Dunedin hills with the elderly, disabled. Yeah, I mean, bikes are good. People want to use them, but Dunedin's just, it's unique.
Your 5 minutes is up, Mr. Lee.
Okay. Can I just finish on the
No,
on the one
we're going to take questions from now if people have any. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thanks for your submission. Are you able to tell us where you got that figure that you quoted for car parks removed?
It's general word of mouth. People that come into my shop every day are fuming that they can't get a park up George Street.
So it's just
they won't go. It's all over Facebook.
So there's no factual information behind it. It's just
no, I haven't been out and done a survey on it.
No, that's fine. We can correct that. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you for submissions. Very clear.
Okay, thanks.
Is Ms. Timms Dean here? Ms. Harrison also is not. We're slightly ahead of schedule. Our next scheduled speaker is 5-2, so we can adjourn until 5-2 if people would prefer that. Second, Councillor Walker, all those in favour? Those against? That's agreed, thanks. 3:55. Welcome, Mr. Hindman. Off and racing. Don't rush.
Yeah, that's great. When you ask a question, when you ask questions, just turn back when you respond.
Okay, thank you. Worship, thank you for giving the Dunedin Amenity Society the opportunity to present the submission here today. I would say that the Dunedin Amenity Society, we're old and venerable, been going since 1888. For the betterment of beauty spots in Dunedin. We've had a long association with the council right from the get-go. First project was in the Jubilee Park and planting out Jubilee Park for the Victorian Jubilee. Also been involved with Queen's Gardens when that was planted out, the trees in the Octagon, down in front of the railway station, many things. We've been in partnership with the DCC right throughout the time, so we've got a very close and, I think, loving relationship. Now, I understand you chaps, I've made a submission here, and specifically, it's about the Kaituna, what was the tennis and bowling club on the corner of Maori Road and the Serpentine, Hawthorne Avenue, Meadow Street. It has been the Kaituna Tennis Club and Bowling Green. It's probably been 20, 25 years now, it hasn't been used. And so it sits there in a depression, a sunless place. And it really just needs some attention. It is the corner of the town belt, so it's what we see in the society is it being redeveloped so that it becomes an entryway into the DCs, into the town belt. So we see it as an opportunity to remediate this eyesore, which is not a pleasant thing, and actually make it into something that is really quite purposeful, which would be that entry into Jubilee Park, so we don't have to go down the Serpentine. We'd also like to. It's on the corner of Maori Road and the Serpentine. The reason why Maori Road is called Maori Road is because the Pari Kahoi prisoners from the Taranaki came down to this part of the world in 1869, and they quarried in the Maori Road, and they made the Maori Road over really some quite big gullies and such like. So that, along with a lot of other things within the city, the Pari Kahoi Maori, and also the Parihaka coming down. So we see that there could be an opportunity here to redevelop the Kaituna site. So we get rid of the eyesore part, but we make it into amenity, and also perhaps a recognition for what the Maori have done for Dunedin in the past. And so that could be in the form of sculptures and certain interpretations and such like that tells the story of what was quite an important part of New Zealand, Dunedin's history, right the way through. So the broad plan is to rip up the tennis courts and batter that back, leave the bowling green pretty much exactly where it is and as it is, as a green space, develop pathways around there, and within that area put in the interpretation boards, what we're talking about, and create it to go through. What is interesting in that is that right on Maori Road, where it is adjacent to the Kaituna part, the old retaining wall there from many years ago, it has failed, and so the DCC Transportation Department are going to have to repair that, and that's in their plan for this year to actually do the repair on the road. What that means is that they're going to have to use import fill and bits and pieces to do that. We've got the opportunity here where we can use the stuff from the tennis court. It's on site, break it up, and the transportation people can use that material for what they need to do. So it's a cost saving to them, and it's a cost saving to the project. We would see the DCC as being the principal shareholder and stakeholder in all this, because you do own the property, and you do have a problem that it's very unsightly as it is. We've priced it at, you've seen, I think, the drawings that we've had. We've done some sort of bill of work on that. It's looking around that $200,000 to do the work. Now, we'd suggested we would like to pay the society would like to put some money into that. We're financial. The Craigieburn joint venture, which is between the society and the DCC from up in the Ross Creek, that was something that we entered into as a partnership with the DCC in 1948. It's since been developed as Craigieburn, and along the line we sold some property off for the redevelopment, and there's some money in the kick from there that we could use, put that in there. We think that the DCC should make a proper contribution to it. There is this, of that 200, there's this money from the transportation part that can be a cost saving, and we're prepared to go for grants. So we're saying we think we can fund this thing. At the moment, the project is...
Your 5 minutes is up, Mr. Hindman.
Have we? Okay.
Yeah. Are you happy to take questions?
Well, I take questions.
Are you happy to take questions?
Absolutely.
When you talk about men who, quote, came down to this part of the world, unquote, are you referring to prisoners of the colonial government who were brought down here and undertook major civil engineering works as an act of forced labour?
No, I'm not. Am I aware of it, you say?
No, is that who you were talking about?
Yes.
It just seems like an extraordinary diplomatic phrasing, that's all. Questions? Councillor Walker? Councillor Barker?
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. In your submission, you suggest the number's around 230,000, actually, and then you also state that you want an appropriate contribution from the DCC. Auditors prefer a number rather than a word, so, and this is largely a budgeting process we're going through at the moment. So what does appropriate actually mean?
Well,
so we can be clear.
At 200,000, I was thinking if the council could put in, say, 75 to 100, and we find the others from our coffers, from the Craigieburn coffers and the other places where I'm going. So to answer your question,
that's fine.
Something
That's fine.
in that sort of range.
Yep. I just always find it's curious that Kiwis are very reticent to ask for a number. Second question is, obviously, I understand what you're asking for here, but have you actually discussed this with council staff at any point?
Before I was told, I was been speaking for too long. Yes, that's where we're at right at the moment. We're in the DCC Parks and Gardens, who are developing the initial design and getting to make a bill quantities from it. So that's where it's at the moment with the parks.
Councillor Barker.
My question's been asked.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes. Have you been in consultation, I see it somewhat here, with the local Runaka?
Yes, we have, with Edward down in with the local, plus the Taranaki as well. The Taranaki people have been down here. They're in full support of what we're looking to do here, and I would see that as the second stage of our development. Would get the development done and would join with iwi. And what we've got to do is we've got to fund that part of it as well. They're not that happy to fund it, so that's fine. So we'll do that, and we'd probably do that through government parts.
Have you considered entering in perhaps a co-design process with those two groups?
Oh, absolutely.
As opposed to...
We've introduced them to what we're doing here. They're more than happy, but for the actual specific Maori design would be totally in their hands.
Yes, but what I'm talking about is co-design right from the beginning. In terms of, you've got a prospective layout here, but just to discuss more deeply with them what they would like to see, because it does sound like you've got a plan, and then they can come and participate later
Absolutely.
on. But one of the things that we've noticed is that having people involved really early in the piece with co-design makes a significant difference to, I suppose, the usage and uptake and outcomes.
Yeah, look, they have been with us right from the get-go, right from day one. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's possible they feel like they've contributed enough to the city already. Robin. Other questions? Councillor Elder.
Thank you. Just a question around, you've got some parking there, and it's nice to be able, for people to be able to access that, but have you talked to the parking and roading people about whether they can go there, those parks?
Not specifically. I imagine that would be within the transportation department, and that the parking part, there's the broken wall of Maori Road, and then it folds around. So whilst we'll be meeting on site with the transportation department, we have broadly spoken about the parking part. There is a parking area through there at the moment. It'll probably take half a dozen cars.
Yeah.
And that would just sort of develop as we went on.
Okay, thank you.
You said in talking about the site itself earlier on that it's, it sits there in a dark spot, which doesn't sound particularly appealing. What about this proposal will change that fundamentally?
Sorry,
we said that the site currently kind of languishes in a dark spot. What about the proposal will change that to the point that people, you think, would want to use it as a recreational space?
Well, I suppose as a park, you mean, and such like? To use it as a recreational area?
People tend not to flock to dark spots.
Yeah. To dark places. I think at this time of year, that's when it would be very dark because of the low sun. In the summertime, it's a brighter place. They did play bowls there, and they did play tennis there. Yeah.
People stopped coming. That's why the clubs shut, I think. Yeah. Thank you for your submission, Mr. Hyman. I appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah. All done, are we?
All done. Ms. Timms Dean.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Welcome. We're all yours.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa, he mihi nui ki a koutou. I te tuatahi e mihi ki te whenua tēnei rohi, ko ka puka taumahaka te mauka, tēnā koe, ki te awa o Ōwhio, e rere atu ki te tai, te awa o Tākau, tai atu ki te tai o Arai Te Uru, tēnā koutou. He mihi hoki ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohi, ko kaitahu ka te mamoi, waitaha me rapu wai hoki, tēnā koutou katoa. E te whakamutunga, he mihi nui ki a koutou katoa hoki, ka kai mahi o te kaunihira nei, tēnā koutou. Ka tu iti nei au he uri ngō Ngāti Raukawa, ko Kate Timsdean, taku ingoa. So good afternoon, my name is Dr. Kate Timsdean. I am the General Manager of Manatai Ao, which is the resource management team at Ōkaha. And I've been asked to represent ka runaka ki Otago around the submission we made to the long-term plan, and particularly relating to the interests of the two local papatipu runaka, which are Otako and Puketeraki, in relation to actions and activities in Dunedin. For a start, the runaka have asked me to express my thanks to the council for their willingness to engage in partnership with Ōkaha as representatives of the papatipu marae. And we really see this as a positive step towards realising a promise that was made a long time back when the treaty was signed here at Otako on the 13th of June 1840. So it's a really great step towards honouring that promise made in that time in 1840. We just wanted to highlight that partnership as a journey, it's not a destination. And to continue growing our partnership, we see opportunities to enhance that relationship and explore the priorities of the council and also how those match up and overlap with the priorities of our local papatipu marae. So we have engaged with some other councils in partnership funding in the last 10-year plan period, and we've made great progress with those councils on that relationship. We've seen a lot of action and a lot of outcomes from that, and what we've noted is that there hasn't been the same level of development of that partnership with DCC, and we really want to address that and grow that partnership more and work more effectively with this council. We look out the window from our offices up the hill, we can see the buildings down here, and so it seems like it's appropriate that we have a better connection than we do at the moment. So there is an evident commitment from the governance and from the council to this partnership with Ōkaha and with the papatipu marae. But now it's time to grow that commitment and to really kind of let that commitment and that partnership trickle down through the organisation to the operational level, and that's where we see the opportunities. So we're proposing a first step is to meet kanohi ki te kanohi with appropriate members of council, whoever they might be, to foster whakawhanaungatanga and whakawhetiwheti kōrero. It's basically discussions and getting to know each other. And able to rewarm our partnership with DCC and to grow that partnership for greater outcomes in the future. So for Ōkaha and for ngā papatipu marae ki Otago, ki Otupoti, You know, we see this real vision that's being promoted by the council, and we would like to support that vision in order to promote the well-being of our whole community, but particularly our Māori community. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, he mihi nui kia koutou.
Kia ora for that, and apologies for diminishing your academic standing
No,
and
no
welcoming
worry.
you to the forum. Questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your submission. Could you tell us some more about how that partnership would look like as it filtered down operationally?
Well, I suppose what we're seeing is that I kind of alluded to that in my oral submission, that there's priorities that council has, and then there are priorities that Runaka have, and sometimes there is a bit of a disconnect between what the council is asking of us and what Runaka actually want to engage on. Because we've got a big region that we're covering, a Otago region, and Dunedin's a part of that, you know, part of our scope. And we've got a very small number of people, so capacity is a huge issue for us, not just in terms of Ōkaha as an organisation, but also for the Runaka themselves. And that we've got a very small, we're really talking about 25 to 30 people who are actively involved in this space, as well as those other ancillary bits and pieces in the communities out there. So I suppose those priorities are really important to the Runaka themselves in terms of what they can engage on and what they can't. And that's, I suppose, the part we want to explore, is where those overlaps are, where we can get the most traction and the most movement to see those benefits from the partnership funding.
Thank you. Kia ora. Can I ask what? So do you need funding, or what? Like, because we do seem to do quite a bit of consultation and engagement with mana whenua, and I'm just trying to work out what we need to be doing differently. And listening to that, I'm just trying to clarify. I mean, we knew there was an issue with capacity, so are you saying that you'd like to engage a bit less because it's too stretched? Is that what? Is the relationship not as good with us because we're asking you to do too much?
No, it's not so much that. It's
Okay.
more that we're getting requests coming through, and we send those requests or that information out to Runaka for feedback. And if it doesn't hit their priorities, then we don't get anything back from them.
Right.
So that's where the disconnect's happening, is between the priority of the council might be, say, parks and reserves. That's an area that we're finding hard. We find it very hard to get traction with the Runaka people around parks and reserves. When you put that against priorities like water quality, which is a really high priority for Runaka, we're working, you know, with two Runaka in Dunedin, and they both had different priorities from each other as well. So it's not just you know, shared kaupapa between them, but there's also their own specific like environmental concerns perhaps around the actual rohe, their area.
So do you suggest that if it's not a priority for them, then we've approached them, so we then have to just carry on, or do we need to take further steps? What do you propose?
Well, I suppose what I'm saying in terms of that is that we really just need to target what we're doing with the partnership funding. Like, we have a pot of money that's being, you know, to grow this partnership, but if we're spending time on streams that aren't going to get traction, that's time that we're spending. It's also time that you guys are spending on something that's just ending up being like a bit of a dead-end street.
Right.
So it's about how do we like really drill down into what are the priority areas and how we can link the funding to those areas, rather than just sort of this broad consultation without any focus, I suppose.
Okay, thank you.
Just looking at that slightly differently, is another response to that resourcing the Runaka to be better, to have a greater degree of capacity to engage with Ōkaha on the work that we are doing with you?
This is a significant, this is a significant concern for me. So just to give you some background, I've been in this job for 8 weeks, and I've come from a very different environment as a teacher into resource management. So a treaty educator. So I've got a strong background in Treaty of Waitangi. So that's my background. So I've come into it looking at things with fresh eyes, I suppose, as an outsider. And I do have concerns about the capacity, not just of Ōkaha, but also of Runaka to engage, and the succession planning around that as well. So there are a lot of things to sort out. How do I put that formally? There are a lot of things that we need to consider and figure out how to resource that development and growth in the community.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission and
No
for coming and
worries.
speak to us.
Right, kia
Good
ora.
luck. Ms. Harrison. Our anti-penultimate presentation for the afternoon. The next 5 minutes are yours.
An honour, thank you. Tēnā koutou councillors, tēnā koe, Mayor Hawkins. My name's Bonnie, I'm a student at the university, and thank you for allowing me some time to speak to you all. I wanted to speak to two matters in the 10-year plan, specifically the delay of the tertiary precinct project, and then the selection of a mid-sized venue. So first of all, I urge the council not to postpone the tertiary precinct package. I understand that it's quite a nebulous package, a lot of different moving parts involved with it, roading development, safety. I especially urge the council not to delay the safety developments and the accessibility and transportation developments to the tertiary precinct. When you combine the university and the polytechnic, that precinct employs and or educates about 30,000 people. It's roughly a quarter of the Dunedin population. I suggest that if the council really meaningfully believes in kind of converting people into using active modes of transportation, public modes of transportation, this is the perfect place to start. I understand there was a mini bus hub proposed for the tertiary precinct. It's an excellent addition to getting staff and students moving on the bus. I think it's also a way of kind of removing students from the deadlock of North Dunedin, letting them be able to live in different places throughout Dunedin, so they're not kind of confined to that very expensive and low quality housing in North Dunedin. And if you want to keep people walking, make that space safe and welcoming. I understand one of the main objectives was for destination and use, the tertiary precinct project. I urge you not to delay these developments here. Also, there's been so much planning around. I understand it must be a frequent thing to delay plans, but to do so much consultation with stakeholders and then to push it back, I think would be very disappointing, and don't want all this good work to go to waste. Secondly, the mid-sized venue. I urge the council to proceed with whatever venue they end up choosing. I personally prefer the New Athenaeum Theatre, mainly for reasons of location. However, I'm sure it's in everyone's kind of minds at the moment, there are problems with Dunedin's availability of venues. Venues is a massive problem at the moment. I come here also as a member of the local theatre troupe Impresaurus. We're currently homeless in terms of venues. It is a huge struggle. We've been trying to find a new place to go ever since the Fortune was closed on a Tuesday and we had a show for the Friday. It's been a struggle since then, trying to find somewhere that is accessible. It's in terms financially accessible to any group. So Impresaurus suggests a number of considerations to the council, one of them being the hosting of a whānau for the arts community to kind of address these issues with venues, costing, funding, things like that. I know there's been a recent funding hui for the arts community, which has been excellent. So more of these would be fantastic, especially in terms of venues. We urge you to go with the Athenaeum. It is central, very important. Although it does need better seating, a beautified entryway, and ideally a smaller black box theatre as well as the current theatre within there to accommodate all different types of performance, whether that be Shakespeare or improv or poetry or music or anything. There was current real dearth of venues available for people. And I think we're not currently reaching our possibilities in terms of Dunedin theatre. We're a city of literature. We've got a beautiful Dunedin Fringe Festival. And, you know, Pōneke shouldn't be the frontier for New Zealand arts. It really should be here, and it can be here. We've seen with the creation of Forsyth Bar Stadium, you know, if you build it, the people will come. I believe whatever venue is chosen, please do contribute that money into developing this part of our city. Ngā mihi nui, kia koutou.
Kia ora. Questions, Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thanks, Bonnie. I'm just looking in your submission. You're saying that you do support, and it's your choice. You've spoken to the Athenaeum, but you've also said you really support Sammy's or the Fortune. So you can't do the Athenaeum and the Fortune. And in my understanding from the music people yesterday, is Sammy's is much more a live venue than an acting venue and a play. Is that correct?
As an individual, I think they're all gorgeous venues, and I was sad to see Sammy's kind of not be selected for this final kind of consideration stage. Speaking as impressoris, we definitely support the new Athenaeum Theatre. As of the two options that are being considered at the moment, because I understand the Sammy's and the Fortune are not being considered at this stage. I lament that, but not my call. I definitely prefer the new Athenaeum. Does that answer your question clearly?
Yeah, well, I'll just phrase it another way. So your preference would be if we could do the Fortune or Sammy's, that would top ahead of the Athenaeum?
If the Fortune could be brought back, absolutely. As I understand it, it was kind of a little bit before my time as a person in the performing arts scene, but everyone I've spoken to praised the venue, loved the space as an iconic Dunedin space, and it's very sad to see it standing empty. I worry about what it is going to be turned into, whether the maintenance on the building has kind of been appropriate for the value it has to the community. But as I understand it, since it's not on the table, very much support the new Athenaeum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your submission, Bonnie. I just want to ask about your strong, very clear views about the precinct safety work and so on. There are a couple of reasons you'll be aware of, one of them for delay. One of them is the fact that it's obviously sensible to do the underground work before the stuff on the surface. So I want to be really clear about that. So what you're actually in real terms asking us is to accelerate that repair, replacement of services in the area so that we can get on with surface treatments, whatever they might be.
Like the waterways development
Yeah.
and everything. Absolutely. If that needs to be done before the surface, definitely. Please accelerate that.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Well, I was going to follow that up because I'm a bit worried that there's a thought out there that the council just suddenly walked away from the tertiary precinct development. Would you be aware that we're already $20 million behind our capital spend this year? We're not actually capable of delivering the amount of money we have budgeted, and that in fact one of the reasons that tertiary precinct has been moved is because the delivery teams have said they simply don't, it's not a budgetary issue, that there's not enough capacity to deliver the projects, so they've moved that project further out. Now, knowing that they've done that, and I think a lot of people in this room are not aware of this, that it is not their intention to hold back on the safety stuff, and that in fact some of the surface treatment and safety work is still planned to come out more or less on time as best they can. Does that make you feel a little bit better about the fact that it has to be pushed out?
Depending on which programs would be delivered. And am I understanding in kind of the way that they cannot deliver in terms of workers? Is that what you're saying?
Effectively, between the design and the actual workers, we can't deliver. So it's not that we don't have the budget, it's we don't have the people. So if and I guess this is, if the council was to come back and in their planning say that we'll do things like curb build-outs, slowing traffic down, more pedestrianisation of Albany Street without all that much surface work because we're not digging it up yet, would that be something that would be at least considered a halfway measure as we get to this point?
To me, yes. If I had to pick kind of some really important areas, I'd say the Albany Street development is essential. I think it's a death trap as it is now. There's no safe pedestrian crossings. I'm surprised no one has been killed yet. And I'd say Union Street East would also be an area of interest. There's a lot of potential development that can go there. So yes, slowing down traffic, pedestrianising it possibly, would all be high on my personal priority list, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, welcome back. Yeah, all good. Sorry. Push the button in the middle of your...
What I want to talk about first is about these bus hubs. Yes, it's probably a good idea to have the bus hubs, but it's getting the people on them. Originally, in my day, we got the train to town. But we can't do that anymore because all the train stations have been taken out, and now we're down to one track railway line, which would have been a good thing still, because we could have used we could have used the Targo training excursion train to bring people into town from Mosgiel and maybe stop a bit of the pollution and the environment being wrecked because of people driving to work every day in cars. But you know, it's something everybody's got to get a hand on, of how do you get the people on the buses. And that's probably not an easy thing, because most people are, no offence, a bit ignorant and arrogant, and they just think, oh, well, I need to take my car because I'm going somewhere afterwards. The bus doesn't go there and I can't be bothered walking. So it's the way society's gone. The next thing I wanted to talk about was about South Dunedin. I put the grating in for you in 2000, whenever it was, down in the pumping station down in Portobello Road. I've been to a couple of meetings in South Dunedin to defend people of South Dunedin, and not all youth councillors have been there. Some have been there and some have just not turned up at all, and that included Dave Cole. No offence to him, because I respected the bloke, but the thing is, I can't understand why industrial water like Mitre 10 and Bunnings and that is, I presume it's going through that pumping station, and as far as I'm concerned, that foreshore area of all those buildings should be into its own pumping station and not going through a residential area. I was in there putting the stuff in on a dry day, and we were still using pumps to pump the water out so I could finish putting that grating in. The grating, really, I talked to Chris Henderson and I said it should have been automated instead of an old bloke leaning over with the aluminium rake raking the stuff up, because if it's automated and operated properly, it would be less problems for the council of flooding. The same with the mud tanks. The only 40 or 50% of them are being done, aren't they? Originally in the old days, they used to do 100%. They used to do everywhere, clean them all the time. I've been to some of them recently and they're still dirty. They still look like they haven't been cleaned in about 5 or 10 years. That's the kind of thing I'm looking at. The works infrastructure. You still got clay pipes in the main street of Dunedin here. What year were they? 1880 or something. Why aren't they being upgraded? You understand what I mean, Aaron? We've got to get on to the things. I know there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done, like cycleways and bits and pieces, but we've got a good cycleway now, and it goes all the way to Portobello, and you've got people going across on a boat and coming back from Port Chalmers. We all know that. So we've got cycle areas for people at the moment, so I don't see that as a high priority. What I also see is you bought Sammy's in 2017. It's just been sitting dormant for 3 or 4 years. Can the council tell me why that was sitting there doing nothing? I know you bought it and it needs strengthening. I know Laurie Forbes, so I know all the stories of what he does and everything else. But the thing I can't understand is it's sat there for 4 years of ratepayers' money and nobody has done anything, not even rented it out for anything. That's just a great waste of council money as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so there's things like that that need to be sorted out. I don't want to, you know, I'm like you, I don't want to see that whack-a-white stuff going on and nonsense like that with where you're getting people getting lead from pipes and bits and pieces. I just think we need, you know, right back to Cliff Skeggs' days, I think the council's been dodging the bullet quite a bit, whether it's him, Cliff Skeggs, the whole lot of them, Jimmy Barnes, those days. The infrastructure is way behind the 8 ball and it really needs to get sorted. I'm sorry to say it, but it does. The other thing I try to make a point of view of, South Dunedin, when I went to those meetings, they were talking about people putting houses up on stilts. Now what kind of nonsense is that? And then you got McAndrew Road, they told me they had leaking pipes and they weren't going to fix it to 2035. That's not good enough. I also talked at those meetings about why the water's coming through the Kaikoura stream, through the old Cavey tunnel and flooding out Surrey Street. I'm glad to see that this council has listened to what I said and they're sending it out, going to send it out to the Green Island Sewage Works, because I built that place in 1990, so I know that it's got a byproduct valve to go out to Blackhead. So if the water has to be put somewhere, put it out there instead of flooding South Dunedin. You understand, South Dunedin cops a lot from up in Corstorphine all those areas, the water comes down and it just floods everywhere. You tell me why it's doing that, or why. I want to know all the reasons why people aren't getting on top of it. You know, we had a leak in Fairfield 4 weeks before the council come and fixed it. 4 damn weeks where I had the neighbours yelling and screaming at me, going, why isn't the council coming out and fixing it? It was like the Clutha River going down the main street of Fairfield for 4 weeks. Why does it take 4 weeks to fix a leak? I know you're busy. I know everybody's busy at the moment. But I just can't get my head around it, why it's happening, okay? So that's why I'm talking to all of you. I'm not crucifying anybody here. I'm just trying to find the answers. Instead of creating the problem, we all need to start solving them real quick, because it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. You know, when I saw those clay pipes in town, I couldn't believe it. They're going down the main street, old clay pipes. If they've got leaks in McAndrew Road, the easiest way to do it, as far as I'm concerned, is put nylon liners through there and pull them through the joints where it's leaking, because when it's leaking, it's flooding and saturating the ground around it, which isn't a good thing, you know?
Thank you, Mr. Wolf, and I can assure you that the replacement of the underground infrastructure along George Street is imminent in Council's work programme. I can't speak to or respond to all of the issues that you have raised, but this is a forum really for you to present to us and ask us to ask questions of your submission, if you're happy to take them.
I'm happy to take any submissions.
Great. Councillor Reddick.
You know, the mud tanks is something that's been very topical lately, and you talk about your impression that several of them are not, or many of them are not being cleaned lately. Back in the day, was there a system for enforcement of cleaning of mud tanks that you're aware of? How did that work?
Yes, there was, and they had a bloke called Steve Alexander that worked for Delta, and he drove a turbojet truck. They got rid of him, they retired him early, and he was damn good at it. He used to backwash them, flush them. They were done all the time. He was like religiously making sure he got every one of those tanks. He'd just spend days, he'd spend long hours at night cleaning them, making sure everything was right. I know him really well, and he did a thorough job. And then all of a sudden it became non-existent. You know, I lived in the 210 flood in Queensland. I saw what that did and made a hell of a mess, and that was man-made by one bloke.
So, in terms of Steve Alexander, was that his full-time job, just cleaning mud tanks all the time?
Mud tanks, and he'd backwash all the pipelines. He'd flush them out, because sometimes you'd get them in a heater tank, you'd get bits of metal or something, you'd have to flush that out too, because it would stop your bullcock in your ceiling and stuff like that. But he was really good at doing it. It was a full-time job from Delta. He worked for them. And that would have been back in 2000, 2005, I think, probably when it stopped. But, you know, maybe they need people like that again, I don't know. But they need somebody to be on the 8 ball. I pulled gratings out just recently in Sinclair, and they hadn't been out in a long time, and the woman come down and said she'd spent about 100 grand or something on putting drains in and everything to stop the water coming down into her property, which looked like about $1.5 million, $2 million house, to try to stop the water coming down from Corstorphine in her back section. And you see it was cracking the concrete and doing all types of stuff. I was just there pulling the grating, and she come down and told me what she'd gone through, and I just says, I'm sorry, it's nothing to do with me. But, you know, the way I see it, if South Dunedin has got a flooding habit, we don't need to be putting other suburbs up on the hill, dumping it down there. Try to find somewhere else to put it. And if you're putting it into holding tanks or something like that, I don't know all the answers, but I've seen it before. It's like Broadbeach on the Gold Coast. It had the king tides, and what they did was they put artificial reefs in. Now, I've talked to people out at St Clair when I was doing the handrails, and I said, why can't you do that? And they said, because of the surfies won't like it. Well, there's plenty of other places the surfies can go and surf, bar St Clair. You know, at the end of the day, we've got to try to get that beach back, or try to do something. I know putting the sand bags in there is trying to help it, but what I saw of those artificial reefs or stuff like that out there, it stopped the king tides from taking the fronts out of people's sections. I went down and had a look at Broadbeach when they were doing it. I was just interested to see the outcome of what Australians do.
Thank you. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā koe, sir. Thank you very much for your submission and your passion and your wisdom. From your perspective, can I just clarify when you spoke about a separate pumping station for commercial interests on the foreshore? Who should pay for that if that was...
Really, the people that own Mitre 10 and Bunnings should have been, they should have been, all these places should be copping the money or having to pay a share of it for a pumping station there. It's like the one out in Mosgiel. They're going to have to put one in by Peter Johnston Park, as everybody knows. There's meant to be one going in there sometime. Silverstream can't handle all that. You've got houses being built, you've got places going on everywhere, and the Mosgiel can't handle it. It just can't handle it with its pipeline and stuff, and that's why you need pumping stations to slow it down, hold it, do all types of jobs.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
It's a procedural issue, Mr Chairman. I'm not disputing what's been said, but Mr Wolf's comment about the mud tanks not being cleaned is completely contrary to the regular reporting regime that comes to our committees. And I'm not sure there's a staff member here who can confirm that. But I think it would be appropriate to ask Mr Wolf, not now, but in writing or formally, to actually identify any tanks that he's concerned with. Because, as I've said, and we have all seen, there is a very extensive contractor regime that demonstrates and reports to us that that is not the case.
Yeah, I mean, that would be helpful, and certainly we can have that reporting sent to the submitter. That might be useful information, but you know, the specific examples would be helpful if there are things that do need addressing. Yeah, great, thank you. Finally, for the day, Councillor Lord.
Yeah, look, Mark, interesting. I just wanted to ask the question about back in the day when you took the train into town. There was a station at Mosgiel, obviously, and then a station at Wingatui. Yeah. 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 So sorry, just tell me them again. So there was, after Wingatui, there was Fairfield? Oh, sorry, Green. Yeah. Thank you.
If we had that kind of set up like Wellington, you know how everybody uses the trains, so how much damage towards can hold up. You could probably shift a lot of people over. At the end of the day, when I was looking at the cars, no offence, but I'm looking at the dirty diesel vehicles. They're the ones that work the most.
No, I just wasn't aware of all those stations, but I figured there must have been someone, so yeah, yep. No, thank you.
More of an ANARAC inquiry than anything else. Thank you, Mr Wolf, for your appearances today. Thank you, colleagues. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed.